I crossed over to a world where demons and monsters coexist, only to unexpectedly discover that I can break through infinitely in the body forging realm. Not only is there no limit to physical fitness, but there is also no bottleneck in breakthroughs. Is cultivation difficult? I advance a realm each day. Is the demon emperor powerful? I can defeat him with a single punch. Who says body refinement can't lead to immortality? I'll have a group of immortal emperors refine the elixir of eternal youth for me. At this moment, in the general's mansion in the capital city, a group of high-ranking officials were complimenting my father. General Wang, congratulations, you have a good son. The fifth young master is exceptionally talented. In this upcoming Qingyun sect competition, your esteemed son will surely be promoted to an inner disciple. My father's face was beaming with joy. Just then, a servant rushed in anxiously. Bad news, sir. There's a message from the Qingyun sect. The fifth young master has died in the sex competition. What? Instantly, the mansion fell silent. After a moment, a wave of sorrowful cries filled the air. The expressions of those flattering officials also subtly changed. In a nearby pavilion, I was lying on a luxurious sandalwood chair, being attended to by maids. Upon hearing the tragic news, I suddenly opened my eyes, paused for a moment, then let out a faint sigh. Cultivating immortality. Suddenly, a feeling stirred within me. I pushed the maid aside and quickly got up to slip away. Behind me came the voice. My sixth child also has the potential to become an immortal. Rebel, stop for me. The voice was like thunder, making me stop in my tracks. Then, with a tear-streaked face, I said, Father, please spare me. I don't want to go to the sect. I am a time traveler. My soul crossed to this world, luckily landing in a fetus without the risk of exposure. As I grew older, I discovered that this world is a place where demons, immortals, and humans coexist, where humans can cultivate immortality. At first, I excitedly thought that I must be the protagonist template, that my era had arrived. As a result, now that I'm 18, my golden finger has nothing but a panel displaying lifespan. My spiritual root aptitude tested only at 1 point. You see, the average spiritual root aptitude in this world is around 10 points. So having just 1 point is equivalent to being a waste in cultivation. Luckily, I was born into the household of General Wang Xian in the Xia Kingdom. Although I had no path in cultivation, I lacked nothing in wealth and glory. At first, I was a bit unwilling because the panel showed a lifespan of only 35 years, not even reaching middle age before one's life ends. Of course, there was some discontent. Since cultivation was possible here, why not give it a try? But gradually, I realized that cultivation was not that simple. The path to immortality is long and challenging, fighting against the heavens, the dangers of which one could feel even without cultivation. All 4 of my brothers entered the Qingyun sect, but without exception, they all died young. Some died from demonic possession, some from internal sect competitions, some from external training, and some from being ambushed. The average lifespan was only 20 years. In summary, 2 words, perilous journey. In my past life, I was a poor student, always lazy at work, with no firm will. So, I decisively gave up on the path of immortal cultivation and honestly became a second-generation official in the general's residence, living as a carefree youth for 20 or 30 years, which was quite enjoyable. Maybe I'll return to Earth when I die. But my father was always insistent on sending his son to the Qingyun sect. As for the reason, I am well aware. In the so-called immortal sect, there are people who are good at handling court affairs. Although there are rules in the immortal sect not to interfere with the affairs of the court. If a family member cultivates in the immortal sect, that family is bound to prosper. I was stopped by a servant and could only say with a bitter face, "Let the 7th brother go." Everyone turned around, and a beautiful woman with a big belly looked at me in confusion. Little 6, it's not father forcing you. It concerns the survival of the family. Upon arrival, Father, is it really that serious? I'm not joking. There are many things you don't know. I will find a way to get you into the sect. Even if you just drift along, you must do so for a full 10 years for me. Father, do you value your reputation that much? What are you thinking? Go work as a menial laborer. After Wang Xian saw off the guests, he took me to a shrine. Apart from the ancestral tablets, there were also a few of my brothers. Even 5th brother's tablet had just been prepared. Father, you didn't already prepare mine in advance, did you? Wang Xian's expression turned serious, and he remained silent. After we each lit incense, he said, "Youngest, some words are meant for outsiders. When I said you have the potential to be a celestial being, don't take it seriously. You are the least ambitious among my sons, and that's fine. When you enter the sect, don't strive to be competitive. Just live well." Father, why are you suddenly feeling sentimental? Rest assured, I don't have the qualifications to compete with my aptitude. Wang Xin shook his head. No, there are some things you still need to fight for. Fight for what? You have to fight for the dirty and tiring work, or before long, you'll be expelled from the sect. I was speechless. Just when I had been enjoying the life of a young master for over a decade, I was about to face hardship again. Calculating the time, if I didn't have any adventures after entering the sect, I would be 28 when I left the mountain, with only 7 years left to live freely. Wang Xin continued. By the way, can you do chores? Father, doing chores is so simple. Who can't do them? You underestimate me too much. After all, in my past life, I grew up as a child from a humble family. What color is rice? You really think I'm a fool? It's white. I eat it every day. I'm not blind. Wang Xin nodded, then shouted outside. Steward, starting today, remove all the maids and servants from youngest side. He will be responsible for his own food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. At night, I was dumbfounded in the kitchen. Before rice is cooked in this world, it's actually yellow. Yellow, I will never coexist with you. 1 month later, under the green cloud mountain. Young master, it's already taken care of. The immortal gate is not like the mansion. You have to be careful in everything when you go in. The family had paid a big price this time. I'll be staying in Qingyun town for a long time, so if you have any difficulties in life, come down the mountain and find me. The speaker is called Wang Yuan. His name is more like the protagonist than Wang Lu, but he is a member of the Wang family's sideline, and this time he was ordered to come to accompany the prince to study. The town of Qingyun under Mount Qingyun is like a school district, the equivalent of a town formed by the gathering of accompanying families. Wang Lu glanced at Wang Yuan. Nosy, let's go. Wang Lu walked along the path, towards the mountain. Looking at the high mountains deep in the clouds, Wang Lu took a deep breath. Despite his own pendulum swing, at the deepest level of his heart, there is still so much longing. A young man walking on a green hill in the middle of a long white cloud. Since the law of eternal life, who does not envy the immortals? Wang Lu had climbed along the path for a small amount of time, and in addition to being tired, his legs were shaking. Wang Lu grew up a little afraid of heights. The mountain roads are not easy to walk. Many places pass over the cliffs. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the forest. You're Wang Lu? Wang Lu put away his unruly face and respectfully said with a smile, Immortal Master, I am Wang Lu. Since you've joined my Green Cloud sect, don't call me Immortal Master. My name is Li Defa, Handyman Deacon, so it's Lord Deacon Li. Please take care of me in the future. When you enter the sect, talk less and do more. Wang Lu hurriedly shut up and nodded. Wang Lu is not stupid. At home is a dude. When he goes out, he has to pretend to be a grandson. The world is too dangerous. Survival mode must be on. Wang Xin had said that as long as he completed 10 years on the mountain, he would be able to return home and continue to be the young master. There has been no war in the past few years, and with Pop's breeding ability, his younger siblings will surely be able to support the Wang family in the future. Li Defa led Wang Lu towards the mountain. Through a cloud of mist, it opens up. Far away, the peaks rise and the cranes walk through them. Jade buildings and white clouds. Not bad for the Green Cloud Immortal sect. Wang Lu watched with longing. Don't look. That's a place you'll never get to in your life. Li Defa said. Understood. Wang Lu hemmed and hawed, almost forgetting that he was a waste and unworthy of cultivating immortality. Chapter 2, The Forging Method of the Abolished Spirit Root. Li Defa handed Wang Lu over to a youth with slanted bangs. Zhang Ming, his name is Wang Lu. From today onwards, he is a disciple of my Qingyun sect's miscellaneous service Ain courtyard. Take him. Holler, Deacon Li. Zhang Ming smoothed his angled bangs and looked at Wang Lu with a smile on his face. Junior brother, what is your spiritual root qualification? Wang Lu was about to reply when Li Defa suddenly spoke. His spiritual root qualification is less than 30 points. Wang Lu looked at Li Defa, whose eyes glared. Wang Lu immediately understood. One's own qualifications are only 1 point, less than 30 indeed. So with a straight face and a little humility, he said, yes, less than 30 points. Zhang Ming took a look around and immediately understood, and said with a smile, Wang Lu, in this way, you first sweep the floor to get used to life here. And when you get used to it, I'll arrange other things for you. Wang Lu asked in a low voice. Elder brother, how big of a sweep is responsible for? Zhang Ming, not much, just around here. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Lu thought to himself that sweeping a little bit of the floor was better than doing manual labor. Afterwards, Zhang Ming briefly told Wang Lu about the rules of the House of Handymen. Again, he brought Wang Lu to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Finally, he was issued 2 sets of the sect's linen green clothes. And after giving some instructions, he left with Deacon Li. The first night I came to the Green Cloud sect, Wang Luk lost sleep. Thinking back to the events of the daytime and disregarding the cultivation background, Wang Lu thought he was here to find a job. Aside from asking a mouthful of questions about spiritual root qualifications, everything else that was talked about was the do's and don'ts of sweeping the floor. Ugh, this bed is so hard. Day 2. It's not dawn. Wang Lu then went out with a broom. After dark, it was Wang Lu Kai who returned to his residence with a lamp. Wang Lu lay on the bed with a sore back, lamenting the injustice of fate. Ah, this bed is so soft. A month later, Wang Lu was finally able to return to his residence before nightfall. Just when Wang Lu think business proficiency can be a little easier. Then, Jiang Ming but sent bad news. Congratulations, Wang Lu. Starting tomorrow, you can be assigned official handyman duties. Wang Lu's eyes lit up. No need to sweep the floor? Jiang Ming's bangs flung out. Of course I have to sweep. Sweeping the floor is basic work. It doesn't matter. Wang Lu greeted Jiang Ming's mother in his heart, then smiled and said, please arrange it. Senior brother, this mission is not as simple as sweeping the floor. I'll take you there myself tomorrow. By the way, gather in the square at dawn tomorrow. The deacon will pass on the method of forging the body. Wang Lu was instantly speechless. Sweeping the floor again, completing odd jobs, and now practicing. Do people even want to sleep? Elder brother, can we not go? Wang Lu is really tired. Not to mention the power of immortality. Wang Lu feels that lying on the bed is as comfortable as ascending to immortality. 35 is 35. Anyway, he was a wasted spirit root. Muddling through, there was no need to forge his body. In the novels of his previous life, forging the body was hammering the sinews and bones, and the intensity was so great that it was even more tiring than carrying bricks. Those protagonists' willpower won than one firm. Have such a firm will also cross the wool. Which world cannot succeed? That won't do. Senior brother Wang Lu, aren't we entering the Green Cloud sect to cultivate? Why do you just think about working and not practicing? We disciples of the miscellaneous service courtyard, we don't have much time to cultivate, so it's even more important to cherish it. Besides, cultivation and work are tested, so you have to go. Wang Lu said helplessly. Senior brother, I'm just kidding. I'll be on time tomorrow morning. The next day, when the chickens had just gone to bed, Wang Lu got up, get dressed, wash up, get a broom. He went out and cleaned the obligatory place first, then went back and wiped the sweat off his face and hurriedly rushed over to the square. At this time, many miscellaneous disciples had already gathered in the square. Wang Lu also got to know some of his handyman colleagues this month, but none of them had deep friendships because they were too busy and too tired. When these disciples saw Wang Lu, the newcomer, the more enthusiastic ones nodded their heads in greeting, while the indifferent ones directly ignored them. Many disciples were interacting and exchanging cultivation tips and progress in cultivation. Wang Lu, come over here. At this time, slanted Lu Hai Zhang Ming walked over at this time. Zhang Ming was resourceful and had good qualifications, and had great potential to be promoted to outer disciple. Currently, he is the junior head of the Caution Miscellaneous House. You're tall, so stand at the end. Zhang Ming arranged Wang Lu at the end of the crowd before running to stand at the front himself. Wang Lu suddenly realized that his senior brother, who was originally looking at him with a smiling face, had suddenly changed to an indifferent face. Hey, is your qualification less than 30 points too? Beside him, a small potato of only 1 meter 5 asked with a smile. Wang Lu was puzzled. How do you know? By the way, my name is Wang Lu. What is senior brother's name? My name is Wu Delang. Wang Lu looked Wu Delang up and down. This is a good name. It's my first time here, so I'll ask for more guidance from senior brother. Wu Dalong was a self-acquaintance and very enthusiastically introduced Wang Lu. Original. The talents of the disciples of the miscellaneous service courtyard were generally in the mid-20s to mid-40s, and if the qualification was 50 to 60 something, one could directly enter the outer gate. If one's qualifications were between 70 and 80, one would definitely be a genius and could enter the inner sect. Above 80 was definitely a genius among geniuses, and once discovered, regardless of age, they would be taken in as personal disciples by the elders. Quiet. Just as the two of them were chatting, Deacon Li Defa came along at that moment. Lidfar walks right up to the front. At the moment, he was wearing a practicing uniform, and he scanned the circle before speaking in a deep voice. 3 nights of lights and 5 nights of roosters is the time for my generation to practice the method of forging the body. There is no shortcut, only diligent practice. The forge speaks of the 6. Hands and feet unite, elbows and knees unite, shoulders and hips unite, God and intention unite, intention and chi unite, chi and force unite. Li Defa spoke a great deal. Wang Lu stood at the end of the line and didn't understand a single word except for the words the method of forging the body. Wang Lu glanced at Wu Dalong next to him. who was listening with half-smiled eyes, and his nasal passages echoed vaguely with snoring. Senior brother Wu! Senior brother Wu! Wang Lu shouted in a low voice. The snoring disappeared and Wu Daolan's eyes snapped open. Senior brother! You're entering an epiphany. Wu Dailang was a bit embarrassed and said quietly, the deacon speaks about the method of forging the body from the beginning every month, and I've been listening to it for more than 6 years, and I still don't understand it. Just follow the moves of the senior in front of you later. Wang Lu suddenly realized, nodding and showing a smile, with Elder touching fish by his side. Wang Lu wasn't worried. After Li Defa finished his speech, the handyman disciples began their respective cultivation. Wang Luk looked at it carefully. The set of movements for forging the body was very complicated, and it also had to be combined with the breathing method, as well as adjusting the divine mind and heart. Wang Lu looked at it for half a day, but surprisingly he couldn't make a decent gesture. I'm really not worthy of being a scum with a spiritual root qualification of 1. Spiritual root qualification contains physique, root bone, enlightenment, and divine soul. The 4 combined points add up to the overall spiritual root qualification, a total of just a little by itself. Spread out, each item is approximately equal to 0. Wang Lu tried his best, but he really couldn't imitate such complicated movements. Turning his head to look at Wu Dailang again. Oh, wow! Wang Lu was stunned. Wu Dailang did not slack off. At the moment is desperately forging body cultivation, and this time, Wu Dailang's movements Wang Lu saw and understood. 4 campaigns in all. Push-ups, sit-ups, deep squats, run in place with your legs high. Senior brother Wu, you're forging your body? Wu Daolan looked at Wang Lu and said confidently, doesn't it look like it? It looks about right to me. Don't just stare. Slacking off in morning practice will result in Deacon's assessment deductions. Hearing the deduction of points, Wang Lu was shocked and hurriedly began to forge. Wang Lu's forging movements were exactly the same as Wu Dailang's. Chapter 3 Funny Body Forging. Bitter day. On the plaza, all the miscellaneous disciples were focused on their body forging cultivation. Even with the funny version in the last row, Wang Lu and Wu Dailang did a very serious job. The Qingyun sect, from the inner sect down to the handymen, would have an examination every 3 years. The assessment of the inner and outer disciples was mainly based on strength, and there would be a great sect competition. And the handyman's test is all about ratings. If the overall rating is too low, you will be expelled from the mountain. Similarly, if the rating was high and a certain cultivation realm was met, one would have the opportunity to apply to enter the outer gate. Wang Lu had never thought about promotion. He only wanted to pass the grading and be able to stay in the Green Cloud sect all the time. Don't look at Wang Lu as a playboy in the mansion, but he still knows the weight in his heart. Wang Lu is a soul-pierced fetus and has grown up in the royal palace since he was a child. His older siblings spoiled him as a child. While they were there, the storms of the world bypassed King 6. Wang Luk was emotionally attached to the Wang family, thinking that his 4 older brothers had all sacrificed themselves in the sect and fought for a good childhood for him. And now that it was Wang Lu's turn, he couldn't slack off. So do the squats in earnest. Do it until your legs get weak and immediately switch back to sit-ups. My back hurt and I switched back to push-ups. Hands run out of strength and end up with a high leg run again. Li Dfa wandered around the square, pointing out the disciples whose movements were not standardized from time to time. When he walked up to Wang Lu and Wu Daolang, King 6 is nervous. When he was about to meet the splitting scolding, who knew that Li De sent a sentence? Not bad, go on. With that, he turned and walked away. Wang Lu froze. What do you mean? Not bad? Surprisingly, it was recognized by the deacon. That's a pretty blatant backdoor. Wu Dailang fell back with a smug look on his face and said, see, I told you that my movements are about the same. Everyone's understanding is different. It's normal for there to be a bit of a difference. Wang Luk, it's a billion ... Isn't it? Whatever. It's here to mingle anyway. Since it works, let's move on. When the sun rises, a group of handymen had been practicing for an hour. Standard forging maneuvers are quite physically and mentally taxing. Even the funny version of forging is intense when done consistently. All the miscellaneous disciples were exhausted one by one, and their movements were somewhat distorted. At that moment, Li Dfa finally spoke. Cultivation time is over. Disperse. Wang Lu was relieved to hear this. Laying straight up in a big circle on the ground, while gasping for breath, he muttered, Senior brother Wu, is it necessary for the 2 of us to be so serious? Wu Dailang didn't touch the fish the whole time, so Wang Lu didn't dare to touch the fish either. If it wasn't for the fact that this month's sweeping experience had greatly improved Wang Lu's physique, Wang Lu simply wouldn't be able to hold on to the end today. Junior brother. There were several other senior brothers with spirit root qualifications of less than 30 points like ours, but I'm the only one who has lasted for 6 years and hasn't been expelled yet. It doesn't matter if your qualifications are nearly as good, but you mustn't slack off. Wu Dalong's super inspirational sentence made Wang Lu sigh with a lifeless face. What, slacking or not? Wang Lu didn't believe it at all. Hearing that most of the previous less than 30 points senior brothers had been expelled, Wang Lu realized one thing. Li Defa is deliberately looking for justifiable reasons to expel these backdoor disciples. Accepting gifts through the back door is, after all, something that can't be on the table. And it's the best way to deal with it if you can get rid of it after 3 years. Look at this. You can't be lazy from now on. Gotta be the time management guru. Thinking of this, Wang Lu hurriedly climbed up, ready to go back to the residence, and hurriedly adjusted his state. There are still a lot of work to be done in the day-to-day. At this time, Wang Lu suddenly realized that the senior brothers in the square didn't immediately disperse, but instead surrounded a large stone, not knowing what they were doing. Senior brother Wu, what are they doing? Where's the force measurement on the force measuring stone? Wu Dailang explained. The body forging realm is divided into 9 levels, and the specific difference involves many aspects of the physique, but it can be judged simply from the strength. A normal person who has not yet begun to forge his body has about 100 pounds of strength. If you are forging your body at the first level, you will be able to have a strength of 200 pounds. The second level of body forging has a strength of 300 pounds, and so on. By the 9th level of body forging, you will have the strength of 1,000 pounds. Of course, this is just a rough test. It's not accurate. Some strong farmers can have several hundred pounds of force, and there are also some fierce generals of the imperial dynasty who have even more than 1,000 pounds of force. Junior brother can go and take a test at the end. If you start off with just under 100 pounds of strength, then you basically meet the set of criteria I mentioned. Wang Lu shook his head after hearing this. I'm not going to disgrace myself at this level. Besides, I still have a lot of work to do, so I don't have time to go stand in line. When Wu Dalong heard work, he winced and seemed to think of some painful memories, then patted Wang Lu's shoulder. It's true that there's a lot of work in the first 3 years. Come on, just get through the first 3 years. Wang Lu was pleasantly surprised. It'll be easier after 3 years? Nah, get used to it after 3 years. Wang Lu was speechless. After returning to his residence, Wang Lu simply ate and sat for a while. When he had regained a little strength, he picked up his broom in a hurry and went out. On the mountain road, Wang Lu's sweeps have gotten faster. Wang Lu strangely realized that his body was much more relaxed. Could it be a flashback from being overly tired? Wang Lu didn't think much about it and hurriedly finished cleaning before going to find Zhang Ming to receive his new job. Zhang Ming did not delay and hurriedly brought Wang Lu to the back of the mountain. A thatched cottage in the distance and a field of medicine. The one living inside is the outer sect senior brother, named Zhao Tian. He is responsible for the cultivation of this medicinal field. Your task is to go and assist the outer sect senior brother by watering these elixirs. Still need me to water it? The disciples of the outer sect, all of whom were at least at the qi refining stage, were already able to cast minor spells. Wouldn't it be enough to just draw in some water, not to mention casting clouds and making it rain? Wang Lu was a bit puzzled. Zhang Ming explained at this time. You think it's the rice of mortals. That's all spiritual herbs, and each one needs a different watering method depending on the growth condition. The outer sect senior brothers spend most of their time cultivating, so these chores naturally fall to us handymen. Go on, ask him exactly how. Elder brother, won't you take me there? Wang Lu thought. Even if there are no formalities or anything, at least introduce it. Zhang Ming's neck shrank. This senior brother likes to be quiet, so I won't go over there. Go over there and knock on the door yourself. Just keep your voice down. After saying that, Zhang Ming skipped off. Wang Lu immediately had a bad feeling. This outer sect senior brother Zhao Tian was definitely a bad person to get along with. Wang Lu stood at the door and hesitated to knock. At that moment, the door burst open. A black object instantly flew out, extremely fast, and struck Wang Lu directly in the chest. Ah! Wang Lu didn't react and was knocked to the ground. It was as if he had been hit hard in the chest, and a long time passed before he could get his breath back. Look down. A large bruise on his chest. Hit yourself with a book. At that moment, a voice came from the house. Read your own book and don't talk to me. Then the door was closed. Wang Lu flipped open the book, which recorded the introduction of several kinds of spiritual medicines. And at the back of the book there were specific details about watering and weeding. Mud. Sociopathy is sociopathy. Why throw the book? Wang Lu greeted this senior brother's ancestors in his heart. It's a good thing it's a paperback or you'd have broken your own ribs. Although there are 10,000 dissatisfaction in his heart, Wang Lu does not dare to show it at all. Based on this hand of throwing books alone, Wang Lu couldn't afford to eat it, much less dare to offend the outer sect senior brother. Wang Lu grabbed the book. The whole watering and weeding process is quite tedious. In particular, some weed roots are entangled with the roots of the elixir and cannot be pulled directly, requiring special means. Luckily weeding doesn't have to be done every day. Just water is needed today. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wang Lu put up a torch and carefully drilled into the medicinal field, rationing the watering of one plant against the drawings in the book. Fortunately, the Qingyun door issued hemp cloth green clothes, comes with the effect of mosquito repellent, otherwise suffered a big crime. By the time Wang Lu dragged his tired body back to his place, there were still 2 hours left before he woke up for his morning exercise. Ugh, so tired. Chapter 4 Steady Enhancement. The 7th level of body forging? 2 hours later, Wang Lu opened his eyes. Just as Wang Lu was about to lament the severe lack of sleep, he suddenly realized that he wasn't tired at all. Spirituality is unbelievable. Even the bruises on his chest were gone. The whole body also felt unusually relaxed. Obviously, he had only slept for less than 2 hours, or more than 3 hours. So how could he have recovered so quickly? Could it be because there is immortal energy in the immortal gate? Wang Lu immediately checked his lifespan panel again. Host, Wang Lu. Life expectancy, 18 years, 35 years. In parentheses is one's own big limit. And it didn't increase. When he was a child, Wang Lu wondered if his poor health was the reason why he could only live to be 35 years old. So also worked out continuously for a while physically. But the 35-year-old mark is not moving. Then Wang Luck indulged. And as a result, at 35 years old, he still hasn't changed a bit. Since then, Wang Luck has never worked out again. As for the abnormality that happened to him today, Wang Lu didn't figure it out and didn't have time to think about it. Packed up and immediately went to sweep the floor. Today, I don't know why, but I feel a lot stronger and lighter. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Wang Lu rushed to the square again to focus on his forging practice. Today, the deacon of the miscellaneous service in courtyard, Li Dfa, did not come for the time being, and the various disciples consciously began to cultivate on their own. Wang Lu looked at Wu Dalong, who was concentrating on doing deep squats, and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Wu, can't you be lazy when the deacon isn't around?" Wu Daolang, it may be that the deacon will come out from nowhere at any time, so don't be careless. Oh who, listen to people and eat. Wang Lu also hurriedly followed suit and began to seriously forge and cultivate his body. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, 30 minutes of running in place. After a set of exercises, Wang Lu was still panting, but it was obvious that he didn't feel as tired as yesterday. After the morning exercise, Wang Lu rushed to clean up, then the elixir watering and weeding. When I returned in the evening, it turned out to be half an hour earlier than yesterday. On the third day, advanced to 1 hour. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6, Day 7, and each day the completion time is getting earlier. Wang Luck finally couldn't sit still. He obviously felt the changes in his body, and the comprehensive quality of his body was like a hang-up, rising every day, enhanced in every way except for no increase in longevity. Whether it's physical strength, power, speed, and reflexes, it's getting stronger every day. Wang Lu had asked Wu Dailang, who had been cultivating for 6 years and his strength had been stable. It is at the uninitiated stage of body forging. How can there be such a big change when you've only been practicing for 7 days yourself? Or the funny version? After the morning practice on the 8th day, Wang Lu didn't leave. He waited for his senior brothers to finish testing and all leave before he came to the force measuring stone. In the past few days, Wang Lu had long familiarized himself with the use of the test stone. Place one hand on top and slowly increase your force to push forward. Let go once the force is maximized. A number appears on the force measuring stone. 711. I can't believe I have over 700 pounds of maximum strength. Wang Lu looked at the numbers on it in shock. As his changes were gradual and fully controlled, there were no instances where he accidentally pushed too hard. I always knew I had a lot of strength, but I didn't know it was this much. More than 700 pounds. According to Wu Dailang, wouldn't that be already forging the 7th weight of the body? So, my golden finger isn't some system or some old grandpa. It's a super learning ability? No, it's the ability to simplify. Wang Lu remembered that there was an ability in the novel. Simplify the method of exhaling to breathing. Simplify the method of meditation to sleep. With this kind of ability, there is still a need to be a handyman. Proper absolute genius should be accepted by the master as a personal disciple. Sweeping, watering, weeding. That. Wang Lu immediately went to find Deacon Li Defa. Green Cloud Mountain is huge. The immortal sect's cultivation emphasized tranquility, so everyone who entered the sect, even the handymen, were kept to themselves. Deacon Li Defa's residence was significantly more refined. Hedge fence, stone bench, a green pine standing in the yard. Li Defa was currently drinking tea with a few other deacons from the miscellaneous service courtyard. It's enviable to make it this far as a handyman. Wang Lu came outside the fence gate and knocked symbolically on the door. Wang Lu, what's wrong with you? Deacon, There's something I want to tell you alone. Lee Deva smiled and continued to sip his tea. It's fine. We're all trusted brothers and sisters here. Just say it directly. Lee Deva thought, a sweeping and watering handyman can have what big things? Must be too tired to eat. If you want to go, just drive him out of the Qingyun sect. Seeing this, Wang Lu could only come to the crowd. It's like a student reporting grades to a teacher. Sooner or later one day one will hit the ground running. So why can't it be today? Anyway, he hadn't offended anyone, and an immortal sect that came across a talented disciple should be extremely cultivated. So he said, Deacon, my strength is growing rapidly these days. I suspect that I may have already forged the 7th weight of the body. The deacons from the other courtyards didn't recognize Wang Lu and didn't react much, but Li Defa was a different story, and a mouthful of tea spewed out. Family members know their own business. Wang Lu was the one he took in, and his spiritual root qualification was only a little bit. I just practiced the forging technique for 7 days, and every day was still going funny. The results came to tell him that he had forged 7 weights. It's not outrageous. His mom opened the door to outrageous to the core. But in the way of so many people being present, Li Dfa was not in a good position to scold. The task of a handyman deacon was to manage the handymen under him, and if the management was chaotic and the system was unclear, it would also affect his assessment. So Li Deva held his tongue and asked, at the 7th level of body forging, a sense of qi will be generated in your body. Have you generated it yet? Gas sense? Wang Lu felt it. Blah. Collapsed my ass. Wang Lu was a bit embarrassed. There's no sense of qi, Li Defa said at this point. Wang Lu, I remember your father was a general. Mortals practicing martial arts, those who can make it to generals are generally physically different from normal people. You're his son. It's normal for your strength to increase a bit. It has nothing to do with forging. Lidfa explained in great detail, like a patient teacher. Hearing this explanation, Wang Lu came to a realization, but was still a bit reluctant. Deacon, so is there any special physique? The out-of-the-ordinary kind? Wang Lu always felt that boosting so quickly and steadily shouldn't be some kind of genetic talent, but this time, Reed was a little impatient. So many people were watching. If he wore out his face, he would lose his face. If the other deacons found out what was going on and reported it, he wouldn't want to be a deacon anymore. So the words in reply were vaguely angry. Wang Lu, one has to be self-aware, and those who don't go out of their way certainly do. Chen Fan of the Tianyi sect. Legend has it that by cultivating qi refinement to the 3,000th layer, he was able to overwhelm the group of immortals without having to cross the tribulation. Cultivators from all over the world want to kill him and take his method of qi refining. As a result, the person's spiritual root qualification is 99, and he directly announced his method of qi refining, which no one in this world can emulate. What about you? What is your spiritual root qualification? We who are handymen should be peaceful and do a good job as handymen. Don't think of anything else. Hear me? Wang Lu nodded. Get back to work if you understand. Chapter 5, Han Run Run. To be honest, Wang Lu was a bit disappointed and a bit unconvinced. Is it really due to the bloodline of ordinary mortals? He wanted to see just how far his bloodline could be raised. In the following days, Wang Lu resumed into a 3.1 line life. The square is cultivated, the mountain is cleaned, and the spiritual fields are watered and weeded. However, because of his improved physical quality, Wang Lu worked extremely fast and was no longer as busy as before. A month later, Wang Lu could no longer sit still. If we're talking about genetics, there should be an upper limit. Why is it still steadily improving every day? The lift is a steady one. Wang Lu went to take another measurement yesterday, and his strength had reached a staggering 3,000 pounds. In order to figure out his heredity, Wang Lu even took a day off and came down the mountain to Qingyun town. Wang Yuan, I've heard that my father was the bravest of the 3 armies back then. How many pounds of strength did he probably have? Wang Yuan did not know why Wang Lu would have this doubt, but he had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he had heard of all the deeds of the family head Wang Xin. Answering, young master. Master, his weapon back then was a large sword of over 300 pounds, which is still kept in the mansion. To be able to dance a 300-pound sword, you must have 1,000-pound strength. I guess, the force of 1,000 kilograms, compared to his own 3 kilograms, is not a half a star difference. When Wang Luxang was born, Wang Xin was away fighting in the war, and his mother doted on him. When Wang Xin came back, he had already died 3 sons, and Wang Xin, who felt indebted to his children, did not force Wang Lu to practice martial arts. So, Wang Lu didn't have any base at all, and just by relying on the 1 or 2 months he had been on the mountain, he already had 3,000 pounds of strength. Converted to forging body has been over 300 weights, plus it's genetic. King 6 palms fried fish for dinner. If it's not a bloodline, It must be Goldfinger. Only one's own Goldfinger does not have a tiny bit of introduction not to mention, but also show a lifespan out of the false, purely by their own fumble. On the second day after returning to the Green Cloud sect, Wang Lu was shocked to find that his strength had not increased. Reaching the ceiling? 3,000 pounds of force would indeed be enough if it was on Earth in his previous life. But this was the world of immortal cultivation. Immortals and gods and beasts fly all over the sky, and demons and devils run all over the place. This bit of gold can't even carry the AoE damage of one of their spells. Wang Lu was disappointed for a whole day. As it turned out, the lift continued after one day. While Wang Lu was elated, he immediately calmed down. To say that the difference between these 2 days was that on the day he took leave himself, he left the Green Cloud sect and made a trip down the mountain. So Wang Lu used the control variable method and spent a few days to finally discover the secret of his enhancement. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, 30 minutes of running in place. It's this bodybuilding exercise invented by Wu Delang. If King 6 does a standard set that day, he will get a boost the next day. If it's not done, or if it's done substandardly and touchy-feely, then it's natural to stay put. Push-ups, squats, sit-ups, running. The 4 sports reminded Wang Lu of a bald guy in an anime. But there is a difference. People are breaking the limiter after 3 years and are outright invincible. Instead, he himself is steadily increasing his force by 100 pounds a day. Of course, Wang Lu had tested that after he increased his strength, his physical qualities would match. In short, Wang Lu's endurance, body strength, reaction speed, and all aspects were increasing. It just so happened that the Green Cloud sect's miscellaneous service department had a strength measuring stone, so recording the increase in strength was most intuitive. Wang Lu took out his small notebook and calculated his growth curve. I take 5 days off a year, and count that as 36,000 pounds of growth, 360,000 pounds in 10 years, and 100 years. Doesn't count that long. Compare horizontally. If a sword fairy can split a mountain with one sword, there's probably 100 billion tons in a mountain. 2. Amount. It's better to keep a low profile and be a good handyman. If you don't count, your heart doesn't want to jump. You can't compare yourself to an immortal cultivator even if you grow up for a lifetime. Moreover, the way one grows is extremely weird. Not the normal flow of talent. If they were exposed, they might even be arrested and studied. I remembered that the deacon had said that the guy at the 3,000th level of chi refining had been hunted down by countless bigwigs. Ugh. Wang Lu sighed. Goldfinger came. But then again, it didn't seem to come. Close the little book. Wang Luck went back to work. There are 9 years and 10 months left in the handyman's career. Spring goes by and a year passes. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Wang Lu opened his eyes. There wasn't a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Open the lifetime panel. Host, Wang Lu. Life expectancy, 19 years, 35 years. The upper limit of lifespan still hasn't changed, not to mention that he's gotten another year older. Forget it. Don't think about it. Closing the panel, Wang Lu disappeared from the bed. In the next second, Wang Lu had already washed up and dressed, and took the broom. If someone were here, their jaw would drop. Wang Lu's movements were fast out of the stump. When Wang Lu pushed open the door of the room, his movements immediately returned to normal levels, then leisurely began today's sweeping. In a year's time, Wang Lu already possessed the strength to push more than 30,000 pounds flat. Matching this, whether it was endurance, speed, reaction, or physical strength, it reached an unimaginable point. Sometimes, Wang Lu even wondered, if one was extremely fast, after getting close to the cultivator and then giving a fatal blow, was it possible that the other party would not even have the time to release their spells? Of course, this could only be conjecture. The moment the door opened, Wang Lu immediately hid his strength. To say the least, in case it was swept by divine sense, there was nothing that could be done. With such high technology as God's thoughts, Wang Lu could not perceive it, and there was no way to hide from it. However, Wang Lu felt that there shouldn't be such a boring immortal cultivation bigot. Even if there was, one rarely demonstrated strength and didn't so coincidentally just happen to be stumbled upon. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Wang Lu dropped his broom and came to the square. Unlike the old days, today, Li Defa unexpectedly brought a teenager with him to Wang Lu and Wu Dalong. Li Defa said to the teenager, "Han, run. You have light in your eyes and excellent eyesight, so stand in the last row and practice well." Han Running nodded his head vigorously and said loudly, "Okay, Deacon, I'll definitely try my best." After Li Defa walked to the front of the line, Wu Dailang asked with a big smile, "Hey brother, you also have less than 30 points of spiritual root qualification, right?" Han Running looked at Wu Dalong and said firmly, "I believe that spiritual root qualification doesn't determine everything," a sentence that ended Wu Daolong's conversation. the scum would sympathize with each other. But this guy, with his scum credentials, actually did have a heart of a school bully. Wang Lu asked at this time. Senior brother Han. My name is Wang Lu. May I ask if you know Han Li? Han Running looked at Wang Lu and shook his head in confusion. Run as in run away? Han Runner frowned and nodded. Then why are you called Han Run Run? This name had to make Wang Lu curious to ask. Han Running asked back. Then why are you called Wang Lu? Senior brother. Because I'm the sixth in my family. You. This. King's sixth name explanation sounds heavenly. Han Running took a deep breath. When I was a child, my entire family was being chased and killed. I was only 3 years old at the time, and I only remember the 2 words my father kept saying to me before he died. Run. Run. Sorry. It's amazing how a casual question can poke at someone's heartbreak. Wang Lu thought to himself. As long as he didn't cross in from a book. Quiet. At the front, the square was silent as soon as Li Dfa opened his mouth. 3 nights of lights and 5 nights of chickens. It's the time for men to practice. The method of forging the body. There is no shortcut, only diligent practice. The forge speaks of the 6. After Li Defa's complete explanation of the method of body forging, all the miscellaneous disciples began their body forging cultivation. Wu Delang and Wan Lu's continue their funny forging, and Han Running glanced at it, froze for a split second, and then asked, Elder brother, you two are exaggerating this action. Wu Dailang kindly reminded, Junior brother, just do it with us. Han Running shook his head. The senior brothers in front of you are the ones who are truly forging the body. Deacon Li has arranged for you to be in the best position. 2 senior brothers. Why don't you cherish it? Best seat in the house? Of course, we can see all of our senior brothers' movements here, so we just need to follow the example of a few more of our senior brothers, and we'll definitely be able to learn. Wu Dailang then looked at Wang Lu and said, I bet that Senior Han will join the 2 of us tomorrow. Wang Lu, sure. Lu's on the house. I bet after tomorrow. Damn. You're betting on a significantly larger range. Han Run's face instantly darkened, and he was so aroused by the 2 that he concentrated on imitating. A minute later, Han Run actually wound himself up and fell straight into a dog's ass. Chapter 6, 1,000 pounds a day. Han Runner fell down and immediately got up and continued. Within seconds, it fell again. In no time at all, the nose was bruised and swollen. Li Defa in the distance also noticed Han Run with a speechless face. I've seen bodies uncoordinated. Not this uncoordinated. It was worthy of being an oddball with 0 spiritual root qualification. I don't know where this guy got the medium-grade spirit stones from. If it wasn't for the face of this medium-grade spirit stone, Li Defa definitely wouldn't have accepted this kind of man of God in. Spirit stones are essential and hard currency for immortal cultivators. As long as they entered the chi refining stage, they would be able to use spirit stones to cultivate. But spirit stones were also an extremely scarce resource, basically monopolized in the hands of high-ranking cultivators. Even the outer disciples of the Green Cloud sect were only allotted 1 lower-grade spirit stone a month, and a middle-grade spirit stone was worth anywhere from a dozen to 100 lower-grade spirit stones, depending on the quality. Li Defa was about to make a breakthrough, so he had been preparing spirit stones for a long time. In 3 steps, Li Defa rushed to Han Run's side. I'm afraid that if I'm late, this guy will fall to his death. Then his Li Defa's reputation in a certain channel will be ruined, and it will definitely be said that he received benefits and did not do anything. And he will have to fix people up. When that happens, his way of earning extra money will be gone. Han Runner, what are you doing? Deacon, I am practicing. Han Running came up for air. You call this cultivation? Li Defa chided. You can't cultivate so desperately either. You learn the moves of these 2 senior brothers first. Han ran to look at the 2 men beside him. At this moment, Wu Dailang and Wang Lu were concentrating on doing deep squats, having long ignored the gazes of everyone around them. Han Running shook his head. But, this is not a forging cultivation at all. If you say it's not, then it's not? These 2 movements are warm-up exercises before practicing, Li Defa forcefully explained. Puff, put, a cry fluttered out of Wu Daolong's mouth. Wang Lu almost couldn't hold it in either, and took a deep breath, which prevented him from laughing out loud. Li Defa looked angrily at Wang Lu's duo. What are you 2 laughing at? I thought of something happy. Me too. Li Defa glared at the duo, resisting the urge to curse, and explained to Han Run. Everyone has different qualifications and learns in different ways. The reason you've been placed here is so that you can learn from the senior brother next to you. You don't have the means to directly carry out forging cultivation right now. Follow the warm-up first. Han Running asked again. Deacon, then how long do I have to warm up? Wu Daolang, how long have you been warming up? 7 years. Wang Lu, what about you? 1 year. Li Defa, see, everyone's warm-up time is uncertain. This is cruel immortal cultivation. If you don't have the talent you have to work hard. If you don't have the perseverance you can get the hell out of Qing Yin sect. Han Running's will to cultivate immortality was very strong, and he was not intimidated by the so-called warm-up. Instead, a sense of guilt arose, that he had questioned his fellow senior brother when he clearly knew nothing. Then, his eyes glowed before he turned around and bowed towards Wang Lu and Wu Delang. I'm sorry, two senior brothers. I misunderstood you guys before. Han Run apologizes with a sincere face that doesn't look like an act. Even Li Defa was surprised. It was worthy of being a guy with 0 qualifications. It was too good to be fooled. So there was one more person in the miscellaneous service Ayin courtyard. Funny forging. At the end of the morning's cultivation, Wang Lu didn't even take a single breath. On the contrary, Han Run's entire body was trembling. Combined with the injuries he sustained from the fall, it was a miserable sight. What's worse, there's a ton of work waiting for him in the handyman's yard. Wang Lu seemed to see himself a year ago. The next morning, Wang Lu woke up and got up normally, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Waving his arm, he immediately showed a surprised expression. The magnitude of one's enhancement becomes larger. The increase in strength from yesterday to today is more than 100 pounds. Did quantitative change cause qualitative change? More than 30,000 pounds of force. Increase a few hundred or 1,000 pounds actually does not feel so obvious. The main thing is to accumulate over time. But during this year, Wang Lu had long gotten used to the feeling of growing 100 pounds a day. But today he woke up and that feeling changed. Looks like I'll have to test it today. Arriving at the square, Wang Lu was shocked again when he saw Han Run, because even though this guy was all over the place, he was still refreshed. Senior, when did you sleep last night? Not until midnight, meaning that it was less than 11 o'clock at night. Wang Lu immediately felt psychologically unbalanced. So what's your basic job and what's your assigned job? Backroom mucking and elixir weeding. That easy? Wang Lu instantly blushed. By what right did he go to sweep the floor and Han Run go to the back kitchen? Then qualifications. One has a little more than him. The backroom is also tiring, but it has to be done in time for lunch and dinner, so it doesn't interfere with bedtime at night. And their own sweeping, cleaning the range, a full small half of the mountain. Just normal walking have to go a small half day. At this time, Wu Dailang pulled Wang Lu and whispered in his ear. Word on the street is that this guy came in and used a medium-grade spirit stone. Instantly, Wang Lu understood. So it's because I gave less tuition. Then it's fine. During this year, Wang Lu had long known the preciousness of spirit stones. Back then, his own old man, too, had used spirit stones to send himself into the Green Cloud sect, but there were only a dozen or so lower pieces, or a couple of brothers brought them back some years ago. Morning exercise begins. With Li Defa's loud shout, the disciples of the House of Miscellaneous Services then began to cultivate individually. The 3 men in the last row started their warm-up. Han ran to warm up for a while, feeling much more flexible. Tried again to mimic the proper practice moves in front of me, but still fell on my face. Morning exercise is over. The brothers dispersed. Wang Lu waited for the people in the square to leave before he walked to the front of the force measuring stone. Just as he raised his hand, a man ran up behind him. Wang Lu's ears twitched and he immediately withdrew his hand. Senior Han, you want to test too? Yes, senior brother. I feel my body is hot and want to see if there is any progress. Wang Lu was shocked in his heart. It's only been 1 day of cultivation and he wants to test it. It's hard to believe that this guy also has a golden finger. Wang Lu sidestepped out of the way and said, You first. Elder brother, you first. Cut the crap. If I tell you to go first, you go first. Elder brother. You're such a good person. Han ran to the force measuring stone and placed his hands on it before letting out a loud shout and firing vigorously. Ah! Han ran and roared for 3 seconds. And the force measuring stone glowed for 3 seconds. Ha! Senior brother. Why is there no reaction? That's how I saw my senior brothers use it yesterday. It's probably broken. The deacon hasn't gone far. So go ask. Wang Luk had been watching for a year, so of course he knew why. The lowest strength shown on the force measuring stone is 100 pounds. Apparently, Han Runner is a softie. Yes, senior. Han Run didn't think of anything else and immediately ran to find the deacon. After Han Run left, the square was deserted again, and Wang Lu didn't waste any time, immediately getting on his hands and powering up. It's been months since the last test. After steadily improving, Wang Lu rarely came to the test. One is to avoid revealing one's particularity. The second is that the lift is very consistent, 100 pounds a day, and there is no need to test it. With Wang Lu's gradual increase in strength, the numbers on the force measuring stone began to climb. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. It eventually stopped at 37,400. Wang Lu's body nowadays was frighteningly strong. and his control ability was also very outrageous. With the same movements, there was no such thing as a state-affecting play. Wang Lu took out his small book and did the math. Sure enough, it's supposed to be 36,000 a year, but now it's actually 37,000 a year. 1,000 lifts between yesterday and today. So after a year, one's lifting became a daily jack power. If the forging body raised 100 pounds of force per weight, then one would have broken through 10 weights in a day. With this kind of enhancement, if the qualitative change continues next year and the year after, then I'm afraid that I will become a saint in the flesh. At once, Wang Lu became excited. According to this increase, it wouldn't take many years for one to be invincible in flesh. Even if my lifespan still hasn't increased, but I'm invincible, so I'm still afraid that I won't be able to find a way to increase my lifespan? In the world of immortal cultivation, there were immortal pills and spiritual fruits. Only if you are strong enough, all these things, you can get In an instant, Wang Lu set himself a course for the future. First invincibility, then cultivate immortality. 35 years old, the mountain that pressed on Wang Lu's heart finally loosened. Wang Lu couldn't help but swing hard. Bang! The fist accidentally touches the optic stone for a moment. The force measuring stone immediately gave a muffled thud. A clicking sound followed. When he fixed his eyes on it, countless cracks actually began to appear on it. I just accidentally touched a little At that moment, in the distance, came the voice of Han running. Deacon, the force measuring stone is really broken. Wang Lu's neck shrank, his feet powered up, and he instantly turned into a residual shadow, disappearing into the practice square. Chapter 7, Fat Giant Rabbit. Li Defa came to the square a bit speechless. How could a force measuring stone be broken? No one in the handyman's yard would be able to break it. Han ran and brought Li Defa to the force measuring stone, describing in a serious manner what had just happened and demonstrating it with his movements. Deacon, just now I was like this, pushing hard, and it didn't show. Before the words left his mouth, only a clatter was heard. The force measuring stone turned into a pile of rubble under Han Runner's palm. Ha! Han Runner was dumbfounded. Li Defa, who originally came to still not care too much, was instantly confused. You, what have you done? Han Running suddenly also confused. A little stuttered, no, just now, is not this bad. Han Run stammered and kept explaining, but Li Defa couldn't listen to a word. Lidfa crouched in front of the pile of rubble, his head buzzing. It was only after a long time that Li Defa calmed down a little. His face became ugly. This power measuring stone had just been issued from the sect. It should at least be used for 20 years, and it has only been used for more than 10 years now, and there are still 5 or 6 years to go before it is scrapped, and as a result, it breaks down early, which will definitely affect his assessment. As for whether it was broken by Han Running, there was no need to even think about it. It's absolutely impossible. The maximum limit of the force measuring stone was 50,000 pounds of force, and no one could even break it in the handyman's courtyard. Not to mention the forging realm. Even the chi refining stage didn't have such strong physical strength. So even if you throw the pot, there's nothing you can do about it. You didn't break it. You don't have to think about it. Seeing the deacon speak so contemptuously, Han Running froze for a moment and asked weakly again, is it possible that I have a special physique and accidentally triggered some divine power to break it? Ha! Li Defa blankly glanced at Han Run and left in a hurry. There are some things that you can get someone to take the blame for, but there are some things that you can only carry off on your own. He could only think of a way on his own as soon as possible. Otherwise the sect would definitely give him a fault for poor maintenance. For several days thereafter, Li Defa's face had been ugly. His temper has grown quite a bit, and whenever someone makes a mistake, he is punished twice as much. In order for Li Defa not to be tested by the clan, he spent a lot of spirit stones at his own expense to get a second-hand force measuring stone to make up for it. For the ordinary handyman disciples of the Ain courtyard, they simply didn't dare to make the slightest mistake other than working even harder and cultivating seriously. The originator, Wang Lu, was even more low-key. Even in their own houses, they no longer display their physical strength. Work and practice slowly and leisurely every day. A month later, when the wrinkles on Li Defa's face disappeared, Wang Lu was relieved. It's time to happily live and cultivate again. Afternoon, Wang Lu came to the spiritual field to weed and water as usual. These days, under Wang Lu's careful care, many of the elixirs were already waist-high. It looks lush and smells refreshing. Wang Lu flipped out his small book, did some calculations, grabbed his tools and got to work. Having just watered 5 plants, Wang Lu suddenly straightened up and looked around vigilantly. Nowadays, his physical senses were extremely sensitive, and he had just heard a slight sound of movement. It's not the wind that's blowing, it's something approaching. Wang Lu looked far away and immediately spotted a giant gray object. almost a meter-long rabbit. Wang Lu had seen rabbits in this world as well, and they simply weren't this big. Asterisk 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 this is becoming a sperm. After this rabbit rushed to the spiritual field, it directly began to nibble on the grass, and it looked like it was about to nibble on the spiritual medicine. Wang Lu immediately shouted towards the thatched hut not far away. Senior brother Zhao, there's an oversized rabbit. Wang Lu's voice was loud and carried far. The embarrassing result was that there was no reaction in the thatched hut, and neither did the rabbit, eating grass by itself and not even looking at Wang Lu. Wang Lu increased his voice again. Senior brother Zhao. Noisy. Phew. A wooden stick flew out of the house at great speed, aiming not at the rabbit but towards Wang Lu. As when I first came here, brother Zhao threw the book, but Wang Luk has long been a different person. The stick flew so slowly in Wang Lu's eyes. Wang Lu looked at the flying stick, pulled out his nose, scratched his head, and finally waited for it to fly to his chest. Nor did he dodge, allowing it to hit his chest. Then pretending to scream in misery, he looked back at the location of the elixir and collapsed into the field again in a graceful position. What's the point of being a handyman when you can't even handle a hair? Take the stick and drive away. Don't talk to me. After Wang Lu was beaten by the stick, he finally got a response from Zhao Tian. Turns out it was a regular rabbit. Wang Lu stood up and picked up his stick while patting the dirt on his body. There didn't seem to be anything special about this gray rabbit other than its larger size. If it was a demonic beast, it definitely wouldn't have eaten the weeds, specializing in the elixir. If it had a spirit, it would surely look at itself and show some soulful eyes. So, all things considered, it's a plain old silly rabbit. It's just that because it lives near the clan and is nourished by the aura, it's a bit fatter. Worthy of being a senior brother of the outer gate, he didn't even need to look to know what rabbit was coming. Wang Lu lifted his stick and lunged at the rabbit with vigor. The rabbit that was eating grass seemed to sense Wang Lu's killing intent. With red eyes, he unexpectedly rushed towards Wang Lu. It was fast, quite a bit faster than the wooden stick that senior brother Zhao had thrown. Wang Lu also jumped up and hit his head. Click! The stick broke in two and the rabbit didn't give a. Wang Lu froze for a moment. The rabbit took the opportunity to turn 180 in the air and gave Wang Lu a stomp on the back. Wang Lu was then kicked backwards. When Wang Lu got up from the ground, he saw that beside him was the elixir plant he had overwhelmed. At once, Wang Luk was on fire. There was an assessment for looking after the elixir. Exceeding a certain mortality rate, one would be penalized by the sect by deducting points, and in serious cases, one would even be expelled from the mountain sect. Worked so hard to take care of it for so long. Damn it! Wang Lu looked around. At this moment the sky was already relatively dark and there was no one nearby. The thatched hut also had no open windows. Then, big fat rabbit, I'll eat you tonight. Wang Lu no longer restrained his body. The gray rabbit seemed to sense something and actually turned around and tried to run. Wang Lu's body instantly disappeared. Like a ray of light. Like a bolt of electricity. Only for a moment. Bunny rolled her eyes. Evening. There is a bright moon in the sky and a fresh breeze in the mountains. Wang Lu brought along some good wine and met with Wu Dailang and Han running to prepare for a midnight snack in the open mountains. The three dangling handymen eventually mingled and became friends. It was rare for the three of them to be free for a while. Wang Lu dragged in the rabbit, which was dying and still alive. Wang Lu didn't kill it for the time being. After all, fresh ones are delicious. Sixth son. This rabbit is so big and fat. Where did you get it? Wang Lu casually said. It fell off a cliff and fell half to death. So it's cheap for me. Senior Han, you're helping the back kitchen, so skinning and bleeding is all yours. The three of them split the work and the rabbit was soon fragrant. Wang Lu took the roasted rabbit, ripped off 2 large pieces, and distributed them to Wu Dalong and Han Run Run. Wu Delang and Han Run Run, one with a big heart and the other without, didn't wonder why the rabbit was so big and just started gnawing on it. Rocco, why don't you eat? You guys eat first. I'll see if it's poisoned. You old six. The three of them joked and joked while eating meat and drinking wine. For a moment, Wang Lu felt as if this was the real immortal life. Chapter 8, Immortal Cultivators. When there is no fear, the three were eating high. Suddenly a voice came from the distance. What are you doing? The three of them were startled and turned around to see that it was Zhang Ming. During this period of time together, the small leader Zhang Ming's character, Wang Lu also counted clearly. Just a smiley face, smiling on the outside, but a ing villain on the inside. Wang Lu hurriedly took the best piece of meat from the rabbit's leg, tore off a piece, and handed it to Zhang Ming. Hey, senior brother, shot a wild rabbit to improve the food. You want some? Zhang Ming sniffed his nose and smoothed his angled bangs. Smiling, he took a leg of rabbit meat and ate it as he went. Deacon Lee has called a meeting. You three are the only ones missing. Hurry up. In the small courtyard of Lidfa, all the handymen of the Kashin Academy converged here. Everyone was puzzled as to what they were suddenly summoned for in the middle of the night. Wang Lu several people were indeed the last to arrive, and had just entered the courtyard. All eyes then turned to them. Naturally, Wang Lu and the others could only lower their heads and prepare to be lectured. Li Defa said with a cold face, "What have you three been doing?" Wang Lu was about to open his mouth when Zhang Ming, who was on the side, said, "Deacon, they're roasting rabbits for dinner in the ditch." Li Defa said in a serious and deep voice, "You three really have a great life." Receiving notification from above, many foreign beasts have recently appeared near the sect. Not only have they become larger in size, but their strength is also comparable to that of a small demonic beast. If you had encountered this kind of foreign beast, you would already be dead. Li Defa had just finished scaring Wang Lu's few people when Zhang Ming immediately picked up the conversation. "Deacon, the rabbit they roasted is just abnormally large." The underfed Zhang Ming used his hand to compare the size of the rabbit. Wang Lu's heart lifted. Could it be that his strength was going to be exposed? Han Run and Wu Delang also looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know if the rabbit they had just eaten was a foreign beast or not. As Li Defa looked at the size Zhang Ming was comparing, it was clear that it had far surpassed ordinary rabbits. In this matter, the sect took it very seriously, and Li Defa didn't dare to be careless. "Show me the ravine." The aroma of roasted rabbit was still filling the air. A group of disciples from the House of Miscellaneous Services marveled at the size of the rabbit. Li Defa took a closer look and confirmed that this was the kind of giganticized alien beast that the sect had said. At that moment, Li Defa was puzzled. Such a ferocious rabbit, not to mention the handyman. Even if the disciples of the outer sect came to encounter it, it was not possible to say who would lose and who would win. But it was such a strong rabbit that was eaten by the three bottom-feeding handymen of his own courtyard. That's how big the heart is. Who killed this rabbit? Li Defa immediately asked. Before Wang Lu could say anything, Han Running raised his hand weakly at this time and said, "It's me who killed him." Wang Lu looked at Han Run and immediately raised his hand as well, adding, "I'm the one who found this rabbit, and it was already dying when it fell off the cliff." In fact, this reasoning was not rigorous, because senior brother Zhao Tian of the thatched cottage was aware of heirs coming to the spiritual medicine field. But what Wang Lu was betting on was that Master Zhao was socially terrified and wouldn't take the initiative to communicate with Li De. "Even dying, you guys shouldn't be able to kill it. The dying in Reed's mind is being seriously injured and still breathing." And Wang Lu said moribund is really just a breath away. The rabbit brain has died, only the heart is still weakly beating. Li Deva looked at Han Run again. The eyes showed an unspeakable meaning. It's him again. The last time the force measuring stone was damaged, this time killing the giant rabbit. Han Runner is a participant in all of them, so it's hard to be truly gifted. In retrospect, Li Defa had tested the qualifications of countless people over the years. A King 6 with a qualification of 1 was already extremely rare trash. I didn't expect to find another complete 0. The king of the trash. If you look at the rarity, it's kind of a once-in-a-century thing. What goes around comes around. Am I mistaken? Is it hard to believe that this kid is not simple? No, gotta double-check him again. Li Defa thought about how to deal with Han Run in his mind, and his mouth didn't stop, saying, "The ferociousness of the foreign beasts is not something that the disciples of my miscellaneous service courtyard can deal with. You guys have to be careful in your future work. If you come across them, come and inform me immediately." A handyman asked, "Deacon, doesn't the clan have that kind of magic weapon that can be contacted remotely? To catalyze a magic weapon you need to use a huge amount of true chi. It took the 7th level of body forging to produce chi sense. Do you guys think you can catalyze a magic weapon?" After Li Defa finished speaking, he pointed his finger toward Han Run. "You, come with me." The crowd dispersed and went their separate ways. However, everyone was in high spirits, fearing that they would meet a hungry beast halfway. Day 2. Time to practice on the square. 2 of the handymen from the Koshian house did not arrive. By the time these 2 were found, there was nothing left but wreckage. For the first time, the horrifying shadow of the Fae loomed vividly over the handyman. "Senior Han, what did the deacon find you alone last night?" Wang Lu wasn't worried about the foreign beasts, but about being suspected. "The deacon gave me another qualification test." The qualification test for ordinary people was not as simple as the immortal cultivation novels of the previous life, involving all aspects and requiring quite a bit of energy and material resources. So in the secular world, often only a few rich families are able to initiate qualification tests. Ordinary poor people didn't even have the chance to test their qualifications, unless they were the kind of youngsters with overflowing talent, who at a glance were talented in cultivating immortality. Hearing Li Defa test Han Run, Wang Lu was instantly much more relieved. This guy can stand to be tested, as long as he doesn't suspect himself. In the days that followed, there was a constant stream of odd job disciples being attacked by foreign beasts. The people in the handyman's courtyard were on edge, but they didn't dare to complain about anything, so they could only be careful. Some of the timid ones, they just hugged the group and squeezed into a bed at night. The risk factor wasn't reduced, but at least they were emboldened. Even Wang Lu was attacked by a sparrow the size of a watermelon one night. This time Wang Lu no longer dared to roast the bird and eat it, and after burying it, he pretended as if nothing had happened. A month later, the clan finally stepped in. A small team of 10 outer disciples cleared the Green Cloud Mountain, as well as a nearby area. The gossip is that there is a wolf of a foreign beast that has bitten several outer sect brothers to death. Wu Dailang described the ferocity of the foreign beasts to Wang Lu, revealing a look as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Quiet, come and assemble. After the end of the body forging cultivation, Li Dfa rarely stood in front and shouted. The clan has issued a mission to organize a small team to go out to the mountains to look for the source of the foreign beasts, and in Academy, need to send 2 people to accompany the team this time. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people in the square immediately turned pale. Anyone who volunteers may take a step forward. Of course Wang Lu will not try to do this. Peacefully stay in the mountain cultivation is not good. Anyway, these beasts cannot hurt themselves. But as soon as Li Defa's words fell, Wang Lu felt himself move forward. Look around. Nope, it's everyone else who's backing up. Senior brother Wu, what are you pulling me for? Han Runrun also stood frozen in place, and Wu Delang didn't even pull him. Good. Li Defa laughed out loud. Wang Lu, Han Running, I can't imagine that the 2 of you have the shortest time of initiation. Yet you have the most courage. Immortal cultivators, if they want to achieve something, they should be fearless. Everyone else learns from it. Wang Lu was still trying to explain, but the crowd applauded. It's not the most courageous. It's the least experienced. The old man retreated slowly. Chapter 9 Ruthless Fellow Scholars. The next day, on the way out, Li Deva's face was crooked with laughter. 3 time bombs, 2 of them gone. Han Runner's talent he reviewed was completely unreadable. Throwing it out to run a mission, and whether it's genius or trash is irrelevant to him anyway. For this mission, the 2 of you listen well to the words of the inner sect masters, and you will take these great expelling pills, just in case. Wang Lu pretended to be puzzled and said, but Dan, buttocks can also be practiced as a Dan? Li Dfa was speechless. This kind of basic elixir was widely circulated even in the folklore, but anyone who had some interest in immortal cultivation would know about it. As a result, Wang Lu, this guy, even did not hear about it. This is how salty, this kind of guy, hurry out to dedicate the last remaining heat for the clan. It's not an ass, it's a warding off. One of these pills is good for 10 days of hunger. Alright, hurry down the mountain. The senior brother who went out on the mission is waiting for you in Qingyun Town. Qingyun Town, people come and go, and there's a lot of fireworks. When Wang Lu came to the town, he first found Wang Yuan and left a letter home. Han Run is an orphan and has no acquaintances in town. Then they went together to join the larger group. You 2 are from the Koshian Academy? The linen green coat has a pattern on it that can be distinguished at a glance. Wang Lu and Han Run immediately introduced themselves respectfully, but it's clear that others aren't interested. After declaring his identity, Wang Lu also saw a living outer disciple up close for the first time. Their group was vastly more than 20 people, but there were only 3 outer disciples. One brother has a big head and his last name is Sure. One brother had a big neck and his last name was Sang. A senior sister with large breasts and the surname Xiang. The others are all from different miscellaneous homes. Wang Lu observed for a while and realized that these handymen were not simple. With calm footsteps and a thick breath, it was clear that he was an expert at the middle to late stage of body forging. Was it only the Koshian Academy that had backdoor entry into the clan? Li Duckfat is really bold. However, everyone knew in their hearts that as handymen, they were all cannon fodder, and there was nothing to be proud of in terms of who was strong and who was weak. Listen to the command on the way. If anyone delays the mission, the sword in my hand will not spare him. Senior brother Sure briefly arranged what each of them had to do, and the small group set off with great vigor. Instead of taking the main road, he headed off into the wilderness in one direction. It seemed that the Green Cloud sect had gotten some clues. Some of the handymen go to the front to open up the field, and some of the handymen go to the back to pad out the field. There were also some handymen responsible for serving the 3 outer disciples. Han Run and Wang Lu were born handsome, and were surprisingly chosen by Sister Xiang to serve her. That said, the job is also very treacherous. Sister Xiang has a cleanliness fetish and a bad temper. At the drop of a hat, Wang Lu and Han Run will have to wash all night. Wang Lu was fine, able to bend, while Han Running was furious. Senior brother Wang, why aren't you angry? You think of yourself as a flower picker, stealing the intimate apparel of a strong chi practitioner with a mortal body. Isn't that something to be proud of? What's a 7-foot man doing stealing women's clothes? Ugh. Unintelligible. By the creek at night, Wang Lu and Han Runrun were doing laundry while chatting idly. Suddenly, Wang Lu's ears twitched. There's something in the river. Senior brother, don't scare me. Stop washing and go. The sound of water clattering. With Han Running's ear power naturally couldn't hear anything unusual. Wang Lu had just stood up when a black shadow broke through the water. A large mouth full of fangs took a bite out of Han Runrun, puffing and dragging it into the water. Han Run! Wang Lu shouted, glancing behind him and back into the dark river. It's too late to wait. Wang Lu took a deep breath and jumped into the river head first as well. It was dark, and there was only one torch, and the river was even dimmer. However, Wang Lu's eyesight was okay now, and he saw a big catfish at a glance. The catfish was almost 2 meters long, and it bit Han Run's body, swinging and tearing continuously. Han Runner's blood was black in the night, and soon blackened in area. Wang Lu swam at full speed towards the big catfish. The catfish didn't seem to be afraid of Wang Lu and treated him as a second meal delivered to his door. After getting close, Wang Lu's fist smashed into the catfish like a cannonball. A punch, a muffled sound. The river exploded with a splash several meters high. The catfish's head was pierced right through. Wang Lu immediately peeled open the mouth of the catfish and pulled Han Run out, then swam to shore. The moment Han Runner's body had been bitten horribly, one hand was broken, with just a layer of skin attached. A large chunk of flesh was bitten off his stomach as well. Wang Lu didn't know how to practice medicine, so he directly used his senior sister's clothes to briefly wrap Han Run. Look up and look around. Wang Lu couldn't help but curse. Are these people deaf? So much commotion. And he shouted himself. It turned out that no one came for half a day. Senior Han, hold on. Han Runner could no longer even utter a single word. Wang Lu saw that his eyes were about to be lax, and Rainwater shouted. Think about the fact that you still have a great revenge to avenge. As expected, these words exited the room, provoking Han Run's desire to survive. Wang Lu hurriedly picked him up and ran towards where the squad was stationed. Stop! With a stern cry, Wang Lu stopped in his tracks. Right in front of him, the squad was already standing by. Wang Lu inwardly spat out, good guy, not going to save people. First defending himself. Senior brother, senior sister, we've encountered a foreign beast. Wang Lu recounted what had just happened, and only after hearing that it was a foreign beast in the water did the crowd drop their guard. Senior brother sure shook his head when he saw Han Run's appearance. Seeing her contaminated clothes, senior sister Xiang directly cursed. Bastard, how dare you take my clothes? I'll kill you. Saying that, senior sister Xiang struck at Wang Lu with a palm. Wang Lu had thought that his senior sister would get angry, but he didn't expect her to kill. Estimating with the speed of this palm wind, the power of this palm had 1,000 kilograms, equivalent to a year ago, when he had just cultivated for 10 days. An ordinary person receiving this slap would at least be seriously injured. How much blood should he spit out appropriately? Just as Wang Lu was thinking, senior brother Zhang stepped in and blocked senior sister Xiang. Senior brother Zhang said, Senior sister Xiang, so many people are watching. Have you forgotten that the third rule of the sect? Disciples in the sect must not kill each other. Senior sister Xiang glared fiercely at Wang Lu before she lowered her hand. Wang Lu hurriedly thanked senior brother Zhang, and in his heart, he also thanked his 8 generations of ancestors. It looked like he was stopping senior sister Xiang, but in fact, he was reminding his senior sister to do it when no one was around. Master Zhang nodded, glanced at Han Running, and said, he won't survive, and it's a burden to carry him around, so I'll give him closure. Wang Lu took a step back. Senior brother, I'm strong. I won't delay the mission if I carry him. How many weights are you forging? Senior brother Zhang asked. Wang Lu thought about it. By strength he was almost 400 or so weights, but Deacon Li had said that the 7th weight of body forging produces chi sense, and he didn't have any chi sense, so he replied, 6th level of body forging. Oh, whatever. It was easy to carry a person at the 6th level of body forging, but in a crisis-ridden mission, carrying one more person would be equivalent to half a life less. Chapter 10, Fearful Beast Tree Demon. Wang Lu cheered. Wang Lu looked at the dying Han Run. Finding the senior brothers to beg for the elixir was out of the question. Wang Lu first sought the help of his colleagues who were also handymen, but as a result, these people were all cold-eyed, not to mention help, not even a word of comfort. There's nothing to do but rely on yourself. Beating a dead horse. Wang Lu hadn't studied medicine, but he had taken care of the elixir fields, and had recorded some of the contents in the small notes given by Zhao Tian at the beginning. The land of the spiritual field is moist, and some of the weeds in it actually have medicinal properties, so Wang Lu is quite familiar with some herbs. But the squad didn't give Wang Lu alone time to search for medicine. Wang Lu could only take the time to look for herbs in the neighborhood when the group stopped for supplies. Luckily, Han Runrun was quite resilient and kept hanging on to his breath. In the last few days, the foreign beasts that had appeared had started to become more numerous. There's the big rabbit, the big bird, the big caterpillar. These are okay to fix. When some giant snakes and giant coyotes appeared, the entire squad began to experience attrition. Wang Lu also found out at this time. These three outer sect brothers and sisters are too obscene. Every time they want the handyman to go and test the depths first before they make their move. With his fast running and good luck, Wang Lu had managed to maneuver around the foreign beasts a few times even with Han running on his back. This day, the blazing sun is in the sky. The squad stopped to rest under an oversized giant tree. Wang Lu, on the other hand, found a herb nearby that looked like a Ganoderma lucidum and smelled medicinal, so it should be able to mend people. So knead it into crumbs, add some water, and then pour it into Han Runner's mouth. What you can't eat, applied directly to his wounds. Cough Master Wang. Brother, why don't we give up the treatment? Han Running said witheringly. Wang Lu, look at you. You can even talk, proving that I'm still very talented as a doctor. Han ran raw, and he didn't know why he wasn't dead yet. But Wang Lu always poured something inexplicable into him. It caused Han Runner to develop more unpleasant sensations besides pain. There was numbness in the mouth, ringing in the ears, huge itching, and even hallucinations. Han Run felt that he guessed that all the other medicines were side effects, except for the grain-preventing pills that he had stuffed himself with at the very beginning, which were somewhat useful, even if he survived. His hand was already broken and his body was wasted, and thinking about the giant difficulty standard forging technique, there was no possibility for him to take revenge. Might as well be dead. Just as Han Run wanted to get it over with, suddenly a wail came from the front. Turn your head. The large tree that the crowd was resting on surprisingly looked like it had come to life, waving its branches and starting to attack the crowd. This isn't a ing beast, it's a tree demon. Branches are like tentacles, and death entangles them when they grab the handyman. The handyman couldn't break free with any amount of strength. These handymen are just cannon fodder after all. Only Zhang to the three outer disciples, holding magic weapons, battled the giant tree. But how many branches can be cut off? And how many new branches will grow? As if it is endless and can't be cut off. Cut off the hand wrappers and then the foot wrappers. Cut off the foot wrappers and then the waist wrappers. Don't come and help yet. Senior brother Zhang saw Wang Lu standing stupidly in the distance and shouted. Wang Lu immediately shouted. Alright senior brothers, you guys go for it. Cheer up, go for it. With 3 cheers, I'm sure my brothers and sisters have felt the help of their own spiritual dimension. Of course, Wang Lu knew that the other party wanted to use himself as cannon fodder to attract the tree demons so that they could fight and retreat. After experiencing the incident of Han Run's serious injury, Wang Lu had already recognized these senior brothers and sisters, and covering them, don't even think about it. It's better to pit together and die here. Wang Lu had wanted to run, but he realized that the attack range of that giant tree was limited to a 100-meter radius. Myself and Han Runner are safe and sound. Wang Lu was of course not just watching the show to refuel, but likewise calculating the battle power of the tree demon and these outer sect brothers while doing so. Tree demons can entangle and crush people into meatloaf, and they can whip them to the skin with a single lash. A few outer sect brothers were able to maneuver flying swords, only their range was very small and their speed was not fast. The most important thing was that the power wasn't very good. Chopping on the branches, sometimes one sword still couldn't cut it, and it took several times in a row. After analyzing it for half a day, Wang Lu summarized 2 words, this is it? The tree demon was only a few thousand pounds of force, so it was completely inadequate. The battle lasted only a few minutes, to Wang Lu's disappointment. Although the miscellaneous servants were all wiped out, the outer disciples, only one senior brother died. Senior brother Zhang dragged the severely injured senior sister Xiang and surprisingly broke through the tree demon's attack range. The two limped over to Wang Lu. Even though senior sister Xiang was seriously injured, she still retained her breath and fumed. You damn handyman even disobeyed orders. Senior brother Zhang also blared viciously at Wang Lu. Wang Lu was not happy or angry. Only his figure faded. The next second it simply disappeared. Blinking at his senior sister. I'm bleary-eyed? Senior brother Zhang rubbed his eyes. Looks like I'm not badly injured either. At that moment, Wang Lu's voice came from behind him. Senior brother. Senior sister. Go well. The two men looked back in dismay. And then they felt a huge tug on their arms. Then the body was out of control. The two were thrown back under the tree demon like sandbags. Zhang Xiang and the two of them raised their heads with difficulty and looked at Wang Lu in the distance with an unbelievable face. Wang Lu waved his palm and shouted, Go for it! Go for it! Come on! This time, however, the two couldn't refuel anymore. As of this moment, Wang Lu's task force was only left with 2 people from the Ain Academy. Wang Lu checked Han Run on the ground. When I threw those 2 just now, I dropped this guy and he passed out from the pain again. It's good that you're not dead. With that, he stood up and walked towards the tree demon. When they reached the tree demon's attack range, dozens of branches flew towards Wang Lu. As soon as Wang Lu took hold of it, it broke off with a gentle tug. Unbearable. Without waiting for a new branch to fly, Wang Lu rushed forward and kicked. The trunk of the tree, which was held by more than 10 people, snapped right off. Wang Lu stood in place for half a day, and did not see it struggle a little more, either pretending to be dead or going offline. Wang Lu looked at the corpse on the ground again. Although they were all from the same sect, Wang Lu had no feelings for them, so they went up and searched them one by one. And they searched them one by one. The handyman was really poor and had nothing of value except for a few mundane items. Still, the 3 outer disciples have more treasures. Their long swords were extraordinary at first glance, but Wang Lu didn't dare to take them back to the clan. Not only the long sword, it was unlikely that all these things like magic weapons would be taken back, and the only thing that could be taken away was the spirit stones. It's anonymous and can be used for both cultivation and as currency. How do you hide something, even though it's small? Wang Lu looked left and right, and when he saw Han Run, his eyes lit up. There it is. Chapter 11, The Inner Door 2. In total, Wang Lu had collected more than 10 spirit stones. According to Li Defa's standards, these outer disciples' family properties shouldn't be so small. It was presumably because this mission was in the middle of a deserted mountain, so all these people had only brought a small number of them with them. The spirit stones didn't look like they were of good quality, and Wang Lu didn't know how to distinguish them. He then came to Han Run's side and carefully removed the red cloth from his chest and abdominal wounds. Han Run's wounds did not heal, but instead had a tendency to fester. One bloody flesh hole after another. Miserable. Run. I'm out for blood this time. If you don't recover, then there's no way out. Wang Lu shoved the spirit stone directly into Han Run's flesh hole. Where to put where it hurts? In Wang Lu's thoughts, spirit stones had spiritual chi, and this thing could help high-level cultivators cultivate, so it was naturally a good thing to nourish, so it should be somewhat useful for healing. It's a way to nurse your wounds and hide your spirit stones at the same time. Han Runner's mortal body definitely couldn't use it all. Give it back when he's better. There are still 2 spirit stones left. Wang Lu thought about it. Han Run has not been pooping recently. Will he get hemorrhoids? Or not? Forget it. It's too disgusting. Hemorrhoids won't kill people. So Wang Lu simply slapped the spirit stone into powder and fed it to Han Running. After dealing with the spirit stones, there was nothing else Wang Lu could do. It is too dangerous to bring back to the mountain gate, so bury it first and come back to dig it up later when you leave the Green Cloud sect. After disposing of the items, Wang Lu proceeded to dispose of the bodies. Wang Lu hadn't bothered to take a closer look at the dozens of corpses on the ground. After all, in his 2 lives before and after, this was the first time he had seen so many dead people in a miserable state. Elder brothers and sisters, there's a right to be wronged. It's the tree demon that killed you. I've already avenged you. Don't come looking for me at night. Wang Lu built up his mind for a while before he started to act. Thanks to more than a year of experience in cleaning, Wang Lu was quite a professional in destroying corpses. With the horsepower on full blast, it took no time at all to clean up the mess. Even the tree demon's body and roots were pulled out by Wang Lu and then returned to nature. After doing this, Wang Lu picked up Han Running and prepared to return the same way. The task of sourcing any foreign beasts was none of his business. Just halfway back, a group of people fell from the sky and surrounded Wang Lu. Wang Lu was startled. Those who could fly with their swords were at least Foundation establishment powerhouses. After fixing his eyes again, all of them were the costumes of the Qingyan sect. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. I am inner sect Yilingyun. Which team are you on? The leader of the group had sword-starred eyebrows and an extraordinary appearance. The kind of man who could enter the inner sect just by looking at the selling face, or by hearing his name. I, Wang Lu, am the handyman who follows Shizang Xiang's senior brother and sister squad. The inner sect was a legendary existence. Wang Lu wouldn't dare to address them as masters and brothers. Smells good? Senming, Zing Qi, Xiang Renjie. The acronym kind of stinks. How come you're the only one? These people from the inner sect didn't care at all about Han Run, a dying handyman. Wang Lu had long ago made a good ventriloquist, choking and sobbing while recounting the miserable battle of the squad's encounter with the tree demon. My lords, you must avenge them. Revenge? A bunch of useless guys. They just arrived at the periphery and were all wiped out. The clan really raised a bunch of losers. Yiling insults were not at all merciful. Wang Lu immediately realized that it seemed that this time, the fate was not that simple. Handymen, outer disciples, and inner disciples were all sent. Handymen were cannon fodder for outer disciples. And similarly, outer disciples were cannon fodder for inner disciples. Wang Lu profoundly experienced the class division in the world of immortal cultivation, and lives like grass. Take us to the weird tree. Wang Lu immediately put Han running on his back to lead the way in front. Wang Lu didn't bring it over the same way, but it didn't deviate much either. It was all the paths that Wang Lu had opened up when he was searching for medicine. After all, it would be easy to be recognized if you were walking completely blind, not knowing anything about the road ahead. As he was walking, someone suddenly tapped Wang Lu's shoulder. Wang Lu turned around and saw that it was a youth with a handsome face but a scar. The youth smiled and asked, "Do you know Wang Wu?" Wang Lu froze for a moment. Surprisingly, someone knew about his brother. Don't recognize it. Wang Lu didn't know anything about his elder brother's deeds in the sect and couldn't say whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. So he didn't dare to recognize his family. "You look a lot like him, and you're even smarter than him, but it's a pity that you're so poorly qualified." Wang Lu had forgotten that there was still the handle of looks, but listening to the other party's tone, he seemed to be relatively kind. The youth suddenly raised his hand and pointed to his face, saying, "I got this scar from your brother. Done. Disfigurement vengeance." Wang Lu did not expect that his fifth brother had left him such a big hole to disfigure others. "Is it okay if I say I'm sorry for my brother?" The youth shook his head. "A year ago, during the clan competition, your brother left me this scar, but at the same time, I killed your brother, and that's how I advanced to the inner sect." Wang Lu's face instantly changed. This person was actually the one who killed fifth brother. Initially, Wang Lu never thought of avenging his brother's death, but with the arrival of the golden finger of infinite breakthrough, Wang Lu's mindset changed. "A life for a scar. You were the one who hit hard. It's your turn to apologize to my brother." The youth laughed. "It seems you're not that smart. My name is Mo Jinghong. If you want to take revenge, you don't want to die first." After saying that, Mo Jinghong retreated into the crowd. Wang Lu took a deep breath. He didn't have a deep knowledge of the various realms, and it was hard for him to compare his strength. So Wang Lu had planned to live a few more years, and when he could blast mountains with a single punch, then he would go on to make a splash. Before dark, Wang Lu brought the crowd to an open area. The corpse of the tree demon before was the one he raised to ashes here. "This is it." Yi Lingyun immediately had people go around and check. Wang Lu's heart immediately lifted, because those corpses he buried were just a few hundred meters away. After half an hour, the inspection gradually expanded. Wang Lu opened his mouth. "My lord, this place has obviously been moved. There's probably an ambush. Why don't we hurry up and leave?" Yi Lingyun was dissatisfied. "What do you know as a handyman?" Chapter 12, The Highlights of Han Run Run. One plan did not work. Wang Lu had another plan in his mind. "It's bad. The air is poisoned. My lords, let's go." Wang Lu wasn't talking nonsense because he really smelled a fragrance of flowers. However, Yi Lingyun frowned and looked at Wang Lu. "None of us from the inner sect have noticed any abnormalities. A handyman is talking here. Are you hiding things from us?" Wang Lu said in his heart that it was not good. He was in a hurry, so he could only say in a haphazard round, "I'm just naturally sensitive." "How sensitive?" Have you ever heard of allergies?" Just when Wang Lu was about to stop making things up, Yi Lingyun's face suddenly changed and his body actually shook. Then with an unbelievable face, he looked at Wang Lu. "Really? Poisonous?" he said and fell head over heels. Looking around at the others, they also fainted. Wang Lu was confused. Even if the power was invincible, how could he still follow the law with his words? He's talking out of his ass. Just then, Wang Lu also felt a wave of dizziness as an afterthought. It finally occurred to Wang Lu that the scent was really poisonous. Within 2 minutes, even Wang Lu couldn't hold on and directly passed out. When Wang Lu woke up again, he realized that he was tied to a stone pillar, and his body was very limp, and at his feet was an altar. Beside them was a group of strange people with strange runes painted all over their bodies. How did he wake up? Doesn't make sense. Smelling the draconic lost incense makes one sleep for at least 3 days. And this is less than half an hour. Wang Lu looked around and realized that there were dozens of people tied up on the altar besides him and Han Run Run. Judging from their attire, they were all Green Cloud Sect's handymen. Looks like the rest of the squad got hit too. Under the altar, there's also a bunch of people down. Some from the outer sect and some from the inner sect. Even Yi Lingshun, Mo Jinghong, the inner disciples, were unconscious like dead pigs. Wang Lu tried to force himself to break free, only to find that he couldn't make any effort and his body was very soft. But the good news was that he could feel his body recovering at a rapid pace, probably in a few minutes. At that moment, a strange man peeled open a bottle and brought it to Wang Lu's nose and shook it. Another burst of scent rushed towards his nose, and Wang Lu felt a little dizzy. But within 2 seconds, the person was awake. Wang Lu was surprised that he was immune to the scent. Could it be because of his special physique? The people who were more surprised were the weirdos. How can that be? How can you not react? Wang Lu grinned. Because I have allergic rhinitis. Wang Lu wants to bull and delay his body's recovery for a moment. But these weirdos didn't give him any more time. The hour is up. Whatever. Just start. In the next second, a dazzling green light erupted from the altar. Being illuminated by the green light, Wang Lu exclaimed loudly, "Why are you guys greening me?" Wang Lu had thought that something bad would happen, but as a result, the green light shone for half a day, and his body didn't react at all. Check out the lifespan. It hasn't increased or decreased either. Instead, reactions occurred from the other handymen on the stone pillars beside him. A few of the handymen's bodies swelled and then exploded with a bang. There were a few handymen whose skin cracked all over their bodies, and the muscles inside continued to expand, directly bursting through their skin and becoming a bloody monster. There was also a handyman whose body became twice as big, but suddenly opened his eyes with a red light coming out of them, and his mouth hissed continuously, just like a wild beast that had lost its mind. The whole room, to say the most amazing. To be Han Run Run. Even Wang Lu looked dumbfounded. Han Runner's originally dying body first swelled a bit, the skin then cracked open and a new body emerged from it, as if from a cocoon. Han Runner's new body is not only healed of his broken hand, but even the injuries on his body are gone. But it's not over. Under the green light, Han Run Run swelled up again and broke out of his cocoon once more. After 4 or 5 times in a row, his body was close to 5 meters tall. At that moment, Han Run opened his eyes clear and with a hint of doubt. Under the altar, the group of weirdos suddenly cheered. It worked! We did it! Ha ha! It finally worked! Go! 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 Record it! Knock him out! I want to examine him! The strange man at the head of the group commanded the men to record while having the altar shut down. At the same time, dozens of people rushed up to the altar, fearing that Han Run Run would escape, and Han Runner finally reacted after a short period of confusion. He saw Wang Lu also bound to the altar, and also saw the miserable state of the others on the altar. Senior brother Wang, it's my turn to save you this time. Han Runner could feel his strength increase as he got bigger. A swing and a miss. The weirdos that rushed up were directly blown away by 2 of them. Han Runner roared with excitement. Another kick. These villains couldn't even get close to him. Giant power. The strange man at the head of the group was very pleased with the power. Han Run Run was only a mortal body, yet he was able to knock away 2 high-level physical cultivators, and his transformed body already had unlimited potential. Wang Lu, however, shook his head in disappointment. This power is still not enough. At that moment, a large golden net fell from the sky, sleeve Han running tightly. The net kept shrinking, and Han Run Run tore at it with all his might, but he couldn't break it at all. On the side, Wang Lu sighed. I'll help you pretend. Wang Lu felt that his body had recovered to about the same level, and with a push, the chains binding him broke. Wang Lu walked towards Han Run Run. With each step, his body recovered some, and by the time Wang Lu walked behind Han Run Run, he had fully recovered. With a lift of his hand, Wang Lu pulled the golden net on Han Run Run's body. Both hands fired, and the golden net broke right off. The group of weirdos' jaws dropped in shock when they saw how easily the little bitty Wang Lu ripped off the golden net. Shifters? How can the force be so great? That's a top-grade magic weapon. Han Run Run felt the net break and didn't pay attention to little Wang Lu behind him, thinking that he had earned the break. Look at the punch! Han Run Run swung his fist toward the crowded area, and Wang Lu instantly disappeared in place, following Han Run Run's punch to make up for it. Boom! With a loud bang, the 7 or 8 strange people directly turned into blood mist. Han Runner all froze for a moment. I can't believe I'm this strong. These weirdos immediately went from shock to horror. With this kind of strength, it's no longer a matter of controlling or not controlling. Save your life first. Han Running continued to attack, and each time Wang Lu would add a punch. Wang Lu's speed was extremely fast, like a stream of light, and every time he stopped his figure was stuck in Han Run Run's blind spot. After dozens of attacks by Han Runner, the group of weirdos was actually wiped out. Chapter 13, If you are rich and famous, you will never forget each other. Han ran around 360 degrees and was a bit puzzled when he realized that there wasn't another living weirdo. That direction. I don't think I've ever been there. Could it be that the storm of my punch has passed? No good. I won't kill my senior brother by mistake. Han Run Run hurriedly jumped onto the altar and was relieved to see that Wang Lu was intact. Even the chains on his body were gone. Elder brother, are you alright? Wang Lu tilted his head and said, I'm fine. How about you? Senior brother, I feel like I'm frighteningly strong right now. Wang Lok, I don't know if it's scary or not, but I know you must be cool right now. Han Runner looked down and covered the key area in embarrassment. He was so excited just now that he completely forgot that he was still naked. No one would make such huge clothes, and the Qingyun sect's handyman's costumes didn't have the ability to become bigger or smaller, so Han Run could only pull up a few large trees and tie them up as pants. It's still a bit permeable, but it's certainly not as awkward. The two then set out to save the same door. Shaking, yelling, even slapping and pouring cold water, these fellow disciples showed no signs of waking up. Elder brother, lighten up. I feel like this person is going to die from your slapping. It's fine. How could their inner disciples be slapped to death by a handyman like me? At this time, Wang Lu heard a sound in the distance, so he threw Mo Jinghong to the ground. Mutilation of fellow disciples is a felony in the Qingmen sect, and Han Running is watching from the sidelines. So Wang Lu was not good enough to do it, and can only slap a few slaps first to collect some interest. Not long after, there was indeed another inner sect squad coming. As soon as he came to see the scene on this side of the altar, he tensed up. It's a good thing that Han Runner is tall and loud. First identifying himself and then recounting what just happened. After checking it out, these people immediately realized what was going on and hurriedly contacted the clan with their magic weapons. It wasn't long before more and more people from the Green Cloud sect came here, and even flew in two immortal old men. The two old men landed on the altar and saw Han Run again. Their mouths tisked. I can't believe they made it. This person was originally just a handyman, but now he has a body comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, and his physical qualifications have changed. Trickster cultivation does have his unique charm. Elder brother, evil ways, it just happened to work out. Destroy this place. No. Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can better deal with the evil demons. Collect what's left here and bring it all back to the clan. Han Run was surrounded by the crowd as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Wang Lu, on the other hand, became a little transparent and was squeezed to the periphery. Soon, the Green Cloud sect blockaded the area, and even Wang Lu was driven out of the core area. Wang Lu wasn't sure how the Green Cloud sect had suddenly placed so much importance on this place, but he wasn't interested in inquiring to find out. Wanted to just turn around and go, but there were still quite a few foreign beasts in the wilderness, and it was a bit out of character for him to go back alone so arrogantly. So after waiting for a while, he finally waited for a group of his peers, and only then did he return to the clan. When Wang Lu returned to Ayin courtyard, Li Dfa man was dumbfounded. He had heard that the deaths and injuries of the Qingyan sect on this mission were particularly large, not to mention the handymen. Even the outer disciples had died quite a bit. As a result, Wang Lu actually came back alive now. To know that the handymen they sent are ordinary people without cultivation in their bodies, even if they run away, they should run slower than others. One could only say that this kid, Wang Lu, had unbelievable luck. The hooker is always one step behind him. Deacon, why don't you look too happy? Li Defa squeezed out a smile. It's good to be back. Quickly go back and rest. Li Deva can only think good thoughts. After all, at least Han Running didn't come back. It is also considered to solve one. Day 2. Word came from the clan. The head of the Qingyun sect has taken in a shut-in disciple, and the disciple's name is Han Run. All the handymen of the Ayin courtyard were dumbfounded, and Li Dfa was even so scared that he couldn't even stand up, directly paralyzed on the ground. Is Han really a once-in-a-lifetime genius? He suspected it and reviewed it, but there was no ing sign of it. It's like a security chief spotting a security guard who is suspected of having CEO talent, but it's impossible to report it to the chairman of the board. I also don't know if that Han Run will hold a grudge against himself, and if all those little moves he made will be discovered. Lidfa was on tenterhooks for days, but nothing happened as a result. Also on the edge of his seat was Wang Lu. This time, when he went out on a mission, he didn't show his strength, and he had also pitted his fellow disciples and slapped the face of the inner disciple, Mo Jinghong. But if Han Run misspoke, or if a high-ranking person found out the clues, he or she would most likely be invited to drink tea. It was a good thing that in a month, no one came from the outer gate, nor from the inner gate. Instead, it was Han Run who suddenly came to Wang Lu. Nowadays, Han Run had partially mastered the body, able to become bigger and smaller at any time, similar to a lower-quality version of the Dharma heaven and earth. Same ravine. Wang Luk meets up with Han Run in Wu Delang. Once the bottom trio of the Koshian Academy, Han Run is now considered to have changed his fate. Run, should we call you senior brother or lord now? Wang Lu teased. Han Running gave a loud laugh. You guys will always be my senior brothers. It wasn't in vain that I carried you so far. By the way, have you ever felt any stones or other abnormal objects in your body? Han Run, abnormal items? My master has examined my body many times and didn't find anything abnormal. Ugh. Wang Lu sighed. Since the sect leader hadn't even noticed the anomaly, it was more than likely that all of his own spirit stones had been spoiled by Han Running. Of course, it's also fortunate that the spoils are gone, or else it will be checked out by the headmaster, and he can't say anything about his unknown origin of the spirit stones. A few questions and chats later, Han Running also demonstrated his ability to become bigger and smaller on the spot. Now that he was a disciple of the headmaster, the clothes on his body were also a treasure given by his master, which could change with the body around him, and there would be no more bursting clothes. Wu Dalong said enviously, I can't imagine that senior brother Han could have such a strange encounter. Han Run returned to his normal size and said, my master said that my ability to successfully alienate my body belongs to a 1 in a million coincidence, and that I'll surely die if I do it again. Luck is also a sign of strength. In short, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Wu Daolang knew that the strange encounter could not be envied. Fortunately, he used to have a good relationship with Han Run. Han Runner laughed. Ha ha, don't worry, I've rearranged a relaxing position for you guys, but you can't skip the door rules, so it's still in the miscellaneous service courtyard. After a month of coaching from the Green Cloud sect master, Han Run's perception was no longer the same teenager he was at the beginning. He already knew that in fact, Wang Lu and Wu Dalong were just ordinary people without cultivation qualifications. The so-called forging and warming up is nothing but self-deception. The dream of Wang Lu and Wu Dailang is to have an easy life. As a personal disciple of the Green Cloud sect leader, this identity could almost walk horizontally when placed in the sect, so leveling 2 handymen is no problem at all. At this time, Wang Lu pulled over Han Run and asked in his ear in a low voice, the inner sect's Mo Jinghong doesn't know that I've slapped him. Han Running, I didn't mention a word of it. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, but Han Running added right after, but he guessed it was you. He also told me to tell you to cultivate well, and that he will find someone to challenge you in the sect competition 2 years from now. What? Challenge me? Wang Lu was confused. An inner disciple looking for someone to challenge him. A handyman? Is Mo Jinghong fed up or what? Even if you want to kill him, just find a time when no one's around to do it. Why go through all this trouble? During the more than a year in the mountain, Wang Lu had a better understanding of this whatsoever clan assembly. It's really a personnel transfer conference for the best of the best and the worst of the worst. The general handyman will just look at the comprehensive rating of these 3 years, and unless they want to advance to the outer gate, they don't have to compete on stage at all. You have to let people challenge you at a convention, and you have to practice well on your own. What does Mo Jinghong want? Chapter 14 New Job, Concierge. Mo Jinghong's strange behavior puzzled Wang Lu. The good thing was that there were still 2 years left in the clan competition, and as long as he persisted in his cultivation, he would have long since transformed himself by then. Not to mention that he had brought in a strong handyman. Even if he had brought in a talented disciple from the inner sect, Wang Lu would still have the confidence to fight. 2 days later, the directive for personnel transfers finally came down. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, Wang Lu and Wu Dalong were transferred from the House of Caution to the House of Koshi. The Yazi courtyard is also a miscellaneous service courtyard, but just from its name, you can see that the first place of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and every guy inside is a relationship, but the relationship also speaks of strength and weakness. The personal disciple of the headmaster, this relationship is obviously much harder. Wang Lu and Wu Dalong packed up their luggage, and under the leadership of a miscellaneous Azzy Yard senior brother, the two of them left the front mountain. Green Cloud Mountain, to be precise, was not a mountain, but a mountain range. When Wang Lu entered the mountain at first, the place where he saw the white clouds and the cranes passing through was actually the core area where the inner gate was located. There are 7 peaks in the core area. The Azzy Academy that he was transferred to this time was located on one of the mountains called Silver Sword Peak. You two are Wang Lu and Wu Dailang, right? I'm Deacon Zhou Zheng of the Azzy Academy. A man with a circumspect look and a name of Zhou Zheng introduced himself with a smile. Good day, Deacon Zhou. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang hurriedly introduced themselves respectfully. Deacon Zhou then arranged for Wang Lu and Wu Dalong. The two men only had to do one thing, watch the gate, also known as concierge work. There was a rule in the core area of the Green Cloud sect: you could fly into the mountain, but you needed to walk to enter. That is, if you want to go to a certain mountain, you have to fly to the gate and then walk through the gate on foot. If he wanted to fly in directly, it would depend on whether or not the person had the strength to break the mountain protector formation. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang lived in the cabin behind the mountain gate. Weekdays, 2 men are on duty during the day and work shifts at night. A little cleaning every few days and you're totally fine. It also seemed to be a job with a full schedule, but for Wang Lu and Wu Dailang, it was a good job that they could only dream of. This is the core area of the Green Cloud sect. What ungrateful person dares to directly break in? So it's all the disciples of the sect coming in and out, and the two just need to be security guards during the day and greet the owners. The only thing that was a bit problematic was that Zhou Zheng had handed the two a token. If there was an outsider visiting, or if someone was trespassing, they needed to activate the token and inform Zhou Zhang, who would then report upwards. Senior brother Wang, do you have true qi? Why don't I boil a kettle of water and see if water vapor works? Wu Delang is watered down. As for Wang Lu, although he had forged his body for 1,000 weights, there was still a delayed sense of qi in his body, so that means that neither one can use this token. Seems like Han Runner put them in a bit of a bad position for this one. Zhou Zhang obviously didn't bother to ask the two about their forging realm, thinking that the person that the sect master's personal disciple had his eyes on wouldn't be that bad, so he defaulted to the fact that the two's strength was above the 7th level of forging. Just as Wu Dalong was still torn between hesitations, Wang Lu took the token as soon as he could and said, "Don't worry, Deacon Zhou, we will definitely guard the mountain gate." After Zhou Zhang left, Wu Dalong asked in a low voice, "Xiao Lu, what if someone trespasses?" "Wang Lu, you've been here for so many years. Have you ever heard of anyone trespassing on the 7 peaks of the Green Cloud sect?" Wu Daolang shook his head, but then asked, "What about a visit?" Wang Lu's eyes rolled. "Then say no." Hiss. Wu Daolang sucked in a breath of cool air. "What a bold Wang Lu. You're really not afraid to die?" Wang Lu shook his head and said, "If the two of us were found to have less than 30 points of qualification, and it was Li Defa who got into the mountain gate by playing a trick on us, we might not be alive right now." Wu Daolang nodded his head. "That's right. It's better to be lifeless later than to be exposed right now. Next time we see Han, we'll make sure he gets us another job. Han ran out once is not easy. A few people and no means of remote contact. The next time we meet do not know the monkey years and months to go." Day 2. Wang Lu woke up earlier and did the funny forging by the hut. When Wu Dailang got up and saw it, he was puzzled. "Xiao Lu, this doesn't even need to be tested anymore. Why are you still doing these maneuvers?" After Wang Lu finished the last set of movements, he came to Wu Dalong's side and said with a smile, "Senior brother Wu, you have no idea how powerful this set of movements you created is. I think it's even more subtle than the Qingyun sect's Gongfu." Cut. Wu Dailang thought Wang Lu was flirting with him and just thought he was exercising. When sunrise came, the two of them combined their efforts and slowly pushed open the 3-meter-high mountain gate door. The two men then divided up the work and tidied up and cleaned up the area around the gate. The last two stood erect on either side of the gate with smiles on their faces. The morning passed, with only 2 or 3 disciples coming in and out. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang were instantly relieved. No wonder it's a beautiful job. It's a really idle job. In the afternoon, there would be only one on guard, while the other went inside to take a nap. In all, less than 10 people came in and out throughout the day. Most of these incoming and outgoing disciples were outer disciples, with only one inner disciple returning from outside. It made sense when you thought about it. Immortal cultivators, most of their energy was on cultivation, completely different from the previous ones who worked as handymen in the former mountains. The disciples here are dedicated to cultivation and only go out occasionally. The days after that became much calmer. Wang Lu also stopped serving with a smile because these inner and outer sect disciples coming in and out didn't even look at him. Wang Lu only needed to stay on the sidelines and change guard with Wu Delang when the time came. So much for a year of idle days. Wu Delang is getting fatter and fatter and going towards Wu Delang. Wang Lu, on the other hand, was cultivating in silence, constantly becoming stronger. Today was the 2nd year and 1 month since Wang Lu came to the Green Cloud sect. Other than sweeping the floor every day for the first month, for the remaining 2 years, Wang Lu never deserted his body forging cultivation. Counting the time, today's physical breakthrough should be qualitatively different. Chapter 15 10,000 pounds a day. The white tiger transformed into a form. The first metamorphosis, from 100 pounds a day, to 1,000 pounds a day. So will we break through to 10,000 pounds a day today? Wang Lut got up an hour earlier than usual. "Oro, I'm going out." After saying that, Wang Lu slipped out of the mountain gate and ran towards the outside. However, wherever there was a hidden place, Wang Lu would transform into a stream of light. Like a flash, the figure kept flickering. Within a short while, he had already moved away from the Green Cloud Mountain. Because the concierge's job was idle, Wang Lu took time off from time to come here. Not for a vacation, but for the release of the self. As Wang Lu's power grew, he began to develop some incredible abilities. In order to better understand himself, Wang Lu needed to find a place far away from the clan to test. And this place is not only far away from the Green Cloud sect, but also has a stable geological structure. Around Wang Lu's body, large pits and holes could be seen everywhere, and not far away there were several cracks of hundreds of meters. These are of course the work of Wang Lu. Wang Lu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and adjusted his state. By the time Wang Lu opened his eyes, his body had completely relaxed. With that, Wang Lu walked to the crack in the ground and leapt down. Underneath the crack in the ground, although it was claustrophobic, With Wang Lu's current eyesight, it was no different from daytime. There was an underground space here, which Wang Lu found and transformed into his gym. Of course, the gym equipment here is not simple. Each dumbbell is a boulder weighing several tons, or even tens of tons. These boulders were polished square by Wang Lu, making it easy to stack them for testing. It's not as convenient as a force measuring stone, but it's safer. Wang Lu stacked his dumbbells and then began to test them. Let's start with 100 tons. Easy lift. Another 150. Lift easily too. 200 tons. Wang Lu immediately sensed that the tipping point was approaching, so a small 5-ton rock was added. The tipping point is here. Wang Lu gave his full output. His face instantly turned red, his veins were exposed, and the dumbbell was successfully lifted. Boom! There was a loud bang and the dumbbells hit the ground. The earth could be felt shaking in a nearby area. The good thing is that the geological structure here is stable, so it won't collapse for a while. Test complete. 205 tons. About 411,000 pounds of strength. 411,500 pounds to be exact. In addition to Wang Lu's power becoming greater, his perception and output of power was also beyond imagination. The force used is very precise. There is no such thing as feeling wrong. So in life, Wang Lu never accidentally crushed a cup or crushed a table, chair or bench. After testing the pure force, Wang Lu immediately took out his small notebook and began to calculate. In the first year, 100 pounds of daily growth. After a year, the cumulative total is 36,500 pounds. In the second year, the daily kilograms grew. After a year, the cumulative total is 365,000 pounds. Both add up to 401,500 pounds. 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms equals 2,000 pounds. The conversion to tons is 275 tons. And he himself had been forging and practicing for 2 years and 1 day. The test force strength is 205 tons, so it grew by 5 tons a day. That is, 10,000 pounds a day. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Lu's mouth as Goldfinger lived up to his name. Sure enough, it qualitatively changes once a year. What a horror it is to be growing 5 tons a day on your own today. And that figure will be multiplied tenfold next year. Assuming that a mountain is hundreds of millions of tons. When one has 10 million tons of force, and then learns some power generation techniques, one may be able to destroy the mountain with one punch. Doing the math, that's probably another 5 years of waiting. So if it's 10 years from now, will it be possible to give the atmosphere a centerfold comb? He would only be 30 years old by then, giving him a full 5 years to find a way to extend his life. Wang Lu was excited just thinking about it. Of course, this wasn't Earth. It was the world of immortal cultivation, so it certainly couldn't be analogized like that. Wang Lu left the underground gym and came to the ground. Pure power is 205 tons, but swinging a fist is more than that power and burst. Wang Lu instantly disappeared. The earth made a sonorous boom. It's like being hit by a missile. In no time at all, dozens of fresh craters appeared on the ground. Less than a mile away from here, a white tiger was majestically entrenched, but at the moment, it was shivering. In days gone by, no living being in its domain dared to enter its territory. But it wasn't until a teenager came here and broke the peace. That teenager likes to go nuts and wreak havoc all over the place. The white tiger had shown up once, only to be seriously injured by a boulder it had casually thrown. From then on, the white tiger will go around when it encounters the teenager. Every time the teenager went crazy, it hid and shivered. The teenager that the white tiger feared was none other than Wang Lu. After releasing it for a while, Wang Lu left the place. The white tiger, on the other hand, looked in the direction of Qingyun Mountain. It didn't see Wang Lu's departing figure, but it could smell where his scent was. The smell takes days to dissipate, so it always loses sleep these days. A few days later, from the east flew another white tiger. This white tiger had 2 wings on its back, and its eyes carried light as it landed directly on the ground. When the original white tiger saw the giant white tiger, it was like seeing its mother, whimpering as it ran over and snuggled under it. The giant white tiger's wings retracted into its back and disappeared while it stood up. The forelimbs are transformed into hands, the hind limbs into legs, and the tiger's face into a delicate face. It turned out to be a woman in the end. The changed woman was fair-skinned and shapely. She stroked the little white tiger's head and finally mouthed the words, "I've only been away for a mere 10 years, and the people of the Green Cloud sect have actually bullied their way onto my head. Son, mother will get you back." Chapter 16, Retreating the White Tiger. Elder Yo. Silver Sword Peak Mountain Gate. Wang Lu pushed open the gate with Wu Dailang as he always did. It hadn't been long since the door opened before a woman came walking in the distance. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang couldn't take their eyes off of it at once. The two didn't speak until the women were both at the front door. Wu Dailang, senior brother. This is a fairy descending to earth. Wang Lu, I don't know if it's a fairy or not. but she's definitely not from the Green Cloud sect. It had been a year since he became a concierge, and the Silver Sword Peak disciples in particular were more than familiar with each other. Plus, this woman wasn't wearing the clothes of the Qingyan sect, so it was concluded that she wasn't from this sect. When the woman came close, Wu Dailang was still flamboyant, but it was Wang Lu who bellowed, "Halt, who's coming?" The woman coldly glanced at Wang Lu and said, "I want to see your sect leader." Wu Dailang hadn't lied yet, and his hand cupped the voice transmission token and sweated directly. Wang Lu was more thick-skinned and said directly, "Is the sect leader not someone you want to see? Do you have an appointment?" An appointment? The woman had never heard of the term, but could probably guess the meaning, so she said, "If you inform up there, tell them I'm White Tiger by Jingjing." Wang Lu said righteously, "Girl, what's a white tiger or not? Our Qingyan sect is a proper sect." Bai Jingjing didn't understand Wang Lu's meaning, but she could hear the immodest words and instantly turned green. "You janitor. What a racket." After saying that, he raised his hand and struck Wang Lu's chest with a palm. In an instant, Wang Lu directly flew backwards. Wu Daolang was shocked. The visitor was not good. There was really someone who dared to break into Qingyan Mountain. "What do you want?" Wu Daolang backed into a corner and forced himself to calm down. Bai Jingjing ignored Wu Daolang and headed straight inside. "This is to come to raise the offense. But the Qingyun sect is not weak, so I want to be polite first. I did not expect to be flirted with by the gatekeeper. The vulgar cannot tolerate the vulgar cannot be tolerated." Bai Jingjing had just walked through the door, not taking a few steps, when she suddenly stopped. With a surprised glance, he looked at Wang Lu on the ground. Only Wang Lu slowly climbed up and rubbed his heart, then said to Bai Jingjing, "How dare you barge into my Qingyan sect? I've already notified the clan. I advise you to leave quickly." "How is that possible? How could a concierge take a slap from himself and not be hurt at all? After not seeing each other for 10 years, has the Green Cloud sect already gotten this strong?" Bai Jingjing was well aware of the power of that slap just now, even though it was just a casual slap, not to say kill, but at least take a few wounds. With the physical qualities of human cultivators, even if foundation establishment and Jiedan came, it would be impossible to remain intact. Currently appearing realms, body forging, qi refining, foundation building, dan forming, yuan yang, and god realization. As a result, the concierge in front of him stood up as if nothing had happened. This can be just a small concierge. Bai Jingjing couldn't help but associate it in her heart. No wonder the Green Cloud sect dared to go to her territory. So they were not what they used to be. "I came in a hurry this time, neither looking for help nor bringing a killing weapon, so I'm afraid I'll suffer a loss." After thinking about it for a while, Bai Jingjing surprisingly turned around and headed towards the door. "Hey, aren't you going to put in some tough words?" Wang Lu didn't know if she would still come, so he asked tentatively. Bai Jingjing was infuriated. A small concierge had become so rampant, and it was also evident that he had a great bottom line. Bai Jingjing dared not linger even more and left a sentence. Fine. Next time we come back, my White Tiger clan will step on the Green Cloud sect." When he said that, he flew up and disappeared into the sky. Wu Dailang on the side was also dumbfounded that Wang Lu had really bluffed this strong man who could fly. He could know that Wang Lu hadn't notified the clan at all. If it goes south, they're both screwed. "Senior, what now?" Wang Lu sat on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. That woman was very strong just now, and with one palm, she had actually injured the current him. But it was true that people couldn't look at each other. A woman who was so beautiful had such a strong physical body strength. It was a good thing that he had utilized his status as a concierge to scare off his opponent. "What else can I do? Stiffen up and pretend I haven't seen her. In case they come back later, then let them in." Wang Lu could see that this woman was targeting the Qingyun sect, not targeting the two concierges, and at that time, in case she found helpers to break in together, then Wang Lu opened the gate just. Wu Dailang was surprised. "This is betraying the clan." "Wang Lu, who said betrayal? This is called preserving the living forces for the clan. If the clan annihilates the demons, we'll go and wave the flag. And if the clan is overthrown, we'll go and collect the corpses." "I see." Wu Daolang came to a realization. Green Cloud Mountain, top of the 7 peaks. Other than the main peak where the sect leader stood, on the remaining 6 peaks were all the elders of the Qingyan sect. These 7 people were the 7 top powerhouses of the Green Cloud sect. They all sensed the arrival of White Tiger by Jingjing. At the moment, the 7 were not together, but they were able to communicate normally. "Sect leader, that person just now seems to be by Jingjing. What is she doing in my Green Cloud sect? 10 years? I can't imagine that she has succeeded in transforming into her form." "Grand Elder, what do you think? A tiger demon incarnated is at least at the god transformation realm. No one in my Green Cloud sect is its opponent except for the sect leader. Just now she came in a rage, but then she left in a rage. How strange. Third elder, go ask those two concierges of your Silver Sword Peak. In the afternoon of that day, an old man slowly walked down from the mountain and came to Wang Lu and Wu Dailang. Neither Wang Lu nor Wu Dilang recognized this person. The old man was kind and spoke. Young man, what is your name? Wang Lu and Wu Dilang are both very smart. This kind of old man, or someone who came down from Silver Sword Peak, even if it is a handyman, it is not ordinary to be able to stay until old, and it is more likely that it is a senior member of the inner sect. I'm Wang Lu, the doorman of Koshian. I'm Koshian's doorman. Wu Dailang, old man, sit down. Wang Lu immediately carried a stool. Ha ha, I'm Silver Sword Peak Master, Qingyan sect elder Li Qingfeng. There's no harm in standing a little longer. Hello elder, hello elder. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang immediately stood upright when they heard the old man reveal himself. Qingfeng Li sized up the two men and looked at them for half a day without seeing anything about them. With no true qi in their bodies and no yuaning in their souls, they are just two ordinary handymen. Is there a young woman here today? Qingfeng Li suddenly asked. Wu Dailang was instantly a bit nervous. Wang Lu was also nervous, but was still calm, thinking that since he had asked this, the other party must have already known about Bai Jingjing's arrival. So replied, yes, elder. What is she doing here? Wang Lu's brain was running extremely fast, and he quickly came up with a saying. I don't know the specifics, but she spoke foul language, saying something about her being a white tiger, and was blown away by me. Qingfeng Li froze. White tiger? Filthy? Enlighten the elders. In my hometown, the white tiger is a description of the white tiger. Wang Lu's words are true and false. Qingfeng Li couldn't help but sigh as he listened. It's true that cultivating the immortal's path of extinction does not understand the jealousy of women on earth. It's a miracle that you two weren't killed by her. Next time you encounter this person, inform the clan directly. Elder, is she very powerful? Beats me. Wang Lu instantly peace of mind. Also thought that randomly come to a woman casual cultivator are so powerful. It turns out to be comparable to the existence of the elders of the Qingyun sect, that the current self still have to meet out. Qingfeng Li didn't understand why Bai Jingjing didn't get angry. She came just to inform Qingyun sect that she was back? These two handymen's eyes were too low, so they shouldn't be able to ask anything. As Li Qingfeng was about to leave, he suddenly asked Wang Lu another follow-up question. Where is your hometown? Wang Lu, the capital of Daxia. Chapter 17, the sect competition begins. After Qingfeng Li left, this crisis seemed to have come to an end for the time being. Almost a full year without any storm. In the third year of cultivation, Wang Lu had already managed to step into a strength growth of 100,000 pounds a day, but at the same time it brings a new problem. A month ago, Wang Lu was horrified. As his power increased, instead of losing his hair, he began to grow it, not to mention the hair, dark and oily, but the beard, chest hair, and leg hair also grew thicker, and it grows so fast that you have to shave almost once every 3 days. Wang Lu was originally just a beautiful boy, but he ended up looking like a middle-aged uncle. Little 6. Today is the clan competition. You make it faster. Deacon Joe and the others will be arriving soon. It's the knife that's getting dull. As his body grew stronger, his fur grew tougher. You can't shave at all without a little strength and sharpening the blade. I can barely shave now, but in the future, I can't say I'll have to find some divine weapon to shave my hair. The polar opposite of exuberant hair is its own steady as she goes lifespan ceiling. Host, Wang Lu. Life expectancy, 21 years, 35 years. The age does continue to increase, but the upper limit remains only 35. Whenever he sees this panel, Wang Lu has a little sense of urgency. Funny forging is mostly hopeless to increase his life, and he will have to search for longevity methods if he lives for a few more years, but that's all for later. Today is a big day for the Green Cloud sect. Deacon Joe of the Azzi courtyard had sent someone to notify him long ago, which was why Wang Lu had tidied himself up early. However, due to the difficulty in shaving the hair, Wang Lu delayed a little more. When Zhou Zhang arrived at the mountain gate with the Azzi yard's handyman, a group of people just happened to see Wang Lu finish shaving his legs. For these two relations, the handyman of the Azzi yard could be both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar because I see it every time I pass the gate. The strange thing is that these two guys hardly ever have to participate in any other missions, and at most they say hello without ever interacting in depth. Zhou Zhang looked at Wang Lu and Wu Dalang. These two guys had a special relationship, so they had never been asked to go cultivate together. So he casually asked, seeing that you two are full of vigor, you've gained quite a lot in these 2 years, right? Wu Dailang did not make any progress except for gaining more than 20 pounds, and said with a bit of heartiness, it's okay, it's okay. It was Wang Lu's turn to say something polite, and he ended up saying, there's a gross gain. Zhou Zhang and the other handymen froze for a moment, and then laughed out loud when they saw a field of leg hair. Ha ha, humor. You've really harvested a field of hair. Okay, close the door and let's go. The intersect competition, on top of the mountain, was invisible to Wang Lu, the handyman. However, the competition between the handyman and the outer sect was established between the 7 peaks. In the middle of the 7 peaks, there were a dozen flat areas. Under Deacon Zhou's leadership, the crowd of the Azzi Academy arrived at one of the flat areas. The flat ground had been tidied up around it, and in the middle of the 4 hollowed-out stones was a raised platform. Nearby, a number of handymen from other courtyards had already gathered. Wang Lu even saw his former colleagues from the Ain Academy from afar. Many of the handymen were rubbing their fists, and there were also disciples who were nervous and blanched. There were also some whispered exchanges. How have you been doing these past 3 years, brother? Moderate. Should be able to stay. I'm so envious of those well-qualified senior brothers. They can advance to the outer sect. This scene had made Wang Lu a little excited. Days of boredom watching the gates. Finally something new. Maybe like watching the Olympics. At that moment, an old man walked up to the high platform. He raised his hand and pointed, and the 4 skeletonized boulders began to tremble. Then he spoke. Silence. The sound came out of the 4 skeletonized boulders like a giant stereo. 3 years go with the wind. Time does not wait for me. The green cloud ascends to heavenly aspirations. Do not leave, slackers. After some opening speeches, the clan competition for the handymen began. The rules are simple. End of the line elimination system. The 100 people with the lowest 3-year composite score will be eliminated. With an elimination rate of almost 30%, there is no need to worry about the lack of handyman manpower. After this clan competition, the Qingyun sect will conduct a triennial open recruitment of disciples, and a new batch of handyman oxen and horses are on their way. The 100 with a combined rating in the middle would be allowed to stay in the miscellaneous service courtyard to continue their training, and the handymen whose ratings are in the top 100 are rated as excellent handymen. The outstanding handyman then has the right to impact the outer disciples once. That is, the right to challenge. Excellent handymen challenged each other, comparing realms and strength. 3 points are added for a successful challenge. 3 points are deducted for a failure. There is no limit to the number of challenges, alive or dead. The person who is challenged may refuse, but a point will be deducted. The top 10 with the highest scores were eventually given 3 days to advance to the outer gate. There is also an unspoken rule here. If the promoter is a deacon of the House of Handymen, then they will be transferred from the outstanding handymen whose scores are in the 11th place, in order to be passed on to the replacement. The grand competition of the Green Cloud Sect's miscellaneous service courtyard had officially begun. The first item was the boring composite score announcement session. Azzi Academy. Li passed. Qualification score 20. Cultivation score 49. Work score 81. Sect mission score 0. Overall score 37. 5. Beside Wang Lu, a thin man immediately raised his hand and said, "My lord, I've worked diligently for these 3 years and have only made 2 mistakes. So how come I've been deducted 19 points from my work rating?" The old man on the stage casually pointed, and on one of the hollowed-out boulders, words were actually projected. The text details Li's past work failures, including tardiness, missed work, and breaking public property. Pastor Li took a closer look and was instantly convinced. Wang Lu counted the first time he experienced this kind of thing, and it was also considered that Lu entered the Grand View Garden and opened his eyes. This cultivation world is quite well developed in math, with decimal points appearing, and the scoring mechanism is quite impressive. Surprisingly, it can be challenged and queried. Quotient, money galore, composite score of 35. As the number of people announced increased, Wang Lu realized that the average score of his Azzi Academy was actually only about 30. The work ratings are all pretty high, but not the qualifications in cultivation. And as for the clan missions, even more, they are all 0 points. Azzi Academy, Zhou Zhang, qualification score 31, cultivation score 77, work score 91, sect mission score 50, overall score 62, 25. There was a clamor around the room. Worthy of being a deacon. It's as high as over 60 points. I'm so envious of that clan mission score. Envy you go too. Hey, it's still the little life that counts. Zhou Zhang was satisfied with the score. It was in his calculations, so he didn't question it in any way. The House of A Clowns. The old man continued to announce the scores. At this time, Wang Lu and Wu Dalong froze and looked at Zhou Zhang in confusion. They finished reading all the odd jobs in the quotient. So how come they don't have him and Wu Daolang? Zhou Zhang was in a good mood and explained to Wang Lu in a low voice. The two of you belong to the informal channel of mobilization, so you're still recorded in the Ain Academy. While Wu Dailang came to a realization, Wang Lu looked at Li Defa in the distance. It just so happened that Li Defa also looked over at him, and once his eyes made contact, Wang Lu instantly understood what was going on. Li Defa and Zhou Zhan must have known each other. So they greeted each other well and did not give the information of these two hidden dangers to Zhou Zhang and Zhou Zhang in view of the relationship between Han Runrun, but also do not want to make trouble. So the joint Li Defa engaged in this hand of people leaving the file to stay. The composite score announcement continues. Most of the handymen's ratings were just 30 or so, and individually only 20 or so. Of course there were a few people who showed up with high scores in the 50s. The more Wang Lu listened, the more nervous he became, feeling that every handyman was working so hard. Would he really be brushed in the first round? Being expelled from the immortal sect is not a big deal. After all, the golden finger is in his hand, and he can still cultivate at home. But it's just humiliating. He had sworn to give his old man's word to stay long enough for 10 years. In Academy, Wu Delang's qualification score is 15, cultivation score is 30, work score is 95, plan mission score is 0, overall score is 35. Wang Lu was dumbfounded. There was no need to look at the qualifications and cultivation. This was the average that Li Defa had randomly filled in, but this guy's work rating was as high as 95. It was impossible to see that he was usually so down to earth in his work. Little Six, how's it going? Are you still calling me lazy? I'm convinced it's worthy of being a veteran employee of the Green Cloud sect. At this point, the old man read. Next, in Academy, Wang Lu. Finally, it was his turn, and Wang Lu perked up his ears. Chapter 18 Unexpected Excellence. Tough fail. In Academy, Wang Lu's qualification score is 15, cultivation score is 30, work score is 85, plan mission score is 80, and overall score is 52. 5. What? Hearing his score, Wang Lu exclaimed in shock. The first 3 items were normal, but this task was rated a surprising 80 points. Wang Lu had only performed the clan's outgoing mission once, and it was that mission to search for the source of the Fey beasts. I can't believe it scored so high. That puts the composite rating on 50. With this high score, not only could you stay in the mountain gate, but you might even be able to enter the top 100 now. What? Do you have a query as well? The old man on the stage asked. Wang Lu hastily shook his head. There were also a few handymen who came back with him from the last mission, and all of them had generally high scores at the excellent level. You can see that the higher the risk, the higher the reward. It's clear, though, that these guys aren't very good. One will certainly be the one to be challenged. When the composite scores were posted, the rankings quickly appeared in the air. Wang Lu carefully counted, and he actually ranked 56th, entering the top 100, becoming an excellent handyman. One trouble with good handymen is that they get challenged. However, Wang Lu had already thought about it. Entering the outer sect was too dazzling and did not fit his purpose of living a few more years. After noon, the handyman's challenge begins, because there were only 2 high platforms that could compete at the same time, and the time was only 3 days. The handyman who wanted to advance to the outer gate had to hurry up. However, there were unspoken rules. The first to go up must be the deacons of the House of Handymen, and when they got tired of the challenge, then the ordinary handyman disciples. As expected, the first one to jump up was Hushin, the deacon of the A-Clown Courtyard. I heard that deacon who broke through the body forging 3 years ago and has long been a strong chi practicing stage practitioner. Then who dares to compete with him? Other deacons come hard. According to past practices, deacons usually challenged a circle of deacons first before selecting ordinary handymen. But this time, Hushin pointed at Wang Lu as soon as he went up. Zhou Zhang was surprised. This guy was the first to challenge the common handyman. He didn't even want to lose his face? Li Deva was also surprised. Had the trash he had recruited in been discovered? The most surprised or Wang Lu. He is so low profile a person, and has not offended anyone, etc. Wang Lu suddenly first remembered what Mo Jinghan said. This person had said that he would find someone to challenge him during the clan competition. So, it's this Hushin he's looking for. But Wang Lu's surprise was surprise. He wasn't scared at all. Neither fear of getting punched nor fear of showing up. Because it's in the rules. He can surrender. Wang Lu didn't go on stage and directly raised his hand. I surrender. At once, everyone looked at Wang Lu. However, Wang Lu noticed that the people around him seemed to have a bit of contempt in their eyes. Wang Lu was a bit puzzled. Was it surprising and humiliating that an ordinary handyman couldn't beat a deacon? At this time, Wu Dailang whispered to Wang Lu. Surrender has to go up to the stage and wait for the bout to start before you can yell surrender. Shout out early. Wang Lu was a bit speechless. That was indeed a bit of a wimp. So Wang Lu climbed onto the high platform and faced Hushin. Who would have guessed that before the referee could speak? Hushin spoke first. Take this punch from me with all your might, or I won't give you a chance to surrender. Wang Lu took a deep breath and said, Deacon Hu, the two of us have no grievances. Why are you targeting me? Beholden, fruity, It's really Mo Jinghong's instruction. The clan within the competition, regardless of life and death. If there is no enemy, loudly called down. If I raise the flag, then the fight stops. Competition begins. The moment the referee announced the start, Hushin instantly rushed towards Wan Lu. A punch was then swung. The force of 1,000 pounds carries a majestic true chi. The moment it came, it was an all-out blow that made the handyman below look dumbfounded. Did this Wan Lu kill Hushin's whole family? Someone is going to die in the first game. This guy Wan Lu, he's quite handsome and quite an eye candy to watch the door. It's a pity. It's good to be dead. Li Defa was also not clear about Hushin and Wang Lu's feud, but he was hoping that Wang Lu would evaporate in the world. And at this moment, Wang Lu was very decisive and directly shouted, "I surrender." After shouting, it was immediately obvious that something was wrong. The referee beside him was surprisingly unresponsive. There can't be a black whistle for this too. It's not like playing soccer. This is the world of cultivation. Hushin's speed was comparable to the speed of a tortoise in Wang Lu's eyes, and Wang Lu still had more time. So it sunk in, and immediately I realized something was wrong. Hushin's true chi had covered Wang Lu's circumference. Wang Lu's ordinary voice couldn't penetrate through it all. The referee was just on his side again and didn't see his mouth. In that case, I don't blame my voice. I vote down. Wang Lu raised his volume and pitch a bit while blowing a breath towards the referee's ear. The referee's ears blew in. A piercing sound rang out. Ah! Instead of raising the flag, the referee covered his ears and crouched down. Holy, this volume can't take it. Wang Lu inwardly spat out a sentence. The afterglow looked to think of Hushin again, and the fist was just less than a meter away from his. It's easy to question whether you're hiding or resisting. If he dodged, the speed of that stance must not scare the crowd off the stage. If he carried it, and Wang Lu didn't have any internal strength, it would be difficult to force out a mouthful of his own old blood, falling on the ground and pretending to be miserable. With so many people, I'm afraid the acting isn't enough. What to do? Ding! Wang Lu suddenly had a flash of insight. He can still rely on his father. His own old man was a great general, and Li Defa had said that it was possible for him to be born with divine power. Since it's possible, let's make it happen reluctantly. Wang Lu thought for half a day before Hushin's fist advanced 10 centimeters. Boom! There was a loud bang. Wang Luk did not fall to the ground. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed Hushin's fist with both hands. Hushin looked at Wang Lu in shock. Li Derfar's mind was in a daze. The referee was also a bit incredulous. The rest of the handymen even erupted into shouts of shock. An ordinary handyman had actually carried the full force of a chi practicing stage deacon's blow with a hard grip. This is too metaphysical. Could it be that this unassuming Wang Lu was pretending to be a pig eating a tiger? And that he was the biggest dark horse in the miscellaneous service courtyard of this sect competition? Hushin's head was all down for a short while before he reacted to the fact that someone who could be targeted by Mo Jinghong was definitely not an ordinary handyman. I'm afraid it's not clear who will lose or win this battle. Hushin didn't dare to be careless anymore, instantly retreating and pulling away before immediately preparing his next move. But just then, Wang Lu shouted again, "I surrender." 3 symbols showed up on everyone's head. Chapter 19. I was born with divine strength and hard bones. Did I not make myself clear enough? I surrender. The referee finally stands up this time and raises the small flag. Winner, Hushin. After saying that, his eyes glanced strangely at Wan Lu, not to mention his hard resistance to Hushin's attack. But that surrender just now even made his ears ring for a long time. You should know that he, Zheng Dahai, was sent from the outer sect and was currently in the middle stage of chi practicing, an even more powerful existence than Hushin. Just when he thought the miscellaneous house was going to produce an amazing character this year, the guy ended up calling for surrender. After Wang Lu successfully surrendered, he happily headed down to the stage. But at this time Zheng Dahai asked, "Why surrender?" Wang Lu was worried that he didn't have a chance to explain, and this referee immediately sent in his quest. So immediately, he ran his ass back to the center. My father was a great general of the Xia kingdom, known as the god of war, and I was fortunate enough to inherit his physique. So I was born with divine strength. There were dozens of kingdoms surrounding the Green Cloud sect, and Daxia was just one of them. There shouldn't be many people who know a great general of a small country. Although he has the strength of 1,000 pounds, his qualifications are limited and he is slow to generate true chi. Deacon Li has helped me identify. I am actually the 6th level of body forging, and the fight with Deacon Hu, empty body strength. As long as Deacon Hu slightly use spells, I will lose. When these words came out, many people immediately looked at Li Defa. Li Defa remembered well about Wang Lu and nodded. This was a relief to the crowd of handymen. As long as they could defeat Wang Lu with just a little bit of mana, then there was hope for the handyman at the 7th or 8th level of body forging. But then, with the strength of 1,000 pounds, the average forged body still doesn't dare to challenge. The persimmon picks the soft one to pinch. So the next challenge has nothing to do with Wang Lu. It must be said that most of the fights of the handyman are still physical combat. Then the physical strength, and the more powerful ones bring some martial arts. As for spells, only a few deacons could perform them. In the miscellaneous service courtyard, there would be no provision for the study of arts, and only after promotion to the outer sect would one have access to it. However, it wasn't completely out of the question. Almost all of the handymen would spend spirit stones in advance to purchase some non-core, low-end techniques from their outer sect masters. As the first day's challenge was coming to an end, an acquaintance suddenly pointed to Wang Lu. "Senior brother Wang, I want to challenge you." In the ring, slanted Lu Hai Zhongming looked at Wang Lu with a smile. This guy is so cocky, how could he challenge someone with 1,000 pounds of strength? Wang Lu asked, "Elder brother, are you sure you picked me? I'm very strong." He had already exposed his innate divine power, so he certainly couldn't surrender without a fight, or else it wouldn't make sense. At this time, Zhang Ming stroked his bangs and said, thinking himself handsome, "Senior brother, you can fool others, but not me." After senior brother Han Hare entered the inner sect, "You've been flat on your back, and even in today's competition, someone helped you. So far, you've only lost one game and only deducted points once, and with this momentum, in 3 days, you'll be a deacon." Wang Lu took a look at his score and was surprisingly in the top 20. There were 10 miscellaneous houses in total, and according to this score, the top 10 advanced to the outer gate, and 8 of the current top 10 are deacons. At the end of the day, there was a real possibility that Wang Lu would be handed over to become a deacon. With this analysis, even Zhang Dahai was a bit convinced. So Hussein faked the game? Many people looked at Hushin, while Hushin said angrily, "Zhang Ming, what do you mean? You're questioning me for letting in water?" When Zhang Ming faced Deacon Hu, he no longer had the mentality of a small person before, head up and chest out. "Ha ha, Deacon Hu, you know your own business by heart. The matter of the House of Miscellaneous Services, in general, people do not raise the clan is not investigated." But at this moment, Zhang Ming exposed this matter under the eyes of the outer gate referee. That would likely disqualify Hushim from promotion. After saying that, Zhang Ming looked at Wang Lu and emitted a strong true qi all over his body. Li Defa was dumbfounded. This own little follower was hiding so deeply. This amount of true qi, at least the 9th level of body forging, and it's already on the verge of breaking through to practicing qi. Taking another look at the current score rankings, if he really pulled off another deacon, this Zhang Ming could really be able to advance to the outer sect. What a deep heart. On the other side, Wang Lu received a challenge and had no choice but to go on stage. Wang Lu was very understanding. After all, every time there was a sect competition, there were only 10 places in the House of Miscellaneous Service. Referee Zhang Dahai was not at all disgusted by Zhang Ming's behavior, but instead was very understanding. He was also promoted up from the Miscellaneous Service Academy, and he knew that it was not easy. Those who went to the Miscellaneous Service Courtyard were generally not highly talented, and the promotion channels again depended on the overall score. If the ability to go beyond Deacon is revealed too early, it is likely to be suppressed and scored low on the first few ratings there. I will report the matter of forgery to the clan for investigation. Now the competition continues. Zhang Dahai announced the start of the competition. Zhang Ming had observed Wang Lu for a long time. The man was ordinary when he was in the Ain Academy, and had never shown any natural divine power. Zhang Ming, junior brother. Don't blame senior brother for stepping on your tiptoes. Wang Lu, elder brother. You'll have to go easy on him later. What Wang Lu said was sincere and from the heart. Because of the physical combat he could control his power, but he could not control his defense. The contest begins. Zhang Ming flicked his slanted bangs up and dashed over. The opponent didn't have a spell, so Wang Lu couldn't shout surrender. So he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Moments later, Zhang Ming kept up his punching motion, his face pale. Sweat dripped down his bangs. Zhang Ming vaguely heard the sound of an arm clicking, and Wang Lu just took 2 symbolic steps back. With the 9th level of body forging and the power of true qi, even if Wang Lu was really born with divine strength, his body shouldn't be this hard. Why is it so hard? Zhang Ming grimaced bitterly. Senior brother, don't hold back. Ah! With a miserable scream, Zhang Ming clutched his arm and hissed in pain as he crouched down. Wang Lu shook his head helplessly. Senior brother, I'm naturally hardcore. I did just remind you to be gentle. This scene on stage instantly cleared Hushin's name. At the same time, everyone understood one thing. This Wang Lu was truly capable. No wonder Deacon Hu was still safe under the full force of his strike. Winner, Wang Lu. Chapter 20, Let Go of the Girl. Having gained a victory for no reason, Wu Daolang was amazed. A couple of backdoor connections coming in. How one is more of a cow than the other. In front of him, there was Han Run who was accepted as a personal disciple, and behind him, there was Wang Lu who was born with godly strength and was able to press down on the 9th level of body forging. Why he is not the chosen one? Wu Daolang had a little bit of loss, and immediately smiled after the loss. Little sixth son, you're really deep. I'll just say one thing, if you're rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Wu Daolang is not good in other places, but the talent of hugging the thighs is fully lit, and the first one comes to lick Wang Lu. Immediately after, many deacons came to get close. Even Zhou Zhan came to say a few words of congratulations. Only Li Defa didn't come to Wang Lu and just looked at him from afar. There was a hint of anxiety on his face, as if he was thinking about something between his eyebrows. The first day of the bout ended. With a record of 1 win and 1 loss, Wang Lu was surprisingly ranked in the mid-30s. If he powered up in the back and challenged a few miscellaneous workers, he could very well advance to the top 20, or even the top 10. After dark, there was no competition in the Green Cloud sect. On the way back, many of the handymen came to greet Wang Lu, obviously much friendlier. Everyone went back to their posts. Tonight it was time for Wu Daolong to be on duty. Wang Lu took the time to do the funny forge and was about to take a rest, but an old acquaintance came. Only Li Defa was seen dressed in black with a serious expression. Wang Lu immediately greeted him and asked, "Old leader, what brings you here?" Li Defa said in a cold voice, "Can you come out here, Deacon? What's wrong?" Wang Lu didn't think much about it and followed Li Defa towards the outside of the mountain gate. Arriving at a hidden forest, Li Defa suddenly spoke, "Xiao Lu, you're not an ordinary person, are you?" Wang Lu nodded his head. "Right, I'm a general's descendant. I was born with divine power." Li Defa shook his head. "No, I'm talking about more than just being born with divine power." Wang Lu looked at Li Defa suspiciously, not knowing what he was trying to express. Suddenly, Li Defa snapped to his knees. "Deacon, what are you doing?" Wang Lu was startled. He had thought that Li Defa would assassinate himself, but he hadn't thought that he would kneel down for himself. Li Defa looked at Wang Lu and said sincerely, "Can you save my life?" "Wang Lu, what's with that?" Li Defa said. "Han Runner said that the force measuring stone was with you before it was damaged. You picked up the rabbit when you ate the Fey giant rabbit. I've asked around, and you were the one who guarded Han running all the way after he was seriously injured, too. So you must not be an ordinary person." Wang Lu laughed out loud and said, "These are all your guesses, right?" Li Defa said word for word, "If it was a guess, I wouldn't have knelt." Ha ha. Wang Lu's face laughed, but in his heart, he was somewhat admiring Li Defa. This person is keenly observant, and can bend and stretch. It is a role. Li Defa continued. "Today, you exposed a certain strength and said that you are only at the 6th level of body forging. You don't meet the conditions of the gatehouse of the Azzi Academy at all. They will definitely investigate you. Once the investigation is done, the fact that I brought you guys to the Green Cloud sect will be discovered. At that time, I will be heavily punished, not to mention advancing to the outer sect. I'm afraid that my little life will be hard to protect. You and Wu Daolong have this relationship with Han Run. At most you will be expelled from the mountain sect and won't even be pursued." Wang Lu couldn't imagine that the matter was so serious, and added, "I feel that Qingyan sect doesn't care much about the miscellaneous service courtyard, so no one should be bothered about us." "Ha!" Li Defa sneered. "Normally it wouldn't be, but at this point in time for the clan competition, there's always someone who wants to step on me to get to the top, pulling people on their tiptoes and falling on their asses. That's the rule of immortal cultivation." With that, Li Defa moved his feet and tried to stand up. Wang Lu suddenly said, "I didn't ask you to stand up." Li Defa froze, then laughed. "Ha ha, it's really you, my lord. Please take me to escape from the Green Cloud sect." "Wang Luck, how do you know I can take you away?" "Li Defa, I have seen a stream of light moving away from the clan, and at that time, I checked the entire Ain Academy, and you were the only one who wasn't there. That's eye candy for you." Wang Lu laughed. "How I?" Before Li Defa could finish his sentence, he felt a flash of blurring, and the scene around him was like a stream of light. By the time he returned to normal, he was no longer at Qingyun Mountain. Li Defa looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and then looked at Wang Lu, fear already showing in his eyes. What speed and power this is. I'm afraid the sect master can't do this even if he comes. So what exactly is the purpose of Wang Lu lurking in the Qingyun sect? Is it blinding? Li Defa nodded blankly. In the next second, Wang Lu disappeared. Day 2. The clan competition continued. Li Defa is nowhere to be seen, or is a handyman of the Ain yard organized by Zhang Ming. After the first day's warm-up, today's excellent handyman started to get serious. A few deacons, in particular, had already begun to lay their hands on him. This is because the rules state that a handyman who loses his fighting ability is exempt from being challenged. So some of the weaker, Better handymen are either seriously injured or down for good, so as not to give the competition a brush off. Wang Lu stood at the bottom of the stage, looking at the 1,000 challenges, a bit bored. The so-called sect competition was completely a hooligan fight, not quite as good as martial arts. The only thing that carries a bit of jutsu, surprisingly, is increasing the power, or forming a real fist wind. For Wang Lu, who was used to seeing special effects, it was the equivalent of 50-cent special effects. Of course, this is the miscellaneous house competition. It's impossible to expect a bunch of forged handymen to show off the immortal sect's elegance. It's just that the clan's rules state that all must come to the site unless they are seriously injured. Just as Wang Lu was looking around, he suddenly froze, rubbing his eyes. He looked again. It's really her. A year ago, the woman who said she was a white tiger. Surprisingly, he's strutting over here at the moment. Many handymen couldn't take their eyes off it when they saw it. It's beautiful. Who is she? There's nothing like a fairy coming down to earth. Not wearing the garb of the Miscellaneous Service Academy. Could it be a senior sister sent down from above to inspect? With such a voluptuous figure, it must be comfortable to cuddle. I don't know which color-coded handyman ventured a murmur. Bai Jingjing's ears were so good that she instantly changed her face, and just as she was about to freak out, someone else did so even before her. Only a silhouette could be seen squeezing through the crowd, then instantly pouncing on it. The visitor was none other than Wang Lu. As soon as he wrapped his arms around the woman, he did a death rap. Last year, it was this woman who sent Wang Lu flying with a slap. At that time, Wang Lu found a way to scare her off. I can't believe she came back this year after a year. If one looked deeper, this person was considered an enemy that Wang Lu had made for the clan. If this were to materialize into a crime, it wouldn't just be an expulsion from the clan. Wang Lu had already made up his mind to strike first and strangle him to death. So a man and a woman were tangled up on the floor. Wang Lu was wrapped around by Jingjing like an octopus, and Bai Jingjing was also red in the face, unable to even speak. Wang Lu, what are you doing? How can we cultivators be so hungry? What a disgrace to my Green Cloud sect. Let go of the girl and let me. Chapter 21, really pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Wang Lu didn't forget to explain loudly when he faced the accusations from the crowd. Senior brothers, she's not from the Green Cloud sect. She's a demon. Wang Lu had just finished explaining, and immediately, a handyman senior brother was unconvinced. If you say it's a demon, it's a demon. Get out of the way. I'll try her. Why should you try? I'm loyal to the clan. Since there's a demon, let me go first. Unbridled. What a scandal. Wang Lu, loosen up. At this time, even Zhang Dahai from the outer gate spoke up. But how could Wang Lu let go? He just wanted to strangle this woman to death. Dead or alive. You can still weasel your way out of it when the time comes. Last year, this woman made Wang Lu's chest hurt for a long time with one slap. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. And a woman who would so easily lay her hands on an ordinary person must not be a good person. Although Wang Lu looked like he was eating tofu, he couldn't feel the softness of the tofu when he used more force. After a year of growth, Wang Lu is not what he used to be. Under such a huge force, this woman was still able to hold on. Wang Lu was a bit surprised and could only continue to add more force. To say that the person who was more surprised was naturally Bai Jingjing. Last year, a janitorial handyman of the Green Cloud sect was able to withstand one of her slaps. And this year, it was another handyman who managed to bind her so firmly that she even felt suffocated. The kicker was that the handyman had a face of stubble, and the beard pestled and itched and hurt her. Bai Jingjing obviously didn't recognize Wang Lu. One white, one hairy. Whether it's the haircut, the beard, or the hair on the body, it's different. It's hard to think of the two as one. It's only possible to use the body. Bai Jingjing felt like she couldn't take it anymore, so she let out a sharp cry. The voice gradually became lower and lower, and finally like the roar of a wild beast, and Bai Jingjing's body began to change. Wang Lu clearly felt a terrifying force of expansion. More to the point, the woman in the embrace was actually starting to grow hair. The hairs are still white. Wang Lu was all confused. His hairiness could still infect people? In just a few breaths, Wang Lu's clasped hands were propped open. White Jingjing not only grows hair, but also transforms into a tigress. Roar! A loud roar. Bai Jingjing broke free of Wang Lu's hold. Wang Lu was stunned that it was really a demon. At the same time, Wang Lu also realized one thing. The other party was still stronger than himself. Bai Jingjing white tiger form. A grab down. Wang Lu's chest was clawed out with a few deep visible bones before he flew backwards. After landing on the ground, Wang Lu's head was tilted and he didn't move. At the same time, the surrounding handymen were instantly frightened and all of them fled in all directions. What a demon! Demons have infiltrated the clan. Quickly inform the clan. Bai Jingjing hovered in the air and took a few hard, deep breaths. which slowed down the suffocating feeling. No need to inform. The words were not yet spoken. The 5 surrounding peaks suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. This was followed by a shaking of the ground. When calm is restored, the crowd looked up. The mountain gate's protective formation had been broken. Above the mountain peaks, dozens of huge white tigers stood in the sky. White clan chiefs, have you forgotten the 1,000-year covenant? The sect leader of the Green Cloud sect and a group of elders flew out one after another. A large white tiger at the head of the group spat out. You were the ones who broke the pact first. The sect master was confused and was about to explain something when Bai Jingjing's voice came from the distance. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense with these humans. They're pretending to be pigs. I was just almost strangled to death. The sect leader just froze. In this land of cultivation, blessed by immortals, it's difficult for animals to become sperm. Unless someone high up is looking, and it just so happened that 1,000 years ago, this white tiger was spotted by a high-ranking person because of its special fur color. That's why they cultivated their white tiger demon clan. Now that 1,000 years had passed, because of the resources and guidance of a high-level person, but any white tiger that could successfully transform into a form was no less powerful than the transformation god realm. And there was only one person in the transformation spirit realm of the Qingyin sect, and that was he, the sect leader of the Qingyin sect. In this situation, it was even slanderous that the disciples of the Green Cloud sect had almost killed her. It's really a matter of desire. Chapter 22, The Green Moon Destroys the Sect. Wang Lu certainly didn't know about the conversation at the top of the mountain. At this moment, he realized that this white tiger demon was a bit powerful, so he chose to tactically play dead. Little Six, are you alright? Just as Wu Dailang rushed to Wang Lu's side, an explosion that resounded through heaven and earth came from the top of the mountain. Wang Lu suddenly felt his cold hairs explode, not allowing him to play dead. He looked up. On top of the mountain, a group of white tigers and the Green Cloud sect fought. From a distance, it's colorful, but Wang Lu could feel the energy in it. Even with the aftermath, Wang Lu felt his heart palpitate. Is this the clan's highest fighting force? By this time, the surrounding handymen reacted to what was going on. Zheng Dahai, an outer disciple, yelled out, "Not good, a demon is attacking the clan." All the miscellaneous disciples listened to the order. All of them will go up the mountain to fight against the enemy. After shouting this, Zheng Dahai's old arms and legs were like propellers, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke, not knowing whether they had gone to support or slipped away. The rest of the handymen were certainly not stupid, and it was of no use for them to go when the big brothers were killing each other. So slogans were shouted, but people ran away in droves. Little Six, you're not dead. Great, let's defend the clan to the death. Wang Lu was dumbfounded. When did Wu Dailang become so aware? Dailang, what is to be defended? Preserve the fire of the clan. After saying that, he shouldered Wang Lu and ran in the opposite direction. No shame in you. It wasn't as easy for Wu Dailang to carry himself, and he was panting before he got very far. Wang Lu looked at Wu Dailang as if he had resisted Han Run himself. I can't believe you're as sentimental as I am. Oro. No time for melodrama. Let's hide. Although Wang Lu felt that he was not a match for the group of white tigers head-on, he could not be harmed by the mere aftermath. Just as Wang Lu was considering whether or not to expose his strength and take Wu Dailang to escape from here, there was a sudden burning sensation of hot energy behind him. Looking back, surprisingly, there were dozens of huge fireballs smashing towards here. It's definitely not an afterthought. Martyr. Are these white tigers so brutal that they even have to clean up the handymen? It's too late. The moment the fireball landed, Wang Lu's body powered up and pressed Wu Dailang down into a ditch, finally using his body to completely crush Wu Dailang. Boom! Fireball explosion. It's comparable to the power of a missile bombing. Even Wang Lu felt his back burning. It took about a minute for the heat to dissipate. Wang Lu got up to look at Wu Dailang, who was still red from the afterglow even though he was pressed underneath him. Wu Dailang struggled to get up and looked around. The surrounding area was full of pitch-black scorched earth. I can't believe we didn't die. Thanks to the immortal's blessing. Wang Lu, you should be thankful that those demons can't hit you right, that I'm behind you, and that you're not tall. Wu Dailang then remembered that Wang Lu had just wrapped around him. Rocco, are you okay? Wang Lu turned around, revealing his back. At this moment, the clan clothes on his body had been burned, and his back also showed burn marks. It's not much of a big deal essentially, but it looks pretty bad. Good grief. Wang Lu shook his head. What's so tragic about me? Look there. Wu Dailang looked in the direction of Wang Lu's finger, and it was 2 charred corpses. If you look closely, you won't recognize who it is. Rocco, that's too much skin for you. There is no intuition without comparison. And Wu Dailang felt at this point that Wang Lu was considered lightly injured. As they spoke, the two men helped each other to flee. There were charred handymen all along the way. Occasionally, One or two of the handymen who didn't die were left writhing on the ground with only a breath left in their mouths. It's true that when the gods fight, mortals suffer. Help me. Senior, help me. Suddenly a dead body opened its eyes and hugged Wang Lu's legs. Who are you? I'm Zhang Ming. At this moment, Zhang Ming was extremely miserable. His slanted bangs were gone. His skin was burned. And even his legs were blown off. You're hopeless. Wang Lu signaled Zhang Ming to look at his lower body. And Zhang Ming looked down as his body kept trembling. At the moment, he himself knew there was no salvation for him. Thinking of his stoicism over the years, thinking of all the suffering he had endured over the years, and thinking of the family's expectations of him when he left home, Zhang Ming subconsciously stroked his bangs, which were no longer there. Immortal road. So hard. Senior brother. Give me a pain in the ass. Wang Lu shook his head. Disciples of this sect, killing each other is forbidden. Zhang Ming coughed for a while and suddenly spat out a bright pearl from his mouth. I didn't have the qualification to cultivate immortality. This is what I got from a strange encounter when I was a child. And only after swallowing it did I have a little bit of qualification to cultivate immortality. Wang Lu immediately took over the pearl. We originated from the same house of handymen. And my senior brother even took care of me quite a bit in the beginning. So even if it's against the division's regulations, I'll still help you. After saying that, a hand slash knocked Zhang Ming out. But with the extent of his injuries, he shouldn't be able to wake up. Wu Daolang looked at it and called out that it was awesome. This didn't violate the rules of the door and got the treasure at the same time. Wang Lu took a look at the so-called treasure. The size of a quail's egg, pure white in color. Holding it in his hand with a sense of coldness. At that moment, the battle on top of the mountain peak appeared out of the ordinary. The poem, which was still a small black dot, suddenly became larger. According to the proportion, I'm afraid it's 100 meters tall. At this moment, in addition to the seriousness of the injuries, the sect leader's face was even more hideous after becoming bigger. And he didn't look like a normal person anymore. Wu Daolang exclaimed, what a terrifying immortal art. Wang Lu, however, frowned. Wu Daolang could only see a general picture, but he could see every detail of the palmist. The palmist's face was festering, and in no time it looked like a zombie. But although he had red eyes, the target of his attack was always the group of white tigers. Trickster wrote immortal cultivation. Good you, Qingyun sect, how dare you violate the heavenly Tao. Today, we will do justice to the heavens, so we will destroy Qingyun. The white tiger in the lead bellowed angrily, and Wang Lu in the distance was instantly stunned. How dare you want to exterminate the family? Is there so much hatred? Challenges, retaliation, strikes, these were all still acceptable. But if it was the extermination of a family, then one could no longer hide one's strength. Wang Lu picked up Wu Daolang with his arm and ran away in a puff of smoke. Chapter 23, Rebuilding the Sect. Spirit Pond. Behind Wang Lu's stop, Wu Daolang was not yet in a state of stagnation, as if his soul had not yet followed him. When he reacted a minute later, he immediately asked, what just happened? Wang Lu said in a serious manner, someone just gave me a force through the air, which allowed us to escape from Changyin Mountain. It must have been senior brother Han who pleaded with the two of us and got the sect leader to save us. Yeah, poor senior brother Han. He's probably in a bad way. Wang Lu couldn't even strangle a tigress, let alone a bunch of white tigers. So for Han Run, he was also deeply powerless. The two came to Qingyun town. At this moment, the people in the town were looking in the direction of Qingyun Mountain, and they had just felt the shaking of the ground. It's like there's heavenly thunder happening on the ground. Many people had gathered outside the town until they saw Wang Lu and Wu Daolang, which made them come forward to inquire. Two immortal masters, what happened to Qingyun sect? Before Wang Lu could say anything, Wu Daolang immediately said, there is a demon invasion. The clan has reached a moment of life and death. This statement was met with a great deal of trepidation. Within 10,000 miles, dozens of countries, dozens of foreign states, were all under the umbrella of the Qingyun sect. If the clan was destroyed, the sky would truly fall. Wu Daolang wanted to fool around some more and pull up a bunch of people himself, but that's when a man flew down from the mountain. Fixing his eyes, it was no one else but Han Run. Run, you're not dead. Great. Wang Lu and Wu Daolang immediately greeted them. The clan is in great trouble. Let's the three of us brothers go together. With my mind, little sixth strength, and your magical ability, we will definitely be able to make something of ourselves. Han Runner had quite a few injuries on his body, but they weren't serious. He said under his breath, go what away? We won. What? Wang Lu and Wu Daolang were instantly shocked. Before the run, it's clear that the trend is one of a flop and a loss. Han ran to explain. Master exerted his divine ability to defeat the White Tiger clan with 1 against 10. Avatar? Is that the divine power of giganticization? It doesn't look like much, But it's so powerful. No wonder that group of white tigers were so excited when they first saw it. Trickster cultivation. What exactly is it? In the middle of Wang Lu's thoughts, Han Running continued. But with this great calamity, the clan has suffered heavy losses and is in dire need of manpower. The Sifu ordered me to come out and gather the remaining disciples. Go on. Hurry back. You two wait to get even. After saying that, Han Run came to the front of the crowd and said to the crowd of Qingyun town again, your opportunity has come. The Green Cloud sect is recruiting disciples widely. This time we don't look at qualifications. We only look at beliefs. If you have the will to cultivate immortality, you can follow us up the mountain. At once, the people of Qingyun town were abuzz. Most of them were the family members or underlings of the disciples of the Green Cloud sect as service personnel. They looked at the Immortal Gate every day and watched the so-called immortals, and naturally felt envious. Now that there is an opportunity, and it does not depend on qualifications, it is naturally very enthusiastic. As long as he entered the Green Cloud sect, the original family head would definitely not chastise him. Wang Yuan also came to Wang Lu's side at this time and asked cautiously, young master, can I go? Of course you can. Your name predestines you to be the main character. I was worried about the hard days on the mountain. Wouldn't it be great to have an underling to serve me? Even if he took a step back, this guy was really the protagonist template, and he hadn't offended him. Maybe the Wang family had followed the light. Back to the Five Peaks entrance. When he looked up, he saw that the Green Cloud sect was already a large portion destroyed. 4 of the 5 peaks were razed to the ground, leaving only 1 peak's building still standing. The land of the immortals. Without their aura, even the clouds are not ethereal. Other than that, there were sporadic disciples, either dealing with the gruesome corpses or coming and going in a hurry not knowing what they were busy with. When Wang Lu and a large group of others arrived, they were immediately assigned tasks. No one said anything about the specifics of the big battle, and Wang Lu and the others didn't dare to ask, just getting involved into the rebuilding of the clan, moving earth and leveling the ground, laying bricks and tiles, painting walls and carving beams. Luckily, those senior brothers who knew spells also helped with the work, and it only took less than a week to rebuild the main peak, the Green Peak. This was followed by personnel arrangements. All the people who came from Qingyun town became handymen and were ready to recruit. As for the handymen who originally survived, there were less than 10 of them, and most of them became deacons of the House of Handymen. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang even took a step up and became outer disciples. When Wang Lu and Wu Dalong got the news, there was no surprise, only shock. The two of them didn't even have a forged body. How could they dare to be any outer disciple? And they hurriedly pulled Han Run, hoping that he would do something. Brother Run, you know what level we are at. You made us outer disciples. We can't do anything else but work. The outer and inner disciples, who were the ones who practiced the tasks and sometimes had to go out, were quite dangerous without some skills. Han Run laughed. Of course I know, but I got the news that the sect has suffered a great loss of vitality this time around, so it's preparing to open up the spirit pool to the outer disciples. Spirit Pond. Regarding this legendary thing, Wang Lu had certainly heard of it in the past few years. This was one of the Qingyun sect's greatest treasures. Rumor has it that it was because of it that Qingyun landed here, but that's all Wang Lu and the others knew about it. Han Running continued. The spirit pool contains the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, in which cultivation is twice as effective, comparable to the use of extremely high-quality spirit stone cultivation. If an ordinary person enters it, it can also optimize the root bones and enhance the qualifications. What? Qualifications can still be improved? Wang Lu was surprised. I've never heard that qualifications can still be improved. Han ran to explain. I only realized this after being accepted as a disciple by my master. A qualification over 70 naturally can't be upgraded, but those with a lower qualification are too many different aspects, so it is possible to upgrade. The lower the qualifications, the better the results. I just went into the spirit pool once, and that's how I was able to cultivate properly. The sect leader has said that, in reality, all ordinary people who enter the spirit pool will be able to at least improve to the point where they can barely cultivate. It's just that would be pointless and just a waste of resources. This time, the Qingyun sect has injured its vitality and fears a great calamity. That's why they released the spirit pool once, hoping to cultivate some core disciples from the outer sect to enter the inner sect. So this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After hearing Han Run's introduction, Wang Lu and Wu Dalong immediately gulped. Wu Dailang also has a dream of cultivating immortality, and Wang Lu is even more pressured by the great end of his life. At this moment, there is really a chance to cultivate immortality. It is impossible to refuse. The two looked at each other and said in unison, "It is incumbent upon my generation to recast the glory of the Green Cloud sect." Chapter 24, Scarlet Spirit Pool. On the hillside of Green Peak, turning through the peach forest, there is a closed cave entrance. Normally the place is guarded. Open the cave door today. Wang Lu and Wu Dailang followed a senior brother from the inner sect to this place. All the surviving outer disciples had almost all gathered here. Only about 24 of them. At this time, Wang Lu saw an old acquaintance, Mo Jinghong. Mo Jinghong was an inner disciple. This time he didn't have to enter the spirit pool. He was just a staff member responsible for bringing the outer disciples. When he saw Wang Lu he first froze. Then he walked straight over. I can't believe you're not dead. Wang Lu thought to himself. I can't believe you didn't die too. And said with his mouth, hey, senior brother. Good luck. You can enter the spirit pool even as a handyman? I'm sorry, senior brother Mo. I had some contribution to the great battle a week ago, so I'm now an outer disciple. Mo Jinghong suddenly grabbed Wang Lu and glared fiercely at him. You simply don't have the strength of a disciple of the outer sect. You can't go to the spirit pool. As he spoke, Wang Lu unexpectedly felt a surge of true qi into his body. The true qi raged for a while, and then there was no movement. The depths of Mo Jinghong's eyes revealed surprise, and Wang Lu was equally surprised. Is this all square to kill a fellow disciple? If it had been Wu Delang, he would have been seriously injured at least. Mo Jinghong, what are you doing? Finally the leading elder noticed the difference, and only then did Mo Jinghong let go of his hand and said to the elder, Enlightened elder, I recognize this person. He has no true qi. He doesn't even have the 7th level of body forging. Even if he has made some achievements, he can't become an outer disciple. There must be more than one person who walks the line within the clan. There's Li Deva down there, Han Runner up there, and quite a few people in between, but those who dare to take it to the stage and directly poke through this layer of window paper, especially if they are still the disciples of the headmaster. Mo Jinghong is considered to be the first. Wang Lu looked at the agitated Mo Jinghong and could never figure out why Mo Jinghong was targeting him so much. The disfigurement vendetta has apparently been explained away. At this point, the elder clapped his hands and said, Special times, special treatment. Even if the disciple who breaks the rules and promotes up doesn't have enough cultivation, after entering the spirit pool, he will be able to regain his life. Wang Lu didn't expect the senior management of the Qingyan sect to be so reasonable, and was even a bit touched. Thank you, elder, for understanding. Mo Jinghong seemed to be a bit undeterred and said to Wang Lu, the path of immortal cultivation is one step at a time. The resources of the master's sect are not much in the first place, so I would advise you to better give up on your own accord. Ink. Surprise. Hong. The elder was a bit rattled. Go do what you have to do. Yes, elder. Mo Jinghong had no choice but to bow and leave. Mo Jinghong walked out of the peach forest outside and looked back in the direction of the cave entrance, muttering under his breath, Fifth brother, I tried my best. On the other side, under the leadership of the elders, a group of outer disciples stepped into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Wang Lu felt a chill. The deeper they went, the deeper the chill became, and all the outer disciples clutched their arms tightly. The cave had 9 twists and turns, and it took about half an incense stick of time to walk. Wang Lu suddenly smelled the odor of blood. It didn't take long to get there, and it opened up in front of us. A blood-colored pool came into view. This is a spirit pool? It doesn't look like much. It was also the first time for the outer disciples to see the legendary thing, and it was completely different from what they had imagined. It didn't have any of the spiritual charm of an immortal thing. Instead it looked like a demonic creature. Quiet. At this time, the elder spoke. The spirit pond gathers the essence of heaven and earth, like the essence of a living being's blood. That's why it appears blood red. You don't have to be surprised. Boo boo boo. Bubbles continued to gush out of the pool of blood, and the smell of blood was what it brought out. Even if the color is like blood, how come it tastes really bloody? Wang Lu couldn't help but ask, Elder, why do I feel that this spirit pond isn't too decent? I think you're the one who's immodest. The elder frowned and pushed Wang Lu into the pool with a palm. I'm going to die, haha. It's only weird. Wang Lu screamed strangely in the spirit pool for a while, and found that the fart was fine, so he hemmed and hawed. Go down, all of you. When everyone saw that nothing happened to Wang Lu, they were relieved and walked into the spirit pool. The spirit pool is not deep, only up to one's chest. Upon entering the pool, the coldness of the cave was gone and a warmth flooded into his body. Speaking of subtle, Wang Lu felt that it was actually the feeling of soaking in a hot spring. After everyone had entered the pool, the elder pointed his finger and the golden light fell into the spirit pool. At once, Wang Lu felt that the blood water had turned into sticky plasma, and his body wasn't as flexible. Looking at the others, they couldn't even move at all. Just as someone was about to ask, the elder said, Don't speak, and carefully experience the transformation of your bodies by the spirit pool. After saying that, the elder left with a few inner disciples. After the elder walked out of the cave, he closed the stone door behind him. Then his 10 fingers flipped and a sealing pattern appeared on the cave door. No one can enter here for a year. The entire spirit pool was left with a group of outer disciples who were immobilized in the pool. Almost everyone closed their eyes and savored the experience. Wang Lu followed suit. Sure enough, the warmth began a regular movement through the body. It didn't take long before Wu Dailang suddenly opened his eyes and said to Wang Lu beside him, "Little six, I'm paralyzed." "Really? Why am I not dry?" After another 10 minutes or so, Wu Dailang said again, "I can't, I don't want to soak anymore. I feel my body rising." "Elder, elder," Wu Dailang shouted a few times, but as a result, no one responded at all, except for the echoes. "Oro, no, you can't go ashore and rest for a while before you take a dip." "But I can't move. Let me help you." So Wang Lu walked over to Wu Dailang and picked him up, then walked to the shore. Wang Lu himself re-entered the spirit pool. Wang Lu's perception was very sensitive, and he immediately noticed a slight change. The energy in this spirit pool was divided into more than 20 portions, and each of them poured into more than 20 people. Now that there was less of Wu Daolong's share, there was a little bit more going into his body. "Junior brother, help me too. I want to go ashore and rest for a while too." "Me too." Not a moment's effort. One after another. Some people can't bear it. Wang Lu thought that this group of people, after all, do not have this chance, so one by one, this group of outer disciples dragged out. Those who went ashore, and those who had rested enough to go back down into the pool, ended up not being able to bear it again in less than a moment's time. By the time it was dark, in the spirit pool, only Wang Lu was left alone. "Senior brother Wang, you have extraordinary roots and bones. You've managed to withstand it for so long. I've heard from the booksellers that there are some adventures where the longer one persists, the more benefits one obtains. And it looks like this time the spirit pool opportunities are all being enjoyed by senior brother Wang alone." Chapter 25, Dragon Vein Nourishes the Body. Day 2. Some people tried again one after another and it still didn't work. So some people tried to get out of here, only to be surprised to find the cave entrance blocked after 9 turns. No matter how much he shouted, there was no answer from outside the cave. The people thought that sealing the cave entrance was a necessary condition to enter the spirit pool. Time passes day by day. Many people had completely given up on the idea of entering the spirit pool, and not only did they not go, but they even stayed away to the location of the cave entrance, because the smell of blood in the air was making them all ill. It was good that none of these outer disciples lacked the rescue pill and didn't have to worry about food. The disciples who entered the outer sect were at least at the chi practicing stage, so they weren't bored and cultivated themselves. The only thing that was more boring was Wu Dailang. He had nothing to do because the smell of blood in the air was killing him, and he just wandered around every day looking for where there were vents. To say that the busiest is still Wang Lu. As the time spent soaking in the spirit pool became longer, he realized that the energy entering his body was also getting more and more rapid. 2 days ago, he even felt the swelling of his body, and his heart was dry, but with a set of funny body forging exercises, all the negative feelings disappeared. Wang Lu raised his hand and a stream of air sprayed out from his palm. "Is this true qi?" Wang Lu lowered his head, and the soles of his feet also spewed out gas, and his person flew straight up. This was the result of soaking in the spirit pool these days. He didn't know how much his qualifications had improved, but at least he had added true qi. Outside the cave, what should have been the lush green cloud mountain, at this time, actually presented a surprising scene. That originally lush green vegetation gradually became yellow, as if the vitality of life had been drained away. Obviously at the turn of spring and summer, should be the season of vigorous growth of all things, but here is the grass and trees withered, a scene of depression and decay. When some of the disciples and deacons in the sect discovered this anomaly, they wanted to investigate the cause in depth. However, just as they were about to put it into action, the sect leader suddenly appeared and sternly stopped them. Although the crowd was reluctant, they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the sect leader, and could only temporarily hold down their inner curiosity. Time passes in a hurry. 3 months have passed. On this day, a group of gorgeously dressed mortals arrived at the Green Cloud sect. Each of these people had a grave expression and an anxious look on their faces. In the main peak pavilion at the top of Green Peak Mountain, the first person respectfully saluted the Green Cloud sect leader sitting above him, Immortal Chang Yun. In recent days, the mountains and rivers within our great summer kingdom have been in turmoil, with all sorts of natural disasters occurring one after another. My Grand Summer Master has been observing the stars at night and has sensed that it may be due to the damage to the dragon vein, so he has come to implore the immortal sect to come to his aid. As soon as his words fell, another person next to him followed. Immortal Chang Yun, my Great Wei Kingdom is in the same situation. There are frequent earthquakes and floods in the land of the 3 counties. At this time, someone else chimed in. The Great Tang Kingdom has not been spared either, with the frequent attacks of violent storms and rains, and no food grains. I hope that the immortal sect can be merciful and save the world's living beings. In the face of the pleading pleas of this group of mortals, sect leader Chun Qingyun, instead of showing mercy, snorted coldly. Poof. At once, all the mortals fell to their knees and spat blood from their mouths. The dragon vein of this realm is at the feet of my Qingyun. Are you questioning that my hallowed Qingyun sect is still unable to guard a dragon vein? The people's bodies trembled and they bowed their heads, fearing that they would disobey the immortal again. Chen Qingyun looked at these mortals posturing, which eased up a little, so he said in a deep voice, "Prosperity and decay is the number of heaven. The dragon vein is not in the way, so go back." A group of mortals might be in high positions in their respective kingdoms, but they didn't dare to complain in the face of the immortal sect, knowing that the dragon vein is unhindered. The country's fortunes will be unimpeded, so they can only return to their respective countries to manage the disaster. After the crowd of mortals left, the Green Cloud sect leader raised his hand and wiped his face. The immortal gesture was gone. Instead it was a festering face. The side effects of the megalization avatar hadn't been eliminated yet. "Sect Master, your injury?" asked the Grand Elder with concern. "No matter, compared to the power brought by the mega transformation avatar. This side effect is insignificant." Chen Qingyun hadn't even thought to himself that the mega transformation avatar was so powerful that it had allowed him to kill 10 white tigers that were also at the transformation god realm. One of the white tigers was still at the peak of the god transformation realm. What was even more exaggerated was that he hadn't concentrated on cultivation at all recently, and had only made some adjustments to his diet, and as a result, he had actually shown signs of breaking through the transformation god realm. The tricky way of cultivating immortality is different. Sect leader, Guile Dao immortal cultivation is a deviant path. Are we really right in choosing this path? Third elderly Qingfeng revealed a worried expression. Chun Qingyun took a deep breath and laughed. "We slaughtered all the mounts raised by the spirit cave master. Sooner or later he'll find out, and if we want the Green Cloud sect to survive this calamity, the only way is this trickery. Senior brothers, there are still 9 months to go, and a fleshly body raised with a dragon vein will definitely be able to overcome the side effects of the mega transformation avatar. When you have it, you will be as enamored of it as I am." At this time, the Grand Elder suddenly said, "By the way, sect leader, recently Han Run has been a bit impetuous, bouncing around in the sect. What should be done with him?" Chen Qingyun, the dragon vein nurturing body hasn't succeeded yet after all. He's the only one who has used the mega transformation avatar completely without side effects. Keep it for now. In the spirit pool, Wang Lok has been soaking for more than 10 months. Today happened to be the 4th year of his special forging again. There was no need to test it. Wang Lu had already felt his power boost accelerate again. Today, compared to yesterday, it's about a 50-ton boost, or 100,000 pounds a day. This boost had been accumulating for 3 years, and currently Wang Lu's normal firing power was 2,075 tons. It's scary to think about, but it's still a bit far from the 10 million tons of force that destroys mountains with a single punch. Wang Lu habitually checked his panel again. Host, Wang Lu. Life expectancy, 21 years, 35 years. Alas, life expectancy still hasn't increased. Turning off the system panel, Wang Lu first came to the shore to do forging exercises. When it was done, it came into the spirit pool. Just as soon as he hit the water, the spirit pond boiled up, and the blood-colored pool water continued to tumble. At the same time, Wang Lu felt the energy that entered his body turn from a small stream to a rushing river. Chapter 26 Blood Red True Qi. The huge energy surged into his body, and Wang Lu was nervous for a moment at first, afraid of bursting himself, but then realized that his body didn't respond at all. The body was like a bottomless pit, letting all this energy go in without any semblance of discomfort. What's going on? Wang Lu was a bit puzzled. Yesterday it was all quite normal. Why did it change today? To say the difference, today was the point in time between one's 3rd and 4th year of body forging, and one's physical qualities had just metamorphosed once. It was just that this metamorphosis was so silky smooth that Wang Lu was a bit numb. It's like those super rich people who have so much money that it's just a string of numbers in the back that it doesn't feel like money. Could it be that the physical quality had improved to a certain extent, and was more in tune with this spirit pool energy, or more in line with the conditions for energy infusion? What Wang Lu didn't know was that while he was speculating in the cave, the senior members of the Qingyun sect were also speculating on the mountain. The power of the dragon vein was so huge that Chun Qingyun and the others had only given it a small opening and slightly remodeled it. But now, the entire Qingyun sect sensed the anomaly. Ordinary disciples and elders only felt annoyed, but Chen Qingyun, who was at the goddess of transformation realm, was haunted by the sound of a dragon's roar in his divine soul, a sound that carried a miserable flavor. Master this? The avatar is present, accompanied by a vision. All of you be at ease. The dragon vein could only be sensed, not viewed, and even divine sense could not view it. And the dragon vein has a spirit, so it will move away if it is damaged, and must be sealed and fixed. So now it was neither possible to view it with divine sense nor to send someone in. Chen Xingyun couldn't figure it out either, so he could only force an explanation to appease the crowd. Time passes day by day. It's been close to a year since I came to Spirit Pond. At this time, the blood color of the Spirit Pond had disappeared and turned into the color of clear water. And the bottomless pit inside Wang Lu's body finally reacted. Within Wang Lu's body, the endless red energy unexpectedly converged into a small red gaseous dragon. The little dragon was moving around in Wang Lu's body, and Wang Lu could draw energy from the little dragon and spew it out from any part of his body as long as he wanted to. It doesn't feel so different from a year ago. A year ago, just after entering the Spirit Pond, Wang Lu could utilize the red energy jet to fly. Astro Boy, Iron Man, all can be roleplayed. The difference was just that the energy was now converging into a small dragon, and the energy level was a bit higher. No! Wang Lu stepped out from the spirit pool, and with a thought, his entire body immediately erupted with red energy. It's like a scion transforming. The jet state lasted for an hour before Wang Lu stopped. Feeling it carefully, the small dragon inside his body was a drop smaller, but after only a breath of time, the small dragon returned to its original size. So here's the difference. Wang Lu discovered it. The little dragon could actually recover on its own, although he couldn't figure out the principle. But this was equivalent to endless energy. That's real energy, right? Han Runner honestly didn't deceive me, and it was true that this place was a heavenly opportunity. Wang Lu felt that his qualifications must have improved, otherwise it would be impossible to produce true qi. So, there are thousands of ways to forge the body, but in the end, they are all the same. Junior brother, what just happened? Roku-chan, what's wrong with you? Wu Dailang rushed in at this time following a large group of outer disciples. Wang Lu looked puzzled. Nothing much, Wu Dailang said. A good strong red light suddenly emanated from here just now, and just as we leaned over, our legs went limp, and we were all on our knees, unable to move. It's been an hour, and we thought something had happened to you. Wang Lu immediately understood. So it was an abnormality when he was a scion. I can't imagine that my true qi has a dominating aura. Wang Lu was just about to make up a reason to explain, when an outer sect senior discovered the abnormalities in the spirit pool. At this moment, the spirit pond had already returned to a state of clear water, and as they were all at the qi practicing stage, they could feel the huge amount of spiritual qi contained within. So it was instantly understood that it was a vision caused by the change in the spirit pool. A group of outer disciples immediately scrambled to jump into the spirit pool. Wang Lu secretly laughed. The red is not the essence. This group of nerds, the physical quality is not good, so they cannot absorb the essence. For 3 days thereafter, this group of outer disciples were shouting every day. Some people break through, some have epiphanies, some cry. Even Wu Daolang said he felt great and his qualifications had definitely gotten a boost. Just wait until you get out there and do a test to find out what your current qualifications are. At the same time, Six discovered another peculiar phenomenon. The precious pearl in his arms actually liked the clear water in the spirit pool as well. So Wang Lu quietly buried it into the spirit pool, and 3 days later, it actually emitted a faint shimmering light. At first, Zhang Ming said that this treasure could enhance some qualifications, but he didn't feel anything when he wore it himself. Now that it was glowing though, it immediately worked, and Wang Lu felt a little more warmth as he held it. It doesn't do much for you, but it's definitely improved in quality. If it can really enhance the qualification, then you can take it to your own brother in the future. When Wang Lu left home, the seventh brother had already been in the womb for 9 months, and now that the oldest 7 should now be 3 years old, it was time for him to take on the heavy responsibility of the rise and fall of the Wang family. Even if Lao Qi is his sister, Wang Lu is not afraid. With Lao Dad's ability to reproduce, 8th brother should be 1 or 2 years old. Just as Wang Lu was still rambling there, he suddenly heard a loud noise. A flick of the ear should be the distance to the cave's stone door. Wang Lu hurriedly put away the precious pearl. Not long after, sect leader Chen Xingyun arrived at the spirit pool with a few elders. The scene that caught his eyes was that the outer disciples were soaking in the spirit pool and concentrating on their cultivation. Each one was rosy-cheeked and full of energy. Only one Wan Luck, who had entered the outer gate by the back door, was playing on the shore. It shouldn't. The senior management of the Qingyan sect looked at the outer disciples in the spirit pool and were all confused. Chapter 27, The Price of Cheating. What are you doing in? Chen Xingyun asked with a bit of a stutter. Some of the outer disciples saw that all of the senior members of the sect had come, thinking that the sect valued them and even came to pick them up in person. So they all excitedly walked ashore and bowed in unison in a big salute. Thank you for the grace of the sect's transformation. Remodeling? Chen Xingyun didn't understand the meaning of the word anymore. Immediately the disciples reported on the year's harvest as you and I did. Sect leader. I've broken through the Qi practicing stage. Sect master. I feel permeable all over. My qualifications have increased by at least 20 points. When it was Wu Delang's turn, the guy actually said excitedly, Sect master. I feel that with my qualifications I've already broken double digits. How did this put the truth out? Wang Lu was shocked. Wu Dailang also realized that he had blurted out when he finished speaking and carefully observed the sect master and the others. As it turned out, they seemed to have known it all along and didn't care a bit. Finally, it was Wang Lu's turn, and Wang Lu no longer dared to lie, so he said weakly, Sect master, I have also benefited greatly from the spirit pond, and have already cultivated true qi. After everyone had introduced their growth since, Chen Xingyun immediately went up to personally check. When it was Wang Lu's turn, Wang Lu instantly became nervous. This little dragon was definitely different, and if it was discovered it might be taken back. So Wang Lu tucked in his belly and exerted himself, and with superb control, he popped the little red dragon into his pants with a fart. Then the sphincter contracts and blocks the gate. Chen Xingyun touched and looked at Wang Lu's head. He really couldn't detect the true qi in Wang Lu's body, but his meridians did have traces of true qi flowing through them. It could only be judged as just generating true qi. All the qi was so small that it could not be detected. Other than that, Wang Lu's body did not have any more abnormalities. When Chen Xingyun withdrew his hand, Wang Lu let out a hiss. What's wrong with you? The master helped me to the top and sent me to the everlasting life. I'm so happy that I won't wash my hair anymore. After saying that, Wang Lu scratched his butt. Baiyu. Wang Lu's heart was pounding. Luckily there was excitement to hide it. Wang Lu also didn't expect that his own body, under the careful examination of the sect's bigwigs, didn't even find any abnormality. Was he really just an ordinary guy with a little more ordinary power? While Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Xingyun was precisely when he had a headache and wondered. Chen Xingyun was in no mood to be poor with Wang Lu and immediately went to inspect the other outer disciples again. After he finished his examination, he realized that the group of outer disciples really didn't lie. Especially the two oddballs. I've wasted my dragon vein to breed this. One qualification was over double digit, and one had just forged his body at the 7th level. Chen Xingyun's chest rose and fell in anger. It's amazing that these two oddballs have actually improved their qualifications. It costs so much to remodel the dragon vein. Even the dragon veins are gone nowadays. And that's how you end up with these bird people? Sect leader. What now? The Grand Elder opened his mouth and asked. Chen Xingyun was also helpless and puzzled, but could only take his time to observe. Go out first. I'll take a look at the spirit pool. And so this group of outer disciples walked out of the spirit pond cave in one piece. The moment he regained the light, Wang Lu was about to take a deep breath when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. There's nothing fairy-like about the scene outside. A year ago, although this place had experienced the battle of the White Tiger, the countless sky-high trees in the mountain, as well as many wonders were still intact. Nowadays, as far as the eye can see, the trees have fallen, the white fog has dissipated, and even the air inhaled into the lungs is not so fresh. It felt like Qingyun Mountain had removed its immortal beauty and returned to an ordinary mountain. Can't it be that the spirit pool is the core of Green Cloud Mountain and I sucked it dry? Wang Lu thought like this, and immediately felt a little bit sorry for the Green Cloud sect. In the past, when he was still a handyman, he felt that his fellow disciples were all so cold and indifferent. They were all in a relationship of using and being used, thinking that this was an unfeeling sect. Now that he had just been promoted to the outer sect, he immediately felt the care of the sect. Wang Lu actually felt a slight sense of guilt in his heart. A few days after that, Wang Lu learned that it was not only Changyun Mountain, but this situation had occurred in this territory. Wang Lu was a little uneasy in his heart, and he didn't know how things were at home. After entering the outer sect, Wang Lu had thought that he was idle and could concentrate on lying flat, cultivating. It turned out not to be the case. Because of the large number of people sacrificed last time, all the outer disciples now each had a mission. Those outstanding, highly promoted outer disciples were called to the sect leader's side from time to time for a cordial greeting. As for the external disciples who had been promoted to general, they would need to be responsible for cooperating with the internal disciples and managing the internal running work of the Qingyun sect, as well as the bottom of the barrel. They were called out on patrol. Patrols are in all directions away from the Green Cloud Mountains. Patrol leaders, with 3 or 5 handymen, each patrolled one side, and once a suspicious person was found, the clan was immediately notified. Obviously, the Green Cloud sect had already foreseen the danger that was feared to be coming soon. For this reason, the Green Cloud sect had also made a bloody effort, with each patrol leader equipped with a flying spell and a communication spell jade. Wang Lu was then appointed as a patrol leader, in charge of the southwest side of the patrol. Wu Delang couldn't even be the captain because he didn't even have true chi, so he could only be Wang Lu's vice-captain. Wang Lu didn't realize any danger and was currently leisurely leading the 3 handymen on foot to the patrol area. Lord Wang, it's 300 miles this way, we're just going to walk there? After walking all morning, and slowly at that, one of the handymen finally couldn't help but speak up. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Young master, drink some water. The handymen were chosen by themselves, and one of them is Wang Yuan, who is a good use of his own people. Wang Lu glared at the opinionated handyman, then continued to look down at his book. The book was called The Preliminary Refining Method of True Qi, which Wang Lu had borrowed from the clan, and in principle could not be shown to outsiders. Upon promotion to outer disciple, all can learn this technique, which is considered a basic use of true Qi. But Wang Lu looked at the morning. The words are recognized, linked together, just cannot see understand. Where's the promised upgrade in qualifications? Wang Lu just felt like elementary school culture, cheated and took a university exam, and as a result, he could not understand higher mathematics at all. Looking at the flying magic weapon in his hand, which already had cracks on it, Wang Lu was a bit speechless. He tried directly inputting it with his own true Qi. As a result, one's red true Qi was under one's own control when inside the body, and could not be controlled when outside. Wang Lu only transported a sliver of true Qi into the flying magic weapon and it cracked. Wang Lu didn't dare to try again and could only learn honestly. Delang, how about you help me look at it? As a fellow outer disciple, Wu Dailang was allowed to look at this spell. Wu Dailang glanced at the book, hemmed and hawed, and whispered, I can't read much. Even if you have elementary school education yourself, you have a kindergarten level cheater. Wang Lu pushed Wu Dailang away, and then branched out the other 2 handymen that he didn't know well, so that they could build a fire and cook. He himself handed the book to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, help me study it. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up the moment he saw the title of the book. It's a book on cultivating immortality. After becoming a Green Cloud sect handyman, Wang Yuan began to learn the body forging method without even measuring his qualifications. Nowadays it is considered just touching the threshold of cultivation. Wang Yuan was mesmerized after taking one look at it. Wang Lu asked, can you read it? That should do it. Give me a couple days. Wang Lu did not expect that Wang Yuan was really looking at it seriously. Maybe this guy is not lowly qualified. Put the book away, read it when no one is around, and teach me when you learn. By the way, I'll lend you a treasure to help you save some time. With that, Wang Lu shoved the qualification treasure pearl into Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan felt refreshed as he held the precious pearl and felt that his mind was more than 10 times faster. Young master, perhaps I can read it in one night. So awesome. The precious pearl. Wang Lu had no feeling when he held it, and Wu Dalong had a feeling when he held it, but he was still a scum, and he couldn't even enter the forging realm. Is it possible that instead of a fixed increase of a certain number of qualification points, it is a multiplication of the original qualification? If that was the case, then this qualification jewel was a bit of a big deal. Chapter 28 Food Shortage. Woe to the land. It would take time for Wang Yuan to learn this theory, and it would take a certain amount of time for Wang Yuan to teach himself, so it seemed that he would not be able to learn how to use his true Qi in a short period of time. The only way to get to the patrol point on time was to think of something else. After simply eating something, Wang Lu had the crowd pick up some dead wood, treat it, and then assemble a large wooden box. 6. What the hell is this? You'll see when you get inside. You're not going to roast us for dinner. Wang Lu was the captain, and only Wu Dailang spat out a few words, while everyone else stepped into the box. All sit back and hold on tight. Wang Lu put the lid on the box and lifted it directly from below. Little 6. Young master, Lord Wang? Wang Lu, calm down. Don't scream. I'll fly you there. After saying that, Wang Lu jetted on the soles of his feet and directly flew up. Just after reaching mid-air, Wang Lu glanced below and became dizzy. Mud. With that, he planted his head on one side. Wang Lu had often been Iron Man in the Spirit Pond Cave and had thought he had overcome his fear of heights. I didn't realize the height reached a certain point and it still didn't work. Wang Lu landed, took a breath, and took off again. This time, he lifted his head and stopped looking at the bottom of his feet, and as a result, his afterglow could still see the ground in the distance. After a shaking and then forced landing, Wang Lu simply looked in the right direction first, then closed his eyes and flew. It didn't fly long enough to hit a mountain. Luckily it didn't fly fast enough for the case to crash. Tapped the box and it was full of screams. It's good to be okay. At the end of the day, Wang Lu finally found a way, flying low, no more than 5 meters from the ground, and if it's an open flat area, fly directly against the ground. After finding the method, Wang Lu accelerated his speed, like a red stream of light that, 300 miles, arrived in a few breaths. Wang Lu opened the door of the box. A disgusting smell came from it. Close by was the yelling and cursing of Wu Delang. You old six, did you do that on purpose? Let's eat before you dump us on the vomit. Vom. 4 people. 3 are vomiting, and 1 has passed out. Ha ha, the use of true qi is still unskilled. Everyone take a rest first. Wang Lu snorted before scouting the terrain around. Just like Qingyun Mountain, the grass and trees here had withered for the most part, and there were dead branches and leaves everywhere, with only a few small trees and grasses that had just grown up still alive. The first one to recover was Wang Yuan. This guy was really gifted under the enhancement of the qualification treasure pearl. Once everyone had pretty much recovered, they began to look for stones and dead wood to build a temporary landing place. The Southwest Area Patrol Squad office of the Green Cloud Gate was officially opened. Because he was mainly guarding the sky, Wang Lu built a watchtower. Patrol work was boring, just going out and wandering around every day. Not to mention enemy attacks, even birds and animals were rarely seen, because of the fear of riding in a big box again. The people in the patrol squad, all of them rarely returned to the sect. Only Wang Lu returned to the sect every half a month to replenish some supplies. This period, Wang Yuan had eaten through the preliminary refining method of true qi, but when he tutored Wang Lu in his studies, even with the qualification treasure pearl in hand, Wang Yuan still broke down. Unable to do so, Wang Lu still gave up the conventional cultivation path and just insisted on funny body forging every day. This kind of day lasted for 3 months, and the sect side suddenly stopped providing normal food, saying that the patrol squad was left to its own devices. As for the Vesuvian pill, it's even more unlikely. I heard that even the Green Cloud sect's own elixir fields are having problems, with elixir production plummeting and ordinary pills becoming scarce. There was nothing Wang Lu could do about it, although he had become physically stronger and was very resistant to hunger. But it's so hard to be hungry. Wang Lu also went to see the patrol area nearby. Wild fruits and vegetables are available, and starvation is impossible. It is just that the disciples of the Hall of Green Cloud sect, the existence of cultivating immortality, gnawing on wild fruits and eating wild vegetables is also too shabby. Thus, Wang Lu explained to the team members under his hand and went far away alone. There is no food near the Green Cloud Mountain. Is there still none in the mortal kingdom? It just so happened that he hadn't been home for a few years, so Wang Lu was ready to take a trip back to the Great Summer Kingdom. Without the dragons, Wang Lu was fast on his own. Only just arriving at the border of the Great Summer Kingdom, Wang Lu landed on the ground and adopted the walking method. It wasn't that Wang Lu was afraid of being exposed in front of ordinary people, but the scene in front of him made Wang Lu simply unable to believe that this was Daxia. It was fine when I left, but now it's a hell on earth. No more fish in the rivers. No more wild animals in the forests. No more crops in the fields. The barren earth is not at all like an environment for human survival. Wang Lu walked for a long time, and he realized that there were not 1 in 10 villages left, and the outskirts of the town were filled with refugees. These refugees were dragging their families with them, and one of them was as thin as a skeleton. Some strength. Went to pick up a lot of dead wood. Hard pull to the county. Want to exchange some food, but the result is that even the city gates cannot enter. Those who don't even have the strength to do so, directly gnaw on the soil and eat it, and then simply fall to the ground and die. There is nothing more miserable than the refugees who have been pushed to the brink of extinction and have been given easy access to their children. Before Wang Lu could get close to the city gates, a man suddenly stopped him. You guys are so pearly. You must be the son of a big family. Why don't you give some alms for food? The man had a cross-faced face and said words of alms, but he was carrying a knife. Wang Lu was so speechless that he went so far as to describe it as bejeweled. You don't recognize me in this outfit? Wang Lu was wearing clan clothing with the word Qingyun written on it. The man said, I can't read, and I don't care whose young master you are. Either kill me today or leave anything of value on you. Who told you big families and officials, who obviously have so much more to eat, not to open your barns for relief? No wonder you're messing with idioms. You're illiterate. Wang Lu laughed. What if I am an immortal cultivator? You're not afraid of death? The man followed suit and laughed. Immortals are so high and mighty. Would they not come to this filthy place? With that, he stabbed a knife towards Wang Lu. Wang Lu didn't even dodge, letting it stab him. The man's knife didn't even poke through Wang Lu's clothes, let alone kill him. In an instant, the man understood that this person was really a cultivator. Shock, despair, helplessness, various expressions passed by as the man let go of the knife and turned back to look in one last direction. In a simple wooden shed, an old couple, a weak woman, and 3 children were looking dead ahead, with worried looks on their faces. Wang Lu's eyesight was so good that he instantly knew that it was the man's family. Under the year of desolation, perhaps only such ruthless people could survive. Ugh! The man heard a sigh and turned around to see that Wang Lu had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 29 Red Dust Fire. The capital city of Daxia. After more than 3 years, Wang Lu returned here again. The layout of the capital's buildings hasn't changed much, but the people inside have. It used to be bustling with lights and traffic, and now there aren't many people on the streets, and there are more soldiers on patrol than there are people. Wang Lu traveled lightly and quickly arrived at the royal residence. At the moment, the gate of the royal residence was closed. Wang Luk went up and fastened the door. A short while later, a familiar servant's voice came. Who? Wang Lu, little Li Zi, your grandfather is back. The gate was instantly opened, and a dry and thin servant froze in excitement when he saw Wang Lu. After a moment, this was followed by a shout. Sixth young master is back. The screams traveled far, and not long after, all of Wang Lu's family rushed out. Father, eldest mother, second mother, third mother, and my favorite dear mother. This brat is my seventh brother, isn't it? Boy, you're thin. Oh, you're fat. It's called being strong. Tian funny forging isn't really funny. It's normal to develop a muscle. After some catching up, Wang Xian then set aside the crowd and pulled Wang Lu to speak alone. Son, 10 years haven't come and gone. Why have you come back? Wang Xian asked worriedly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lu was still wearing the costume of the Qingyan sect, his first words would have been to ask, Father, don't worry. I wasn't kicked out of the immortal sect. Wang Xian was instantly relieved. This year's natural and man-made disasters had been constant, and the foundations of Daxia had been shaken, and if he hadn't had this relationship with the Qingyun sect, he would have been sent to the front lines to suppress the uprising. Wang Xian is a great general, naturally not afraid to fight, but now he is almost 60 people. The force value plummeted, not to mention, the family does not have a pillar. Once he falls on the battlefield, I'm afraid he won't be able to save his wife and children. Wang Lu continued. Father, not only was I not expelled, I was promoted to an outer disciple. What? Wang Xian was first startled, then slapped Wang Lu on the back of his head. I don't know what level you are at TM. Don't bull ***** me. Don't believe me. Wang Lu raised his hand and sprayed out a trace of true qi, and the wigwam 10 meters away exploded. True qi. Wang Xian naturally recognized this thing because he also had true qi. The thing called true qi didn't belong to cultivators alone. Folk martial artists had it too. It's just that both have different systems and end up going in different directions. If an ordinary person can practice internal martial arts, they will produce true qi after they have achieved great success. But practicing martial arts is also not only about talent, it also takes a long time to accumulate. Wang Xian was sure that Wang Lu would never have run up in the middle of the night to steal martial arts before. Father, you won't believe me when I tell you, I've had a strange encounter. Wang Lu took out the qualification treasure pearl, and then narrated in a big way about what happened to the sect, and how he had broken into the spirit pool, told everything except his own gold finger. After hearing this, Wang Xian first laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, well, my sixth son has made a name for himself. But not a moment later it was immediately alert again. You're saying that the Green Cloud sect is under siege by demons? Wang Lu nodded. Wang Xian muttered. No wonder. The Qingyun Pavilion also has so many fewer people, and it also closes every other day. Old 6. Something like the attack on the Green Cloud sect. Rot in your stomach in the future. Trouble comes out of your mouth. Wang Lu is not stupid. Wang Xian doesn't even know, proving that the news is blocked. Father, does the Green Cloud Pavilion really work? The Green Cloud sect had an office in the secular world called the Green Cloud Pavilion. This pavilion is not under the control of Daxia, and its role is externally claimed to be to suppress demons and drive away evil spirits, and to guard the earth. But Wang Lu has never seen them suppress a demon or exorcise an evil since he was a child. It didn't work before and it won't work now. It's all useless. Why do we have to distinguish between before and now? Wang Lu was a bit confused. Wang Xian looked at Wang Lu and explained. Old 6. It seems like you really have been a handyman for 3 years, but you're not young anymore. It's time for you to learn about the cruel world. You were born in the prime of life, and grew up in the middle of the capital, where there is a human emperor sitting on the throne, civil and military officials, rich merchants and fat workers satiating the farmers, and all of them have their heads on red dust in fire. All of them are the most masculine and rigid things. In this environment, not to mention demons and evils, not even a little ghost can be found. But nowadays you can see this world. In just 1 year, there have been 4 disasters, and the people are not happy. The dragon's energy in the imperial city subsides, and the red dust fire in the world weakens. Demons and evils come out of the chaotic world. Grievances give birth to ghosts and demons, and mountains of corpses breathe the devil's way. Nowadays, it's exactly when the Qingyun Pavilion is needed, but it's just that they're understaffed, and they even directly close the pavilion and don't open it. Would you say they were and are useless? After hearing Wang Xian's words, Wang Lu took a deep breath. No wonder I grew up listening to people tell ghost stories, saying what this world demons and ghosts exist side by side, but I've never seen them, so it's because of the Shangshi. By the way, father, what is the red dust fire? Wang Xian stared at Wang Lu. You went to a cultivation sect and you're asking me? Wang Lu thought back to the experience of these 3 years or so, just 3 things: sweeping the floor, watching the door, and forging the body. The only one around him who could talk was Wu Dilang, and there wasn't even time or opportunity to gossip. Wang Xian said, "You'll know if you go to the street at night." Wang Lu thought that anyway. The patrol for so long there is no abnormality. It is not easy to return home. A few more days to live, there is no harm. Dinner, family reunion. More than a dozen people sat around a table and it turned out to be only 9 courses. Father, it's not as if even our family doesn't have any food stored. No matter what. Wang Xian was also a great general in his youth who was defending a side, and was in the top 5 among the military officials of Daxia. Moreover, Pops is also a smooth person. To say that he is not greedy at all, Wang Lu does not believe. Daddy gave away the food, the 2-year-old brother suddenly said innocently. Wang Xian's eyes glared. San Yang skillfully unbuttoned her own shirt, then sidestepped and gagged old Seven with her secret weapon. Wang Lu looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian said, "You concentrate on staying in the Green Cloud sect. You don't need to care about this matter of mine. There's not much food at home, but you can't starve." Sure enough, there were only 8 dishes, but there was a lot of rice, so there was really enough to go around. After eating dinner and playing with his brother, Wang Lu went out alone. The capital was even colder at night, with only patrolling soldiers and night watchmen. Wang Lu walked on the street, and when the cool breeze passed by, he actually shivered himself. Anthracite? One's own physical qualities, coupled with the clothes made by Qing Yun, would surprisingly feel cold. Very unscientific. Wang Lu walked a little further and came to the edge of the capital, which was far from the center of power and was considered a slum area. The reason why I went this way was because it was even cooler. Suddenly, a red vapor floated by from a distance. Obviously, it was a silhouette. PPO? Wang Lu immediately stood up with cold hair. It was the first time he had ever seen a ghost. Although he was physically tough now, he was after all physically awesome. What if one has 0 magic resistance? Just as Wang Lu hesitated to follow him over to take a look, suddenly a person glided over from a distance, as if he had lightweight skills, and gently landed in front of Wang Lu. From the Green Cloud sect? The man was also wearing the clothes of the Qingyan sect, and after seeing that it was a fellow disciple, he eased his tone and said, "I'm the great Xia Qingyan Pavilion resident Chu Feng. And you are?" "Elder brother. I'm Wang Lu of the Qingyan Patrol. The division told us to take care of our own food. My father is General Wang Xian. That's why I went back to my home in the capital to bring something with me." After saying that, Wang Lu also flashed out his communication jade tablet, to be able to lead a group alone and still be able to fly back to the Daxia capital quickly. They were all at least at the chi practicing stage. Chu Feng was a bit more polite and said, "This city has bred a red-clothed stern ghost. Senior brother should be more careful when going out at night." Careful? Wang Lu was puzzled. Pop said that all mortals have red dust fire, not to mention their own family has an official position in the body. Under the grace of the royal gas, red dust fire is very strong. That's why he was relieved to let himself out to see the ghost. But why did Chu Feng tell him to be careful? Senior brother, aren't evil things afraid of red dust fire? Chu Feng was instantly shocked. You haven't reached the chi practicing stage yet? Chapter 30, Red Clothes. Evil Laws. You haven't reached the chi practicing stage yet? Wang Lu had thought that with his power in true chi, he should be invisible to onlookers. But surprisingly at the moment, the chicken feet were still showing, so he could only confess. Senior brother, it's true that I haven't reached the chi practicing stage. Right now I'm only at the 7th level of body forging. 7. Chu Feng was even more surprised. To be able to enter the outer sect at the 7th level of body forging and still be the patrol leader. Who would believe that Wang Lu doesn't have some connections? The smile on Chu Feng's face added another 3 points. Senior brother, it's like this. The red dust fire is just a blessing from the heavens for mortals. When we cultivators set out on the path of immortal cultivation, the first condition for entering the chi practicing stage is to cut off the red dust fire. So when you enter the chi practicing stage, you don't have the red dust fire, and you have to rely on your own cultivation to deal with demons, evils and ghosts, so you have to be even more careful. I see. Wang Lu nodded. By the way, elder brother, are you getting rid of the night ghost? Chu Feng was instantly embarrassed. Getting rid of what kind of severe ghost? I'm hiding from her. This red-clothed stern ghost is extremely resentful and has some chance to open up his mind. I'm no match at all. Now that the clan side has also encountered a heavy blow, without support from the division, I can only hide from her here. Seeing that Wang Lu still had doubts in his eyes, Chu Feng continued to explain. There are quite a few hungry people on this side of the capital. 2. These people's lives hang in the balance, and the red dust fire is almost extinguished, same as mine. So I blend in and she won't find me easily. Wang Lu finally got it now and nodded. Luckily there's only one ghost. Chu Feng, senior brother, you're wrong. There's only one red clothes awesome, but the ghosts have spread all over the city. Saying that, Chu Feng took out 2 willow leaves, pressing the willow leaf to Wang Lu's eyes for a moment. Senior brother, open your eyes. Wang Lu felt a hint of coolness in his eyes, and when he opened his eyes, his mouth opened wide. This is much all around. There were at least a dozen apao, hidden in plain sight. Some hang on people's doorsteps, some hang from trees, others crouch in corners, and many more roam the streets. Luckily, you can't see the face, so the horror isn't so strong. Seeing Wang Lu's unnatural expression, Chu Feng said, Senior brother, don't be afraid. These are all lone souls and wild spirits. The red dust fire is their nemesis, so it's them that should be feared. Don't believe it. If you walk over there, these lone souls and wild spirits will scatter in all directions and flee. Senior brother Chu, are you sure that I have red dust fire and can see? Wang Lu touched the top of his head. Other than his exuberant hair, he couldn't feel any flame exuberance at all, so he was a bit afraid that he was a special case. How can I see it? Only evil spirits doing things can sense it. Don't believe me. Walk over there yourself. They will run when they see you. Wang Lu swallowed a mouthful of water. Are here in this cultivation world, and on the path of immortal cultivation, surely cannot say that afraid of ghosts. It happens that the senior brother said that they are all the weakest lonely ghosts. Then go to practice the courage. When Wang Lu carefully walked to the center of the street, the several Afei who had just been aimlessly walking around suddenly held hands and surrounded Wang Lu. Elder brother, didn't you say? Before Wang Lu finished speaking, the surrounding circle of ghosts swarmed towards Wang Lu. Wang Lu subconsciously swung for the fences, only to pounce. These ghosts couldn't even be touched, and all of them poured into themselves. Oh, ghosts are indeed afraid of red dust fire, but they listen to my command. A cold sensation went from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, and Wang Lu turned back to look. Chu Feng laughed. His face was rotten, in the literal sense of the word. His clothes then gradually turned red. This red is not paint red, but blood-stained red. You lied to me. You're not a disciple of my green sect. To be honest, it was a bit intimidating. Wang Lu yelled to bolster his courage. Chu Feng took a step towards Wang Lu and spoke a few decibels higher. Too bad you found out too late. No one in this area will come to your rescue. Ha ha, another blood-rich cultivator to suck on. After saying that, Chu Feng, who had already walked to Wang Lu's front, grabbed Wang Lu's shoulders. What are you doing? Wang Lu closed his eyes. The red-clothed Chu Feng no longer spoke, but opened his mouth wide, and an icy suction force appeared. Wang Lu didn't move a muscle, and Chu Feng kept inhaling. Chu Feng increased his horsepower, and Wang Lu still didn't move a muscle. Half a day of sucking up loneliness. Chu Feng was a bit puzzled as his scanty face continued to approach Wang Lu, his mouth on the verge of closing on Wang Lu's mouth. Right at that moment, Wang Lu pushed Chu Feng away and then opened his eyes. You're a female ghost and you're still allowed to have some tofu, and a male ghost wants to kiss me. Chu Feng was instantly shocked. How is that possible? With 100 ghosts entangling you and a spell formation fixing you, how can you still move? Oh, there's a formation. Wang Lu looked down and saw that in the center of the street, where he was standing, there was a spell floating vaguely. So he said, I thought I was scared less. Chu Feng hissed at that moment, whoever you are, I'm going to eat you today. After saying that, Chu Feng turned into a red mist of blood and drilled into Wang Lu's body. Seeing this, Wang Lu shook his head a little sadly. You maintain that horrible look you just had, and I get to practice my guts. I can't seem to practice now. Wang Lu's true chi moved within his body. All of a sudden, the blood mist on the surface of the body boiled and churned for a moment before fleeing into the distance. Wang Lu raised his head, aimed in a good direction, and threw a punch. The bricks and mortar of the streets were swept up as if by a tornado. Vaguely, with a hint of a dragon's roar, in the blink of an eye, the red-clothed Chu Feng was swept away by Wang Lu's fist wind. This time, he truly felt the power within Wang Lu's body. That was an existence on the same level as red dust fire. But the red dust fire was already an extraordinary power bestowed by the heavenly Tao on the mortal world. Could a human still cultivate such a thing at the same level? The red-clothed Chu Feng hadn't figured out what was going on until he died. Also not thinking through was Wang Lu, who had only just realized that the red true chi in his body was restraining ghosts. Just now, when the 100 ghosts entered the body, the little dragon inside just glanced at them, and these ghosts flew away. From that moment on, Wang Lu only lightened up. Wang Lu walked up to check it out. Chu Feng had already transformed back into his human body and was lying motionless on the ground. After all, in the middle of the city, Wang Lu didn't dare to exert too much force just now for fear of hurting innocent people. So far, it seems that the power in true chi control is good. Just enough to just destroy a street. The neighboring houses blew off a few shingles at most. Wang Lu used his toes to flip Chu Feng over. Chu Feng still had that rotten face that was inhuman. Wang Lu squatted down and touched it again. And really touched a broken book. The Human Ghost. Act. The center ellipsis is a written stump. Wang Lu casually flipped through it again. The content recorded inside was a bit complicated, comparable to the preliminary refining method of true chi. Wang Lu himself could not understand it. But little cutie, all could guess that this might be the evil book that turned Chu Feng into a half-human, half-ghost. Putting away the books, Wang Lu touched 2 more spirit stones from the corpse before destroying it. Wang Lu looked around. Except for a few old people hiding behind their own doors to peek at themselves, he could not see any more lonely ghosts. I don't know if they were scared off by the punch they just threw, or if the statute of limitations on Willow Leaf's open eyes has expired. Cleaning himself of an honored sect cultivator who had fallen into the ghost road was justified everywhere, so there was no need to be afraid of being seen, not to mention that it was just some ordinary people who couldn't even see what was happening. However, if he destroyed the street himself, he might have to pay for it if he was reported to the officials. So after dealing with the scene, Wang Lu immediately slipped away. Just as Wang Lu's front foot left, a black-robed man came out from the shadows of the corner. The man walked out into the street and stood where Chu Feng had just died. His hands kept waving and beckoning and his mouth was full of words. Only after a long time, nothing happened. Nothing left at all? The man finally looked in the direction that Wang Lu had left. His mouth puzzled. The Qingyan sect still has this kind of power? Chapter 31, The Martial Arts Competition. Early the next morning, Wang Xian then rushed to Wang Lu's room. How about it? Son, did you feel the chill last night? Feeling chilly? Wang Lu was almost scared out of his wits last night when he was set up and 100 ghosts entered his body, and a severe ghost possessed him. Father, everyone else pits their father. How do you pick your son? Am I your own son? Wang Lu recounted last night's thrilling experience. Anyway, there are people saw. Wang Lu did not hide his strength last night. As a result, Wang Lu gave a wonderful speech. But Wang Xian still didn't believe it at all. I see that you have nothing to do, and you're resting on my volley. As a court official, Wang Xian had a strong ability to detect words and colors, and he could tell at a glance that Wang Lu was well on his way. Father, to borrow a phrase from my senior brother Han, I'm frighteningly strong right now. Do you believe I can flick you off with a single snap of my fingers? Try playing one. Wang Lu didn't nag and raised his hand, bending his middle finger to build up his strength. Anyway, he was now the first son of the Wang family, and Wang Xian had to favor him. With an evil grin, he snapped his middle finger. Bang! Hey! Wang Lu immediately pulled out his legs and ran after playing. Wang Xian wasn't bounced off, but his forehead instantly sprouted a green head bun. Bunny, stop right there. Of course Wang Xian will not play his own father hard. If it really fly, not a brain hemorrhage will be concussion. Wang Lu ran to the kitchen, ready to bring some food and go back. After all, there are still patrol duties on the body. Out a day or two no problem. In case of a long time to be discovered, a crime of negligence, directly expelled themselves from the mountain. The 7th brother was still too young, and Wang Lu couldn't bear to send a little waif who had just learned to walk to the bitter practice of immortal cultivation. Let's talk about it in a couple years. Wang Lu was loading food when the kitchen door was pushed open by a green-shirted beautiful woman. Rocco, you came back yesterday and you're leaving today? When Wang Lu saw this beautiful woman, he had a big headache. The woman's name was Wu Yu, and she was none other than her own mother, Wang Xian's 4th wife. Since only one Wang Lu had been born over the years, he desperately loved this only son. But it turned out that Wang Lu was a soul who had passed through and possessed an adult mind. So this love becomes endless and boring nagging. Mother, I still have clan duties to attend to. There are missions that don't care about this little bit of time. You are already old enough. Do you have a favorite girl in the clan? Wu Yu asked with concern. Mother, I'm going to cultivate, not to roam around. Besides, 9 times out of 10 in the sect are men. Who do I like to go? Daxia's patriarchal thinking was very similar to that of China on Earth, and the average woman didn't even have a chance to test her qualifications unless she was truly gifted with an overflow of talent. In that case, I'll introduce you to a girl. A blind date? Sure enough, seeing Wu Yu about to be speechless. This has traveled to the world of immortals and still can't avoid a blind date. Which girl? Wang Lu was not in a good position to refuse outright, so he tried to find out about the girl's situation and then find a reason to push it off. It's not the officials, it's the Western merchants. Merchant's daughter? Wan Lu was a bit surprised that it wasn't a joint matchmaking style. Mother, I am at least the son of a general, and a merchant's daughter is worthy of me? This woman is different from my people in Disya. Her buttocks are big and her breasts are full. Her face has the appearance of a prosperous husband, and many fortune-tellers say that she is the holy body that produces children. Wu Yu had only produced one child herself, so she placed extreme importance on fertility, and she could only count on Wang Lu's women to give her a whole bunch of grandchildren. Wang Lu really speechless. Maternity sacrament are coming. Mother, fortune-tellers are superstitious. Don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. What's superstition? Rumor or not, it'll only take you one morning. Wu Yu obviously didn't understand Wang Lu's words, pulled Wang Lu up, called the next person, and headed out. Wu Yu and his group had just left the royal residence. Immediately, an underling ran back to the house in a hurry. Master, there was a big incident in Yongqing Lane last night, and it was said that someone killed someone from Qingyun Pavilion. The subordinate relayed the news gathered to Wang Xian one by one. Wang Xian was normal at first, but the more he listened, the more he frowned. This is not the wonderful story just made up by Wan Lu? Thinking back to Wan Lu's various behaviors after he came back, he was indeed much more confident, and even dared to play his brain. Could it be that Wan Lu was really so powerful already? Wang Xian immediately asked, do you know who the murderer is? Yongqing Lane is inhabited by poor people who eat only one meal a day and are so hungry and bleary-eyed at night that no one can see the face of the murderer. Wang Xian nodded, slightly more at ease. Where's Wang Lu? Call me. Master, just now someone saw that Mrs. Wu took the 6th young master out. The open space in front of the West City Gate building, what was originally a cold place, near noon, surprisingly drilled out a whole bunch of people. Mother, why don't you find a quieter and more isolated place for this kind of thing? We're not the only ones who have eyes for this girl. Wang Lu opened his mouth wide. There's still a square matchmaking model in this world? What square blind date? This is a martial arts match. A match? Sure enough, there was a ring not far away. Mother, you know I'm good? Wang Lu had also only bragged in front of Wang Xian. Wu Yu bristled. Don't be afraid, son, I've already arranged it. I've invited an expert to go up, and you'll go up later when he's defeated several opponents in a row and no one dares to go up. He'll lose to you in time. So it was this setup. Wang Lu took a deep breath. Entering Qingyun was through the back door, and the blind date was also through the back door. He was really a waste in the eyes of his parents. So after the master loses to me, he can marry that woman? Wu Yu shook his head and said, it's not that simple. This Western merchant bank set up a ring. The daily winner can meet with the woman, if they do not get tired of looking at each other, before talking about marriage. What a big face. It's not like the final decision is still on that woman. Wang Lu spat. Wu Yu said, people are not my daxia subjects, so naturally the rules and etiquette are different. But it is said that those who have seen the women's winners have not regretted it even though they have not been chosen. Duong. A gong rings. The matchmaking in the ring begins. Chapter 32 Eastgate Snowblower and Dilly Dilly. Soon there was a presiding martial artist walking up to the ring. No unnecessary nonsense. The fight begins. Immediately, some big, burly hulk of a man jumped on it. The onlookers at the bottom immediately became excited as well. In the first game, the 5 big ones won. In the second game, the 3 thickest and 5 biggest win. In the third game, the crooked one wins. In the fourth game, the one with the split dates and crooked melon wins. 10 games in a row. And the winners were all ugly. No wonder Beauty of the West is having an anti-election session. No one else would be happy about it. However, people practicing martial arts, summer practice 3 volts, winter practice 3 nines, wind and sun, and do not cultivate the appearance of almost understandable. But just then, in the 11th match, a martial artist jumped up from the crowd. This martial artist landed on the ground like a falling leaf, lightly and so dashingly. And look at the looks. Quite handsome. What a great lightweight. If it isn't Eastgate blowing snow coming. I heard he's a first-class martial artist. I can't believe he's here too. There's no suspense. It looks like the Western beauty has a master. Wang Lu's eyes lit up. To be able to take this name and look good, he must be an expert. Hearing the chatter around him, Wang Lu couldn't help but look forward to it even more. Cultivation fights are all about special effects. No God's perspective. And not as good as fireworks. It's still classic martial arts awesomeness. Punchy and hot. Just as Wang Lu opened his eyes wide and prepared to watch the master's duel, his mom Wu Yu suddenly leaned back and whispered in Wang Lu's ear, he's the trust one hired. In an instant, all expectations were shattered. MD, so handsome to play a fake game. Dongmen Suishua's handsomeness obviously attracted a bit of blackmail, and immediately someone went up to fight against him, but he only made a slight move and knocked his opponent out of the ring. This was followed by 5 or 6 more unconvincingly good players, who invariably lost. Eastgate Blowing Snow's martial arts was very light, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, there was a feeling of 4 or 2,000 pounds, so the people who challenged him didn't even manage to consume him in a wheel battle. Next, Dongmen Blowing Snow looked down at the stage, but no one dared to meet the battle anymore. As expected of a first-class martial artist, today's leader is none other than him. We'd better wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow? This Eastgate Blowing Snow is so handsome. I'm afraid the Western beauty is going to choose him. Just as the old man presiding over the ring was about to announce the results, Wu Yu raised Wang Lu's hand at that moment as soon as he did so, causing the subordinate to call out, "My young master wants to fight." All eyes immediately converged over here. Wu Yu had brought a number of family members with him, or came in a carriage, and was instantly recognized. Isn't this someone from General Wang's residence? I heard that most of the Wang family's current generation has gone to the Green Cloud sect, so how come they're also here to participate in the secular marriage recruitment? Although Wang Lu is the second generation of the government, he used to be very low-key and basically stayed in the mansion to enjoy life. Few people in the Jianghu and folklore knew him, but the Wang family's carriage knew many more. General Wang is an innate expert. How come his son is fine and tender? Doesn't look like he knows martial arts. It's over. The Eastgate warrior definitely wouldn't dare to win against the Wang clan. Who said that? The Eastgate warrior has practiced martial arts all his life and is a noble man. He would never bend his back for 5 buckets of rice. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Wang Lu stepped into the ring. That Dongmen Huixu saw Wang Lu and walked straight to him. Just like an old friend he knew, Dongmen Huixu said in Wang Lu's ear, "I hate young masters like you the most. I'll beat you out in the first 3 breaths later. In 3 breaths, I will fall to the ground myself." Dongmen Shueishua's voice was so small that no one could hear it in the noisy ring. Wang Lu looked to be a little speechless. His own family has paid money, but he still wants to beat himself. Wu Yu's houseguard, Li Jia, who was Wang Xian's houseguard and also knew martial arts, could tell at a glance that Dongmen Shueishua's eyes were not kind and warned. "Ma'am, that Dongmen Shueishua seems to be hostile to the young master. I worry about it." Wu Yu smiled. "Don't worry. For the sake of my grandson, I've given Eastgate Blowing Snow a lot. He won't mess around." At that moment, the old man presiding over the ring signaled for the match to begin. Dongmen Blowing Snow immediately moved. His footsteps were as soft as a butterfly, and with a smile on his face, he had arrived beside Wang Lu in the blink of an eye. Butterfly steps through flowers. Someone recognized this light skill. Could it be that the Eastgate warrior won't let go of the water? Pust. Shasta. Dongmen Shueishua's smile instantly disappeared. He lowered his head. At some point, Wang Lu's fist had already struck his waist and abdomen. The powerful impact had almost displaced his internal organs, and although it was not a fatal injury, he had already lost his fighting strength. How? Dongmen Shueishua's feet went soft, and he knelt down with Wang Lu in his arms. There was a gasp from the people below. "Damn it, this Dongmen guy let go of the water. This is too fake. I told you. Who among us commoners would dare offend the Wang family?" Wang Lu looked at Dongmen Huixu, who was about to faint, and said, "Thought you were more powerful. For nothing my mother's money." Hearing this, Dongmen Shueishua's eyes blackened and fainted. Wang Lu then looked at the stage and also tried to act tough. Anyone else? This resulted in a chorus of boos from the stage. This Wang family's young master is really shameless. If you're so beat up, then go challenge him. Forget it, even Eastgate Blower has folded. Who dares to go on? Even if you're not afraid of the Wang clan, you're still afraid of slapping Dongmen Blowing Snow's face. Wu Yu's face is very dark. This Eastgate Blowing Snow acted too poorly. At least compare 2 moves off, but boos aside, no one really dared to go up and challenge Wang Lu. It was a misadventure, but it ended up being in line with Wu Yu's expectations. "What is your name, young warrior?" "Wang Lu. Today's tournament champion Wang Lu." With the old man's announcement, Wang Lu took the top spot. The next step is the official meet and greet session. "Behave yourself, son." On the way here, Wu Yu had already changed Wang Lu's clothes and tidied up his grooming, and at this moment, even his mustache was hormonal. Wang Luk is not a monk and is also interested in women. If this Western beauty was truly a sinking ship, then one would not begrudge one's genetic material. Under the old man's guidance, Wang Lu went up to a restaurant. "My lady is in the box." Wang Lu was alone and pushed open the door of the room. The room was pink-hitched and the aroma lingered. Around the screen, in front of you, there is a beaded curtain. Behind the beaded curtain sat a shapely woman. Although the woman was still wearing a veil, but Wang Lu's eyesight was so good that he could see it clearly at a glance. But after taking a good look, Wang Lu shouted out in surprise, "Hataru, is that you?" Chapter 33 Hot Fuzz's neck spins. "Hotpa? Is that a dialect of Daxia?" The woman stood up graciously, lifted the beaded curtain, and stepped out. She had a beautiful voice, like an aureole. Wang Lu's heart raced. When I used to watch it on TV, diligence was just that. Now close so see, really worthy of a big star. Looks and body temperament are top stream. Wang Lu grew up in the house. The maids in the house are not bad, and those concubines in the palace have seen a lot of princesses, but none of them can compare to this person in front of me. There was something uniquely charming about this man, something that was felt but not said. Wang Lu suddenly realized that his face seemed to be a bit hot. Hello, my name is Wang Lu. What an interesting name. My slave's name is Yuan Xiang. Please sit down. Sir. After Wang Lu sat down, Yuan Xiang asked, is Gongzi hard? Wang Lu froze and exclaimed, is this a greenhouse? Yuan Xiang snorted and explained, Nu Jia is asking if the stool is hard, or let's go sit on the bed. Wang Lu, it's not good to meet for the first time. If you didn't like my slave, you wouldn't have participated in the martial arts competition. And the fact that I lifted the curtain to see you is because I have a good feeling about you. If you say so, then the stool does pinch your butt a bit. Wang Lu sat on the edge of the bed, and Yuan Xiang sat beside him, 10 centimeters apart. The two of them looked at each other. For a while, Wang Lu didn't know what to say. Yuan Xiang similarly didn't say anything and looked at Wang Yuan with affection. The atmosphere is a bit ambiguous. Yuan Xiang was wearing something cool and light, and at close range, Wang Lu didn't know where to put his eyes. After all, people hadn't said yes yet, so Wang Lu didn't dare to look at it for long. At this time, Yuan Xiang suddenly said, Sir, slave is a bit hot, surprisingly started to take off the outer layer of clothing. Wang Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and complained, Miss Yuan Xiang, this isn't quite the right time for you to make an appointment. It's broad daylight, and my mother is still waiting outside. Why don't we get married today, and cavort at night? Jenka shook her head gently. Don't complain, hug me. You're playing with fire. Wang Lu had had girlfriends in his previous life, but they were all ordinary-looking girls. In this life, Wang Xian's family tutelage was relatively strict, and before he was a minor, Wang Lu had at most eaten the tofu of some personal maids, and had never touched a woman again. Now that the absolute beauty had thrown herself at him, there was no reason to refuse, so Wang Lu responded to Yuan Xiang's request and directly hugged her. With the fragrant jade in his arms, Wang Lu was about to experience it in detail when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yuan Xiang's arm encircled Wang Lu and was growing in strength. It quickly exceeded the power level of an ordinary person. Wang Lu sighed and was instantly a bit disappointed. Miss Yuan Xiang has practiced martial arts? Wang Yuan was still holding on to a trace of luck. At this time, Yuan Xiang's cheek that was originally on Wang Lu's left side suddenly turned Wang Lu's right side, and his neck directly rotated 360 degrees. Wang Lu directly broke free from Yuan Xiang's arms, took 2 steps back, and drank. What are you? Yuan Xiang was a bit surprised that Wang Lu was able to break free from his arm and laughed. Worthy of being a kuei? A bit of strength, but after being hit by the draconic lost incense, your body will get softer and then pass out. Dora's incense? Wang Lu sounded a bit familiar. Thinking carefully, he immediately remembered that he had smelled this smell before he was ambushed when he went to search for the source of the Fey beasts before. No wonder the moment he entered the house, Wang Lu had a somewhat familiar smell, but he had long been immune to it, and there was no abnormality at all. Don't worry, my lord, your slave won't kill you, and when you wake up, you'll be one of us. Jenka's neck slowly turned back. Wang Lu looked a little nauseous, and the little bit of his heart was completely gone, so he directly revealed his identity and said, I am a disciple of the Qingyan sect. You demon, I will accept you today. Oh, so you are also from the Green Cloud sect. Yuan Xiang wasn't scared at all. I'll tell you a secret. Chu Feng from the Green Cloud Pavilion is also one of us. Oh, Wang Lu was immediately shocked. Originally thought that Chu Feng was himself into the devil, only to cultivate what human ghosts and what evil laws, but could not imagine that this actually had an organization. Wang Lu directly pulled out the secret book of evil techniques from his arms and laughed. Look at what this is. Yuan Xiang finally revealed a shocked expression at this time. Where did you get this? Wang Yuan, my senior brother has gone astray, and as the leader of the Qingyan sect's patrol, I have naturally cleaned him up. Patrol leader? Yuan Xiang thought that she knew the Qingyan sect very well. Even more than a year ago, she knew that the Qingyan sect had been injured in the battle with the tiger demon, but I haven't heard of any patrol leaders either. But it does sound awesome. Did you just pretend? Yuan Xian was still testing the waters. If it was Wang Lu who had been passively entered, then he still had the initiative. If Wang Lu had taken the initiative to come to her, then I'm afraid he already had the means to deal with her. And of course Wang Lu wouldn't admit it and said confidently, from the time I entered the house until now, you have used the incense trick. the rubbing edge trick, the earthy love talk trick, and the straight-up hands-on trick. Whereas I've only used one trick. Jenka? Wang Luk, will the trick be done? The moment he finished speaking, Wang Lu grabbed Yuan Xiang's neck. So fast. Yuan Xiang's pupils contracted, completely not expecting Wang Lu to be so fast and so strong. It doesn't even look like it's been poisoned. Say, what are you guys? Are there any more accomplices in this capital? Wang Lu drank. Blue veins appeared on Yuan Xiang's white forehead as she gritted her teeth and cried out with difficulty. Protect the law. To save me. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. Ha? No. That seems to be the villain's words. Wang Lu still wanted to come up with some juvenile criminal law. But it turned out that just at that moment, a black-robed man walked out from the shadows of the wall. Wang Lu was instantly alert. To be able to come to him without a sound, he must be an expert. That's when the weird thing happened. Only Yuan Xiang's body rapidly turned black and soft, and finally turned into liquid, and in the blink of an eye, it flowed onto the ground as a puddle of black water. No matter how strong Wang Lu was, he couldn't hold the water, and he could only grab Yuan Xiang's clothes in his hands. The black water quickly flowed to the black-robed man's feet and then disappeared. Who are you? Wang Lu asked. I remember you. The black robe only said one sentence before it too turned into a puddle of black water and rushed out along the window slit, trying to run. Wang Lu's eyes had already locked onto this puddle of black water, so he would not let it escape easily. This was a restaurant, so if you used your true chi to destroy the other party, you would definitely hurt the innocent, especially since the old lady was still downstairs. Wang Lu pushed the window open and was just about to chase after him when the door was pushed open and Wu Yu's voice came. Son, is it a done deal or not? Mother, why did you come in by yourself? Did I come at a bad time? Wu Yu looked around. There was no one else in the room. Mother, you did come at a bad time. Wu Yu then said in a serious manner. Mother saw that you didn't come out for half a day, and that's why she paid the underlings to break in. Our Wang family is a big family no matter what. If you want to marry a wife, you need to follow the etiquette. Mother is afraid that you can't hold it and make a mistake. Wang Lu pretended to be speechless. Mother, am I that kind of person? Wu Yu looked at the garment in Wang Lu's hand and said decisively, I think so. Wang Lu was shocked in his heart. It is worthy of being his own mother. She is really accurate in reading people. But his mouth said, Miss Yuan Xiang didn't fancy me, but she gave me a set of clothes to ease my pain of longing. Wu Yu instantly roared. Son, how can you commit lovesickness because of a merchant's daughter? It's her loss if she can't see you. Mother will introduce you again tomorrow. This time it's the young daughter of Xiang Wenwei's family. Wang Lu did not tell the truth. After all, it involves something weird. Wu Yu woman, unarmed, adding to her worries. It's just going to be a keeper for a while. Being targeted by unknown evil forces is likely to spill over to your family. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Wang Lu left the Daxia capital, in his iron arm Astro Boy form, and flew back to the patrol quarters at great speed. Everyone else was on patrol except for Wu Daolang, who was hitting the side winds. When Wang Lu gathered his men together, he began to arrange the tasks. There's famine everywhere, so save your food. I have some business that requires me to be out and about, and I won't be back regularly. When you encounter trespassers, stop them if you can beat them, hide if you can't, save your lives, and gather all the information and report back to me when I return. Wang Lu arranged for a patrol and was about to leave when he realized that Wang Yuan's hands and feet had changed tremendously. Upon checking it out, he found that Wang Yuan had made rapid progress and his strength had increased exponentially. If someone who really knew the body forging decision was here, they would be able to notice that Wang Yuan had broken through to the 5th level of body forging in a short period of time. Wang Lu also sensed his talent and took that ghost law to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, I'll leave this qualification treasure pearl for you, and you can help me study this book when you're free. After arranging everything, Wang Lu came to a place where no one was around and immediately ignited the fire and launched it like a rocket towards the capital of Daxia. The sun hadn't even set by the time I got home. Chapter 34, 6 Arrows. Nightfall. Back in the royal residence, Wang Lu was immediately caught by Wang Xin. Wang Xin asked with a serious look on his face, Son, did you really kill that man from Qingyun Pavilion? Didn't I tell you this morning? Wang Xin asked again. Can you really flick me off with a single snap of your fingers? Pops, you still want to try? Wang Xin covered the bag on his forehead that hadn't completely dissipated and yelled, Get out! Then show your skills and put a spell on it. Hearing the word art, Wang Lu immediately had a bitter face. Father, I've told you, I only have this strength and true chi because of a miraculous encounter, and the clan has given me the secret book to learn, but I can't learn it. After saying that, Wang Lu threw a punch towards a large tree in the courtyard, and the wind of the punch carried a hint of red true chi. Boom! The large tree the thickness of a water barrel was instantly turned into wood shavings and slag. Wang Xian's face showed shock when he saw Wang Lu's hand shattering the tree through the air. Wang Xian himself was also an innate martial artist. He had strong internal force, and the external drop of internal force could also achieve this effect, but it was not powerful enough to turn the entire tree into wood chips. Son, is this your most powerful punch? Wang Lu smiled slightly. No, this is my least powerful punch. When Wang Xian heard this, although he knew that his son was suspected of pretending, he was still very happy. At least it proved that he was really strong. But then Wang Xian thought of something and pointed to another tree and asked, "Can you make an opening just for that trunk? Open mouth only?" Wang Lu thought about it, and it really gave him a hard time. "Father, you know that I can't read the secret books of the sect, so my true chi utilization is purely the most primitive jet, and I can't control it that finely." Wang Lu had found this problem with himself before, but he had since figured it out. Anyway, one's most powerful thing was physical strength. True chi was indeed strong now, but with limited growth. It certainly couldn't compare to an infinitely growing physical body, so one didn't bother. However, with the two events that happened last night and this morning, Wang Lu realized that before the strength of the physical body was so strong that it could destroy the heavens and the earth, the role of true chi was incomparably great. The red true chi is of great use in dealing with evil spirits and ghosts. If he could finally control his true chi, he would have been able to keep Chu Feng's breath last night and could have interrogated him. It wouldn't have let the Western demoness and the black-robed man get away this morning. Wang Xian said at this time, "Although I don't know about true chi, the use of internal energy should be much the same when sparring. Your true chi looks fierce, but in reality, you don't have enough control over your chi." Wang Lu interrupted. "Father, don't talk about theories, just tell me what I need to do to increase my control of my true chi." Wang Xian saw Wang Lu monkey around and scolded. "When I wanted to teach you when you were a child, you beat yourself to death and refused to learn. Now you're in a hurry?" Wang Lu said. "I didn't know better when I was young. After all, it was his own son." And Wang Xian only verbally scolded him a few times before he began to seriously impart his skills. The key to good gas control is just 2 words, focus. So Wang Xian asked Wang Lu to practice archery. At first, within 50 paces, Wang Lu was almost 100% successful after he learned how to aim. Wang Xian froze for a moment, then realized the problem. Wang Lu was so strong that he shot with a full bow every time, and the arrows flew past in a straight line before hitting. So Wang Xian replaced Wang Lu with a weak bow, which would break the string if the strength was used too much, and could not be shot in a straight line even with a full bow draw. Replace the distance with 100 paces again. A moment of difficulty pulls full circle. This requires not only eyesight, but also calculating bowstring tolerance, calculating the free fall of the arrow, and considering wind direction. This time, Wang Lu was dumbfounded. After shooting 100 arrows, only one was hit, and it was only by luck. Until dark, Wang Lu was not allowed to be important. "It's getting late. Rest. Father, I'll practice some more." Wang Xian realized that Wang Lu's talent was really low, but at least he had enhanced his perseverance. "Okay, you practice. There is no shortage of oil and fire in the royal residence, and it can be lit up at night." Of course Wang Lu wasn't really that hard-working. He was waiting. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, the demons are in turmoil. Wang Lu reckoned that if the people from that organization wanted to retaliate, they might have to come tonight. After a busy day, Wang Lu was of course tired, but after a set of funny forging, his body recovered. Wang Lu carried a bow and arrow in his hand and was dressed in black, standing at the highest point of the royal residence, hidden in the darkness. The third watch, Wang Lu, who was about to fall asleep, had his ears twitched and his eyes snapped open. Wang Lu looked around and spotted several dark shadows approaching the royal residence. Its speed and the way it moved were clearly not ordinary. 1, 2, 3, 6. Wang Lu smiled faintly, then struck his bow and shot an arrow. Using a strong bow, he shot with a full bow, and his hand was fast out of the stump. The 6 arrows shot out almost simultaneously. The 6 black shadows were just about to enter the mansion when they sensed the incoming arrows. The arrows were ordinary arrows, shot from a full bow, but the speed was ordinary for these dark shadows. The 6 black shadows mocked inwardly almost simultaneously, with an opponent of this strength. The protector had even let 6 of their hall masters come together. Only in the next second, before the arrow arrived, a person appeared in front of the arrowhead. Under God's perspective, a Wang Lu appeared in front of the 6 black shadows at the same time. A punch is thrown. The red true chi instantly swept through the black shadows, and without even having the chance to let out a scream, these bizarre black-robed people were blasted into slag. After doing this, Wang Lu returned to the high ground before the 6 arrows were inserted into the ground. Because Wang Lu still couldn't control his true qi well and didn't know how strong or weak the visitors were. All of them barely let go of the water for fear of letting them slip away. The loud noise startled Wang Xian in the inner courtyard, who rolled over and rushed out of the room without even putting on his clothes. Immediately followed by dozens of household guards rushed out. Wang Lu, what are you doing? Wang Lu stood on the roof of the house and looked at the crummy pits, so he had to say, Father, I'm practicing my arrows. These people are not that strong. Next time, a little lighter, trying to leave a body remnants of the soul or something, so as to take the initiative to investigate. I have to go to court later, so be quiet. Wang Xian turned around and indeed did not find anything out of the ordinary, except that there were a few more pits on the street outside the mansion, and there was an arrow sticking out of the pit. Afterwards, he gave Wang Lu a bad scolding and went back to catch up on his sleep, and instead of going back to rest immediately, Wang Lu kept watch for a while longer, waiting for the sun to rise. Evil spirits and demons and these things like to act at night, because at night the yin is strong and the yang is weak, and it's also the time when the mortals red dust and fire are the weakest. Wang Lu went back to his room to take a nap. Before he could sleep for an hour, Wu Yu rushed into the room and lifted Wang Lu up. Holy, what's going on? Wu Yu said, Son, you forgot that I told you yesterday that I would take you to see the youngest daughter of Mr. Xiang today. This Xiang family is not as good as our Wang family, but their eldest daughter is also in the Qin Yin sect. I heard that she is an outer disciple. This young daughter of his family has no cultivation qualifications, but she's watery. Marrying as a wife is just right. In Daxia, the head and deputy head officials of each division of the 6 ministries can be called postmen. The head of this Xiang family is the vice official of the Ministry of Justice. Not as good as Wang Xian in terms of rank, but currently the power is greater than the Wang family. Watery would be good to see. Mother, don't screw me over. Don't worry, Mother won't screw you over. Chapter 35, Xiang Family Storm. Wang Xian drifted. As soon as you enter the house of Xiang, Wang Lu knew that this elder Xiang was not a clean official. A small courtyard with mountains, rivers and lakes. Outside food can't be grown, but here the grass is lush. It is quite like a royal forest garden. This level of luxury far exceeded that of the Wang family. After the elders of the family have greeted each other, they leave the time and space to their respective children. The place where Wang Lu and the Xiang family's youngest daughter met was in the small garden. After the wigwam, Wang Lu saw the other party at a glance. The eyes were watery, the skin was white, and the fruit was large and extraordinarily heavy. But what Wang Lu couldn't figure out was why the other party took a white silk scarf and wiped his hands from time to time. Hello, I'm Wang Lu. The woman frowned after seeing Wang Lu's appearance. Although Wang Lu was quite handsome, she didn't really like Wang Lu's exuberant hair. The originally prepared clip sound was not going to be used, so he just spoke normally. My name is Xiang Xiaobai. To Kahaku? In Wang Lu's mind, he suddenly remembered someone. Is Xiang Xiaojie your sister? Wang Lu once again surveyed Xiang Xiaobai's breasts, and sure enough, they were just as big as the original Xiang sisters. Clearly feeling offended, Xiang Xiaobai took a step back and kept wiping herself with the silk scarf in her hand, just as if she was dirty. If you know my sister, why do your eyes dare to be so reckless? Sure enough, it was her. This by Jia, 2 sisters in addition to the big place is the same size. Actually even cleanliness is the same. Wang Lu instantly knew that the blind date had failed. Xiang Xiajie was pitted to death by Wang Lu, who himself doesn't like women with cleanliness fetishes. Most importantly, when he thought of how vicious senior sister Xiang was back then, Wang Lu didn't have any good feelings towards her anymore. Although the Xiang Xiaobai hadn't made any mistakes, her temper and habits were annoying to look at, and Wang Lu was reminded of his miserable life on the wilderness 2 years ago, when he and Han Run washed his senior sister's clothes and pants in the middle of the night, solely not pretending to be a decent person. He laughed. Growing up is for people to see. So what if I do? There is not a single human word in a dog's mouth. Your mouth is so dirty. Said also covered his mouth and nose, not wanting to breathe the same air as Wang Lu. Wang Lu took a step forward and pinched Xiang Xiaobai's face. The little girl is good looking. Her mouth is so dirty. Try cursing again. I have to say, Xiang Xiaobai's face is so soft and tender. It just feels like it's going to pinch out water. Ah, dirty. Xiang Xiaobai went to pull the hand on her face with one hand and whacked Wang Lu with her small fist, and let out a scream. When my sister comes back, I'll make her kill you. Xiang Xiaobai wasn't stupid. He knew that Wang Lu wasn't only the son of the Wangfu, but also someone from the Qin Yin sect. The Xiang family would not dare to use force to kill him, and the only one who could do it directly was her sister. Wang Lu sneered. Your sister has already died in a mission. Your father wouldn't have not told you guys. When a disciple of the Green Cloud sect dies, an announcement is usually released to Green Cloud Town. It had been almost 2 years since Xiang Xiajie's death, And Xiang Xiaobai surprisingly still didn't know about it. So that proved that the Xiang family had concealed the news. No way. You're lying. Let go of your dirty hands. Xiang Xiaobai started yelling. Be quiet. Scream like I'm molesting you. Wang Lu didn't want anyone to get the wrong idea. So he used his other hand to cover Xiaobai's mouth. As a result, his mouth was covered. But Xiang Xiaobai's body began to struggle wildly, jumping and jumping, his upper body swaying and shaking Wang Lu's eyes. It can't be suppressed without some effort. Wang Lu didn't do anything about it and held her in his arms. Now she couldn't move. Wang Lu, give me a stop. Let go. Before Wang Lu could terrorize Xiaobai, his mother Wu Yu's voice came from behind him. A cacophony of shouting and cursing followed. Let go of the lady. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the family style of your Wang family? Wang Lu turned around and saw that Wu Yu as well as the Xiang family's crowd had already run this way. I'll go. I can't even wash myself by jumping into the yellow river. Wang Lu let go of Xiang Xiaobai, toward Kahaku cried and ran toward her mother. Mother, I won't live. He bullied me. At this time, the Xiang family's subordinates also surrounded Wang Lu. Mother saw it, while comforting Xiang Xiaobai. Mrs. Xiang said to Wu Yu, Mrs. Wang, in this matter today, your Wang family has to give a statement. Wu Yu apologized while mentally cursing Wang Lu for not being human. Blame me. Blame me. My sixth son has been spoiled by me since he was a child. He has never seen such a beautiful girl in your house. And he is young and bloodthirsty. He didn't hold back for a moment. Wang Lu interrupted. That's not true. You shut up. Wu Yu yelled at Wang Lu and continued. Don't worry, Mrs. Xiang. I'll go back to find a gentleman to measure the days. And I'll never tarnish your daughter's reputation. Wu Yu had just finished speaking when Xiang Xiaobai instantly roared in excitement. I just won't marry him even if I die. Wu Yu looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu killed the heart and said, the Xiang family's eldest miss, Xiang Xiaojie, has fallen in the mission 2 years ago, so your Xiang family is not qualified to join hands with my Wang family. The words came out like a deep water bomb. The Xiang family's crowd erupted. Nonsense. Missy is alive and well and sent a letter last month. You dare to curse my Missy to death. What are your intentions? You molested my youngest daughter and slandered my eldest daughter. I will report this to the master, and I'll see how you will explain it to the Wang family. Daxia's gateway families, in addition to their own official positions, the most important thing is the position of the immortal sect behind them. Wang Lu's sentence to Xiaojie died, is like a bottomless pit. Wu Yu saw Wang Lu this is to provoke the anger of the public, and did not dare to mention the matter of marriage. Led Wang Lu gray away. On the way, Wu Yu was worried, and she kept cursing Wang Lu. I can understand your youthfulness, but you can solve it on your own. Even if it's going to a greenhouse, it's still better than going to the Xiangfu in broad daylight to engage in this kind of thing. Wang Lu couldn't interject a word throughout the whole process and could only let Wu Yu scold him. The Xiang family's officialdom is not small. Aren't you causing trouble for your father? Back at the Wang Fu, Wang Xian also returned from the palace. Wu Yu carried Wang Lu to Wang Xian and then added to the story. Wu Yu looked at Wang Xian apprehensively. Master, it's my fault, if I didn't bring. It's, alright. Wang Xian's face didn't look the slightest bit worried. District Xiang family, let's offend it. Wu Yu immediately confused. The previous Wang Xian, in the officialdom is like walking on thin ice. How recently more and more bold, and even a little floating, and did not see him to make a merit or climb on Hua. Master, could it be that you think the Xiang family's immortal cultivator is really dead? Surely this brat made it up now. Wu Yu asked. Wang Lu raised his hand. I admit to molesting a woman, but his family Xiang Xiajie is really dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Xian laughed. None of this matters. Don't find your son an official family in the future. By the way, son, how's that to white touch? Wang Lu tried to suppress the corners of his mouth. As mother said, very watery. Chapter 36 Giving Porridge. The Gloomy Grotto. A black-robed man was located on top of a high platform. In the shadows below it, 7 people stood, and one of the women was none other than Yuan Xiang. Protector. All 6 hall masters are gone for good. That Wang Lu is by no means an ordinary Green Cloud sect disciple. Is it possible that the Green Cloud sect is trying to make a move against us? The black robe sneered. Make a move? Humph. I have already informed Lord Left Envoy. Saying that, the black-robed man took out a black bottle at this time. The bottle flew straight up and came to Yuan Xiang's hand. With this black water bestowed by Lord Left Envoy, even if the sect leader of the Green Cloud sect came, he would have to shed his skin. Yuan Xiang, this man is horny. It's better for you to go. Yuan Xiang had been a little scared when she was choked by Wang Lu, an unimaginable force that almost choked her to death. But when she got her hands on the black water in the bottle, Her confidence instantly skyrocketed again. Lord Left Envoy's black water is the most precious treasure in the sect, and this vial is enough for her to deal with anyone. Your obedience. Yuan Xiang collected the small black bottle, then touched her face in regret. It's time to change it again. It's a shame about this Western beauty skin of mine. After saying that, the skin on top of Jenka's head cracked. The king's mansion. Last night Wang Lu kept watch all night, but nothing happened. Luckily, Wang Lu was quite a professional when it came to guarding the gate and yard, so there was nothing to be uncomfortable about. Play a set of Funny Forge and take a nap to be refreshed. Wang Xian woke up and saw Wang Lu, and thought that his son had practiced arrows all night again. Another night of practice? Wang Lu nodded. Wang Xian was surprised. Is this still his own uneducated, ungrateful sixth son? Could it be that the strange encounter had not only enhanced his strength, but also changed his heart and qualifications? Come, let me see how well you've practiced your archery. Wang Lu immediately lifted his bow and couldn't wait to show his results. When there was nothing to do at night when he was guarding his home, Wang Lu really practiced too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Lu moved quickly, shooting an arrow and immediately following up with a second arrow. A pot of arrows was shot empty, and immediately an underling brought a full pot of arrows. At first, Wang Lu was full of confidence, but when he reached 100 arrows, he was downcast. Father, last night I could clearly hit 2 out of 100 arrows. Weak bows, 100 paces, morning winds, and the fact that the light is not as good as midday increased the difficulty factor dramatically. Wang Xian's face jumped from a bit of anticipation at the beginning to the end. It seems that the strange encounters did not change his heart and qualifications. Son, you're still making progress. Yes? Didn't I get 1 arrow out of 100 the first time? Wang Xian said meaningfully. You took out all the luck components, and this empty 100 arrows are all your strength. Saying that, Wang Xian patted Wang Lu's shoulder. There are guests coming to the house tonight, so don't fool around. Go back to your room early and rest. After Wang Xian left, Wang Lu had thought that he could finally relax for a while. Turns out the last person he wanted to see came back to him. Son, come with me to the west side of town. Mother, what is it again? Go give out porridge and spread food. Finally, it wasn't a blind date. Wang Lu was relieved. Who knew that Wu Yu's next sentence was, these days, there are more and more people who can't eat, and there are not a few who sell their bodies for food. So if there is a suitable one, mother will help you find a concubine first. Beyond the west side, because of the famine, a large number of refugees converge here every day. After all, this is the capital of Daxia, and from time to time, there are large families with good intentions to give kanji and spread food. After Wang Lu followed Wu Yu out of the city gates, his family guards immediately built a large hut, and then built a fire to make food. The surrounding refugees took a look and immediately had light in their eyes, dragging their families around, and the scene was a bit chaotic. At this time, the guard Li Jia drew his saber and shouted, like a lion roaring and a tiger whistling, and the hearts and minds within 100 meters were shaken. This roar immediately calmed these refugees. Wang Lu froze for a moment and looked at Li Jia. This escort uncle that he had seen since he was a child was actually an expert as well, worthy of being a beloved general who followed his father. Wu Yu then stepped up to the high platform and spoke a few words. The general content was to report the identity of the Wang family and ask everyone to wait patiently for the porridge to be ready and then line up to receive it. Waiting for the time to simmer the porridge, Wang Lu looked around in the crowd, each with a yellow face and a gray head. That's how you find a beautiful woman? Wu Yu has one advantage, her high vision, and Wang Lu is a cultivator. How can an ordinary girl be worthy of her son? So even finding a concubine for Wang Lu was extremely demanding. She couldn't even look at a single one of those maids in the royal residence that she could see past, let alone these refugees. After waiting for an incense stick of time, the surroundings were already filled with the sound of gulping and the sound of children crying. If they weren't afraid of the knives in the hands of a few of the guards, these men would have swarmed them. Wang Lu came to the cauldron and looked at it. A pitiful amount of rice, a pumpkin, a few leaves, and it smelled like pig food. At that moment, a cook approached with a large bucket of sand and dirt. Wang Lu thought that he was going to put out the fire, but he didn't know that the cook had poured the sand and soil directly into the cauldron. What are you doing? Wang Lu was puzzled. Also puzzled were the surrounding refugees, some of whom even stood at a distance and cursed. Are the big families so insulting? Making us eat sand and dirt every time. I'm just going to starve to death rather than eat a single piece of rice from the Wang family. Many refugees even left the queuing crowd in exasperation. At this time, Wu Yu walked up to Wang Lu and explained, although my Wang family is large, I can't save all the refugees. The sand in the porridge is to save those who are really dying. After hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but sigh. Mother, when did you get so smart too? If you and my father are so smart, how come I have no talent for learning at all? Wu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Your father ordered it. So you follow me. Wang Lu sighed though and honestly stood in front of the table and began to help serve the kanji. Thank you, Mrs. Wang. You are truly a bodhisattva reincarnated. Thanks. Thank you, my lord. Can you serve more? My parents have fainted from hunger. Uncle, I don't have a bowl. The human heart is made of flesh. Wang Lu personally stood in front of these refugees, but also cannot help but empathize, deeply appreciate the hardship of the world. When it comes to the old and infirm, Wang Lu's big spoon will scoop down hard, mostly sandy, but with pumpkin chunks mixed in. I used to think Dasha was pretty good, but now it seems like a real mess. The victims have run to the edge of the capital, and surprisingly, no official has come to take care of it yet. If Wang Lu were one of the refugees, I am afraid that he would have unveiled himself long ago. Mother, didn't the court go for relief? Wu Yu's smiling face instantly disappeared, glaring at Wang Lu and saying only 4 words. Do not discuss matters of state. After one pot of porridge was served, a second pot was boiled. Again, mixed with sand. There was still a long line of people wanting to eat. Suddenly, Wang Lu stopped his hand movements. Looking at the somewhat familiar man in front of him, he teased, "Remember me?" The man was different from the usual refugees. Although he was still dressed in rags, he was not like a good person because of his stout figure and also had a face of horizontal meat. This man was the same man who had robbed Wang Lu in the first place. Wang Lu saw that he still had a family at first, so he let him go. I did not expect that fate is so strange. Porridge most of the day. The beauty did not see, but saw this old acquaintance. Chapter 37, Goblins and Goblins. You are? The man looked at Wang Lu with a puzzled face, obviously not recognizing him. Wang Lu then lifted his hair up, pressed his beard down, and with his face peeking out, laughed. I'm bejeweled. This was the man's inappropriate description of Wang Lu in the beginning. That's when the man remembered too. I don't want the porridge. The man turned around and was about to leave. Li Jia asked, Young master, do you know this person? Wang Lu nodded. Recognize. He once robbed me. As soon as the words fell, Li Jia instantly drew his saber and set it on the man's neck. The refugees saw this and panicked for a while. It's okay, you guys go on. Li A escorted the man aside. Wang Lu walked up to him and asked, I look at you. You're strong and sturdy. You don't look like someone who eats sandy porridge. The man knew Wang Lu's strength. And now there was also Li Jia, an expert, so he could not have the heart to run away. So the honest answer was, it's not for me to eat, it's for my mother, my wife, and my children. Wang Lu asked again, so what do you eat? The man paused and said, I eat meat. Wang Lu frowned. Human flesh? Man, horse meat. I robbed a carriage and came to the capital. I thought there was no famine here, but I didn't realize there was no food here either. So I killed the horse. Wang Lu listened to it and then solved the doubts in his heart. The last time we met was a small town far away from the capital. A few days to reach the capital, only driving a carriage. At this time, Li A, who was on the side, suddenly also asked a question. Why do you eat meat, but your wife and children are given porridge? Man, because my life is more important. A hint of loss was evident on Li Jia's face. At this point the man added, they can only live if I am strong and alive. If I fall, they can't live either. When these words came out, even Wang Lu had to look at the man in a higher light. What's your name? Zhang Tinyo. Wang Lu nodded. Not bad. A man. Young master. What to do with him? Whatever. After saying that, Wang Lu returned to the cauldron and continued to serve kanji. Wang Lu knew that Li Jia was interested in Zhang Tinyo, and with a glance from his afterglow, it was true. After Zhang Tinyo knelt down and kowtowed to Li Jia immediately had people take away Zhang Tinyo as well as his family. It looks very familiar. Li Jia was Pop's confidant, so this must have been Pop's arrangement as well. Wang Lu was too lazy to care about these things and hurriedly finished serving the porridge and went back. Do not accidentally run into a beauty. Wu Yu is afraid that tonight he will have to cave. However, the sky is the limit. The less you think about something, the more it comes. Surprisingly, a little beauty did walk among the refugees. Not tall, but her tattered clothes revealed her front and back. The face was grimy, but it couldn't cover the delicacy of the features. It looked pathetic. Not like a young girl from an ordinary family. Wang Lu couldn't even help but spit out. This kind of beauty, as long as it's not a doom poison body, it shouldn't be able to walk up to itself. At this moment, the girl knelt directly in front of Wu Yu and sobbed in a low voice. Madam, my name is Suzhen. Father is a merchant in Nanyang City. This year I wanted to move to the capital, but halfway, I met the mountain bandits. They killed my parents. Heard that the Lady Bodhisattva heart. Please take me in. I'm willing to do anything. Give a mouth to eat on the line. Good boy. You get up first. Wu Yu's mouth couldn't close. Really want to sleep. The sky falls pillows ah. Li Jia had also returned to Wu Yu's side by this time, and he reminded in a low voice. Ma'am, this person's origin is unknown. Let's wait for me to find out before we take him in. Wu Yu looked at Li Jia. Alright, I'll take back my home first, and you can check it out slowly. Wang Lu couldn't even look away at this point. Mother, you're being too hasty. What if she's a demon turned monster? Wu Yu said. Where did the demon come from? I haven't seen a demon in this capital since I grew up. There really are demons. I even hugged a white tiger demon and rolled around when I was in Changyun Mountain. Then why didn't you bring me back a white tiger baby? Mother, I'm talking about proper rolling. You shouldn't be serious. When your father was your age, your third sister was too. Wu Yu wiped the girl's face with his handkerchief, and the more he looked at her, the more he liked the girl named Sujin. Even if it's a demon, it's not a demon if it's this pretty. Wang Lu was speechless. Pretty isn't it? Then what is it? Wu Yu, it's a goblin. What's the difference? Wu Yu stared at Sujin and smiled slightly. Big is a demonic spirit. Small is the demon. 3 question marks on Wang Lu's head. I went to cultivate immortality for a few years, but I've never heard of this differentiation method. Mother, you can't be some kind of fairy reincarnated. You're the one who's too stupid to make a fuss. After saying that, Wu Yu was about to get into the carriage with the girl Sujin. Many refugees saw this and brought their daughters to kneel. Ma'am, my daughter can wash and cook. Take her in too. Ma'am, I can knit and embroider. Please, I don't know anything. Oh, Wu Yu was faced with these miserable refugees and shook his head, so he took the girl onto the carriage and left. The matter of kanji, have their own underlings to do. Wang Lu see the day is not early, also followed home. Back home, Wang Lu tries to find Wang Xian and informs him that Wu Yu has brought someone with a strange identity home. As it turned out, Wang Xian was meeting with an important guest and the door was closed to anyone. Ugh, Wang Lu had to sigh. The mother is simple-minded and the father is secretive. What a family that doesn't let people worry. There's no choice but to fix it yourself. So Wang Lu sneaked over to his mother's side of the compartment. Turns out there was no one in the room. Wang Lu listened carefully. What are this maid and houseboy doing? Resisting the curiosity in his heart, Wang Lu continued his search. Finally, amidst the chaotic murmur of voices, Wang Lu heard an unfamiliar voice. It was in a side room not far away. Wang Lu walked to the front of the room and directly pushed open the door. Inside the house, a pavilion young girl sat on the edge of the bed, and it was none other than Sujin, whom Wu Yu had led back. When Sujin came back, Wu Yu washed and dressed her up, and she was really more seductive. When Sujin saw Wang Lu, she looked shy plus flustered and stammered. Young master, madam, gave me the word that I am willing to become. Wang Lu directly interrupted. Stop pretending and tell us, who exactly are you and what are your intentions in coming to our royal residence? Sujin immediately had tears in her eyes and was pitiful, directly kneeling at Wang Lu's feet. When Wang Lu saw this look on the other party, he even wondered if he was overthinking it. Right in the middle of Wang Lu's distraction, Su Jing suddenly smiled wryly. Your Excellency, for getting your slave so soon. With a familiar voice, Wang Lu immediately reacted. Your Jenka. Chapter 38, I'm waiting for hair removal. What are you waiting for? Your Jenka. Wang Lu was first shocked, then delighted. I let you get away last time, and now you're at my door, he said, grabbing a handful of Jenka's hair. Yuan Xiang knelt at Wang Lu's feet, and although she was pulled by her hair, she did not have a panicked expression. Gong, does it feel like you're getting wet in your pants? Wang Lu was furious. I'm not a breeder. I'm not interested in demons like you. Just then, Wang Lu felt a burning sensation on his thigh. Asterisk. Wang Lu threw Yuan Xiang to the ground and then immediately took off his pants. At the moment, there was a surprising amount of black goo on the thigh. It was this goo that made Wang Lu feel the burning sensation. Wang Lu's body was already very strong. Something that could make him burn was definitely not simple. Wang Lu immediately used his hand to pull, but the black sticky thing even climbed up to his hand again, and Wang Lu couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook his hand. Not a moment later, this thing even crawled along Wang Lu's hand to his head, and the place it crawled through left behind a piece of red skin after burning. Even the hair was burned away. Wang Lu looked at his skin thoughtfully. At this point, Yuan Xiang, who climbed up from the ground, looked at Wang Lu who was pulling with the black water. Besides being shocked, she had to admire the strength of Wang Lu's body. It was the first time she'd seen someone who could pull with black water. The maximum damage was surprisingly just a burn. However, Yuan Xiang did not leave. She had just quietly released a drop of black water while kneeling and hugging Wang Lu. The vast majority of the black water was still in the bottle, worthy of an existence that can kill 6 whole masters, but that's where it ends. Yuan Xiang flashed the black vial in his hand, then peeled off the stopper. Immediately, a large amount of black water gushed out from the bottle, then flew towards Wang Lu as if it was conscious. In the blink of an eye, all of Wang Lu was covered in the black water. Wang Lu could not see anything, as if he was wrapped in the silt, and he could not try out powerfully. At that moment, the black water stopped surging, and Yuan Xiang smiled when she saw it. What's the use of being more powerful in front of the black water? You can't escape death after all. Why hasn't it been swallowed up yet? Yuan Xiang had waited for quite a while now, and the black water was still wrapped around Wang Lu in his human form. Just then, a red gas spewed out from the black water. A voice came out of the black water at the same time. I'm waiting for a wax. What are you waiting for? Yuan Xiang was alarmed. In the next second, the black water, as if it had encountered some kind of natural enemy, quickly degrees away from Wang Lu and then flew back into the vial. At this moment, Wang Lu was like a super saiyan in the process of transforming. His body was jetting and glowing. Seeing that the black water on his body was gone, Wang Lu stopped spraying. Wang Lu looked at his hands and feet. Then his sight went from his chest to his waist and stomach, then to his thighs and calves. Chest hair is gone. Belly hair is gone. Leg hair is gone. Literally not a single hair left. Wang Lu touched his face again. Sure enough, the hair and beard were gone, except for the fact that my skin was red as a sweet potato and a little hot. Wang Lu raised his head and looked at Yuan Xiang with eyes like he wanted to eat someone. Yuan Xiang panicked and just wanted to run, but Wang Lu had already pressed him down. What a monster you are! Yuan Xiang had thought that with black water in hand, he was 10 out of 10, and didn't even leave a back door open. As a result, the black water just eroded all of the other party's fur. That's all. Wang Lu snatched the small black bottle in Yuan Xiang's hand. That's a good baby. I was worried I wouldn't be able to get rid of my hair. Yuan Xiang couldn't care less about losing the black water at this moment. She struggled desperately. Her originally cute face began to contort, and her scalp began to crack, like something was trying to burrow out. Although he knew that Yuan Xiang was not a human being, watching her turn from a seductive beauty into a monster was a bit too much for Wang Lu to bear visually. No drilling out. You look good and I can still not kill you for a while. At these words, Yuan Xiang's bulging skin stopped, twisted and turned, and resumed its original Su Jing appearance. Wang Lu nodded. This would be very smooth and not disgusting. Then went with my hand and squeezed and pressed it. Solid. Sure enough, it's as normal as it gets. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open again. Who are you? Wang Lu raised his head, speechless. Every time he made a very awkward, misunderstanding-prone move, Wu Yu would appear and interrupt. At the moment he was naked and riding on top of Yuan Xiang. Mother, I just shaved. Wu Yu instantly recognized that it was her son, and although she was puzzled as to how she had shaved off all her hair, she hurriedly closed the door. This Suzhen is not a big family. No status, no position, and now it is still a refugee. If Wang Lu really monkeys around like last time, Wu Yu will not interrupt this time. Wu Yu immediately brought the door closed. Go on with your business, son. Wu Yu smiled and turned to walk away, chanting as he did so. This son of mine, and this hobby. Did he shave with a kitchen knife though? Why is his skin so red from shaving? Wu Yu left and gave a greeting to all the subordinates in the neighborhood. No one was allowed to disturb Wang Lu. Wu Yu left. Wang Lu once again sighed. His image will never be reversed with his mom. But that's fine. Instead of being scared by monsters and not being able to sleep tonight, might as well have some fun tonight and keep Wang Xian awake. Chapter 39, Original Chicken. Wang Lu then pulled Yuan Xiang up and threw her directly onto the bed before viciously saying, "Say, what the hell are you? Jenka, I'm human. I mean what's underneath this human skin of yours? Jenka, I'm really human. It's a long story. 30 years ago, in the village of De, I was just an ordinary little girl." Wan Yang began to tell the story, which was long and twisted. She was very detailed and vivid, and if a god came and wrote her story as a web article, it would be another hit. Just listening, Wang Lu suddenly reacted and immediately interrupted. "You're stalling." Yuan Xiang shook her head. "I didn't." "Then there's no need to introduce you. Tell us what the organization behind you is. How many people are there? And how strong is it?" Without even thinking about it, Yuan Xiang began to explain. Wait. Wang Lu finally reacted to what was wrong with this interrogation. Wang Lu had no knowledge of them and was unable to discern the authenticity of the information. Thinking of this, Wang Lu's eyes were ruthless, and as he pinched Yuan Xiang, red true qi slowly flowed out. Yuan Xiang screamed as her true qi swept over her, and her body kept struggling. Unfortunately, her strength was far inferior to Wang Lu's and she was unable to break free. Wang Lu saw that she was dying. Then he said, "I have interrogated Chu Feng as well. If the answer you give me doesn't agree with him, you're dead. It can't be consistent. He's lying to you. After hearing these many sentences, only this one looked like the truth. Wang Lu pursued. Why did you know he would lie to me? Yuan Xiang hesitated for a moment this time, and Wang Lu's true chi reappeared. I say that because we all have the sex legal seal in our bodies, and once we speak out about the sex affairs, it will trigger the legal seal, and then we will be destroyed in spirit and soul. And what if it's handwritten, or some other form of expression? Yuan Xiang silently looked at Wang Lu. Even though she was terrified of Wang Lu, she still had a breathless expression. Wang Lu thought for a moment that there shouldn't be such a brain-dead bug, so he asked again. Then what is the method to remove the legal seal? The Dharma seal is refined by the sect master, and even the een to the evil thing? Only the sect master himself can remove it. Hearing the words most een and evil, Wang Lu immediately thought of his own true chi. Do you think I'll wash it all over for you with my true chi and get rid of it? No. Yuan Xiang's head began to shake frantically. You might as well kill me. What Yuan Xiang was most afraid of was Wang Lu's true chi, which was indeed very strange, both fierce and bloody, but also rigid, and with a hint of unbeatable oppression. Once it is on your body, it is like death by 1,000 cuts. Don't be afraid. It's equivalent to healing you. I'm very talented in saving people. Wang Lu was full of confidence. He was the one who saved Han Run's life in the first place. Wang Lu raised his right hand and red true chi began to flow out. Afterward, he pressed his hand over Jenka's mouth. Ooh-hoo. Yuan Xiang began to struggle desperately, and Wang Yuan rode straight up. Wang Lu infused his true chi slowly, trying his best to wash her entire body while preserving her life. In less than 2 minutes, Wan Yang began to convulse. At that moment, Yuan Xiang's scalp suddenly broke open, and a bloody monster drilled out from it. It's still broken. Just now, Wang Lu had threatened her and told her to keep her human form in order not to kill her, but as a result, she still broke her body now, and I'm afraid that she's not even afraid of death. Wang Lu forced himself to endure his nausea and immediately shifted his target, rushing up to hold him down. The huge true chi once again enveloped up. The true chi at this moment was like the black water just now, constantly eroding Yuan Xiang's essence. Not long after, the disgusting layer of flesh and blood on the surface of Yuan Xiang's main body disappeared, and inside was actually a child. The child's body was already deformed, and there was no part of it that was normal, either in the face, or in the arms and legs. It also seemed to hate its appearance and covered its face while struggling in pain. As Yuan Xiang's main body's movements became more and more feeble, the amount of true chi released by Wang Lu gradually decreased. When Wang Lu saw that she was barely moving anymore, that was when he stopped his true chi output. Looking at the child who only had one breath left, Wang Lu said, "Really human?" Wang Lu had tested it when he had nothing to do. His true chi would do little harm to ordinary people if it was released in the softest way possible. Of course, Wang Lu's test base was very small, and it didn't rule out that there were other beings. That story I told you is true. The monstrous Jenka still covered her face, and her voice became that of a little girl, and breathless. Did you get rid of your spell marks? Yuan Xiang, oh, it did go away, but my ghost body was washed away by you too. Ghost body, it's not a good thing as soon as I hear it. I'm helping you change your ways. This is saving you. Change? Yuan Xiang suddenly let go of his own hand, and an old and deformed face with deformed features suddenly roared with excitement. 80 years ago, when I was 12 years old, I was bundled up into the mountain as a sacrifice, and I cried and cried for 3 days and 3 nights in the mountain. Why didn't anyone come to save me? 78 years ago, I was imprisoned in a ghost prison, torn apart by white ghosts. I kept slamming the door. My hands broke. My feet kicked off. Why didn't anyone come to save me? 75 years ago, when I sneaked to Qingyun Mountain, the stinking Taoist priest didn't even give me a chance to speak. He was directly about to set me on my feet. Why didn't you save me at that time? Trying to save me now. It's too late. I can only live if I keep going down this road. And you cut me off. Wang Lu was thinking while listening to Yuan Xiang's roar. He raised his hand to touch his beard, but his chin was slippery. You started out telling stories about 30 years ago. Now it's become 80 years ago. So your statement that the story you told was true doesn't hold water. Yuan Xiang was originally emotionally agitated and grief-stricken. The atmosphere was baked to this point, and I wanted to die. But when I heard that Wang Lu was still struggling with the question of how many years, I didn't want to die. She now wanted to jump up and bite Wang Lu to death, but she could hardly even stand up now, let alone bite Wang Lu. Jenka suddenly began to pant heavily, feeling like she couldn't draw in any more air. What's wrong with you? Wang Lu asked. This Yuan Xiang has just shown her heart. Her heart defense has been broken, and the FA seal is gone. It is the best object to ask for information. Wang Lu doesn't want her to die. My body has been remodeled. and I can't live alone without my ghostly body. I need a new physical body. Yuan Xiang said these words with difficulty. Wang Lu looked at Su Jin's body on the bed. Just now when Yuan Xiang broke the body, it burst the head. Obviously it can't be used. The human body surely doesn't have one. Are other bodies okay? Jenka? Wang Lu directly carried Yuan Xiang and rushed into the back kitchen. Chickens, ducks, fish, pigs, cows and rabbits. Take your pick. Yuan Xiang only wanted to curse her mother when she looked at the poultry, but she didn't have the strength anymore, and she didn't even have the time to hesitate. After only a few seconds of reflection, he said, chicken. For 80 years ago she was bundled into the mountains, accompanied only by 2 equally miserable chickens. Gongzi, help me choose a better looking one, this time to go in. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Wang Lu went to the chicken coop, saw a beautiful chicken and was about to grab it when he suddenly stopped. All pretty chickens are roosters. You're a female. How inappropriate to be a rooster. Or a hen. Wang Lu casually grabbed a hen that was still in a daze and placed it directly next to Yuan Xiang. Yuan Xiang's eyes were already glazed over and she couldn't see the chicken at all anymore. At the same time she felt the chicken. Her hand plunged directly into its mouth, and then her body began to contort strangely. Cluck 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 cluck. The poor hen began to struggle frantically, and Wang Lu snapped his fingers to stun her, then let Yuan Xiang play, only to see her child-sized body, surprisingly like Play-Doh, a little bit twisted, a little bit into the chicken's beak. Wang Lu watched the whole process with wide eyes. It was really a small knife pulling the ass and opening his eyes. Just a little heartbroken that the chicken's beak is cracked and bleeding. At the moment the hen fell to the ground and didn't move, just felt dead. Wonka? Chicken? Wang Lu shouted twice, but the chicken didn't respond at all. Don't play dead for me, or I'll stew you right now for a midnight snack. Wang Lu gave a threatening cry. At these words, the hen's breasts began to rise and fall, and all at once she jumped up, and Wang Lu grabbed the chicken's feet. Jenka, still playing tricks on me. Can you talk? The hen's beak moved and spoke human words. I was just getting used to the chicken. With that, the hen lowered her head to survey her new body, and was even more saddened to realize that she was a hen. Don't call me Wen Yang. I don't deserve that name. Wang Lu nodded. Yuan Xiang chicken is indeed awkward, so let's call it original flavor chicken. Chapter 40, Refinement. Picking and serving. You'll be called original chicken from now on. Cluck cluck cluck. Without translating, Wang Lu knew that this was its protest. The hen squealed for a moment, jumping with anger, but it only took 2 jumps before an egg fell out of her ass. Ha ha, you laid an egg. When the hen saw the egg and heard Wang Lu's mockery, she directly turned her head and pecked the egg. What are you doing? A tiger's poison doesn't eat its children. Wang Lu kicked away the hen and picked up the eggs. There's still a famine, so we can't waste food. You can't eat. I'll eat. As she watched Wang Lu carefully put the egg away, she was even more mortified and skimmed her head into her wings. Wang Lu asked as he looked at her in a truly pitiful manner. So what do you want to be called? After a while, the hen's head came out, as if she had figured something out and let go of something, and said, I don't need a name when I'm like this. Just call me whatever you want. The original chicken was finally compromised. Wang Lu wanted to find a rope and tie her down, but seeing how she was struggling to walk, he felt it was superfluous. Original chicken. You'd better follow me at all times. There's a famine out there right now, and if you run, you're bound to become a roasted chicken. No need for you to say that. Wang Lu brought it back to his room and first cleaned up and disposed of Su Jing's body before he began to continue the interrogation. Original chicken. It's true that you were miserable in the first half of your life, but you also brutalized so many people, and now that you've become a chicken, it's karma. Now that you're following me, as long as you're properly reformed and become a chicken again, you might have a chance to regain your person in the future. Hearing this, the original chicken suddenly spread its wings and fluttered vigorously, and with great difficulty, finally flew onto the table, sideways necked, eyes fixed on Wang Lu. Really? Wang Lu just used a big torture. Now he has to send a big cake, confidently said. That's for sure. Even though I'm a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, do you think I'm an ordinary disciple? Original chicken didn't say anything. Isn't this nonsense? An ordinary disciple can second 6 hall masters? Can resist the most precious black water? The man in front of him was clearly not simple. Wang Lu continued. With my qualifications, accurately speaking, with my ability, sooner or later I will cultivate into an immortal. Have you heard of the saying? One man wins, a chicken and a dog. Whether or not you can regain your person at that time will depend on your performance. Original chicken, but I only have the lifespan of this chicken, and I won't live more than 10 years at most, or even only 5 or 6. 5 or 6 years is enough. I've only been cultivating for 2 or 3 years so far, and with my special physique, I'll only cultivate faster and faster in the future. Of course Wang Lu didn't know the difficulty behind cultivating immortality, but it didn't stop him from bragging. At this point in time, there was only one way for the original flavor chicken to go, and that was to trust Wang Lu. Well, what do you want to know about your sect? The original chicken sat on the table, bulging and a little funny. She thought for a moment, then slowed down. My religion is called the puppet cult, and it is, under the narration of the original flavor chicken. The other side of the world of cultivation was revealed before Wang Lu's eyes. The way of cultivation is nothing but two paths: refinement, picking and taking. First way, refining. The way of refining is profound and unfathomable, and although the cultivation is slow, it is better than the heavenly way. Refinement itself is all-encompassing, with mainstream alchemy, array refining, weapon refining, and body refining, in which the refining of the body is the prerogative of the human race, because people are the spirit of all things, born with 7 orifices, yin and yang mingling, the 5 elements, the essence of the 3 talents, the circumference of the acupoints, but also in accordance with the way of heaven. According to the refinement classics, refining one's own body is the essence of cultivation. Other beings were not as fortunate as humans, and their bodies themselves were not suitable, making it difficult to create the body refining classics. So these beings went on to the second path, the harvesting of clothing. The so-called picking and serving is eating. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were a minority after all, and pills were all in the hands of great powers. There is only one thing that can be found everywhere, and that is people. Whether it is eating human essence and blood, eating human flesh and blood, or sucking human yang qi, yin and yang harvesting, all can be cultivated. This method of cultivation, in the mouth of the righteous, would be called the tricky way to cultivate immortality, although it is not the right way, but the picking and serving cultivation speed is extremely fast, and the effect is excellent. In order to seek longevity, many people would even give up the original refining of themselves, thus choosing to adopt this tricky method. But mortals with red dust fire, directly take food, will be red dust fire karma fire entanglement. Light is the loss of cultivation, heavy is the death of the Taoist. If you want to cannibalize, you have to find another way. The puppet cult is a sect that utilizes ghosts to eliminate red dust and fire, and then picks and serves them by itself. The puppet cult was created by the god master, Puppet Man, but he was erratic and did not ask about the affairs of the cult, so no one knew where he was and what he was doing. Under the sect master, there are 2 ambassadors on the left and right, and these 2 people are the highest level of the puppet sect. Below the second envoy are the protectors, and below that are the hall masters, and the instructors. The original Yuan Xiang was a hall master who made good use of beauty tricks, so the most you'll see is your Din protector? Yes. After listening to the words of the original chicken, Wang Lu was really like reading a decade of books. 3 years of odd jobs at Green Cloud Mountain really didn't learn anything. It turned out that this was the real world of immortal cultivation, and he was too insular. However, considering that the other party was a monster that had lived for 80 years, Wang Lu balanced a lot more. The original plan to wipe out the organization to put an end to it seems to have been overthought. One can only think long term. On this mission, my Dharma seal has disappeared. Protector Ding will surely think that I'm already dead. Perhaps he'll come out in person soon. Wang Lu asked, then do you think he's as good as me? Original chicken thought for a while. His neck swayed. I don't know. I seldom see the protector make a move, but he's extremely cautious. He won't make a move easily until he fully understands his opponent. Chapter 41 Shocked Protector Ding. Wang Luck and Original Chicken exchanged ideas all night. The main reason is that the Original Chicken knows too much, especially all kinds of strange stories. Just like listening to ghost stories. Can not stop. It wasn't until it was almost dawn that Wang Lu finally went to bed to rest for a while. It didn't take long to sleep when there was a knock on the door. The one who comes knocking on the door in the morning must be Wu Yu. Wang Lu had prepared for this and opened the door directly after. Mother, come in and sit down. Convenient? Convenient. After a night's time, Wang Lu's skin had recovered more or less and was not so red. Last night the house was lit with white candles and red lamps, and the colors in the house were already reddish, coupled with the fact that Wu Yu had seen a scene he shouldn't have seen, so he didn't take a close look and only felt a little red, noticing that it was burned skin. It's nice to shave your beard. Why do you shave your hair? Wang Lu took out the vial of black water and explained. I bought a hair removal potion from an old man, and I used it too much yesterday and accidentally lost all my hair. And this magical potion. But you do have too much hair. After a few sentences of small talk, Wu Yu immediately got back to the point. Where's Suzhen? Wu Yu entered the room and glanced around with his afterglow, especially at the comforter, glancing several times to make sure no one was inside. I let her go. Ah, Wu Yu was anxious and immediately stood up. You two are like that. What if you get pregnant with your child? Wang Lu, Suzhen bared her soul to me in the latter half of the night. She had suffered a lower body injury when she was a child, and the doctor said that she would have no ability to give birth in the future. What? Hearing that there was no ability to give birth to a child, Wu Yu sat down again and said with incomparable regret, "What a poor child. Did you give a plate when she left?" Wang Lu nodded, thinking that the truth was even more miserable. Suzhen's skin is buried under a big tree in the courtyard. As to whether there will be too much resentment and thus turn into ghosts, the expert original chicken gives the answer, no. Ugh, it's a waste of effort. Wu Yu chatted some more and was about to leave when suddenly there was a chicken squatting in the corner. How did this chicken get here? Someone, take it and stew it. The original flavor chicken, who was still dozing off, was so scared that he ran directly behind Wang Lu. Wu Yu exclaimed, "This chicken still understands me. Mother, I fed this chicken. I saw that it was very spiritual. That's why I caught it around and fed it." Spirituality? Yeah, come on. Wiggle your ass for the master. Original chicken stared at Wang Lu for a second. Wu Yu laughed. Just a silly chicken. Just after the scoff, the original chicken started wiggling her ass. It really understands us. It won't turn into a demon. Curious, Wu Yu squatted down and tried to grab it. Wang Lu gave a stop. Demons, what monsters? If you want to change, you'll only change into a goblin. I'm an immortal cultivator. I definitely know more than you. Alright, mother, get out of here. I'll clean up and get ready to practice. Wu Yu was pushed out of the room, her mouth still chattering. Goblin, demon, why does that feel a little familiar? At this point she suddenly reacted, then laughed. I can't imagine that my son has become enlightened after some cloud and rain last night. I have to keep working hard to find more women for my son. The other side. Wang Lu dressed and got himself a hat. Suddenly his head was bare and a bit uncomfortable. He then returned to his courtyard and began practicing. The practice is of course still funny forging. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, running. The original chicken was right next to the station, looking on in disbelief. Each sport is ordinary, with no special spells to increase the difficulty or special mind prefixes. Is this how the disciples of the Green Cloud sect practice? Equally dumbfounded. There was also Ding Qiu in the darkness, the Ding protector in the mouth of the original flavor chicken. At this moment, he was also able to see the image of Wang Lu practicing, and the perspective was exactly that of the original chicken. The puppet sect Dharma seal was called the puppet heart seal, which was created by the puppet master, so it could not be removed so easily. When Ding Qiu sent Yuan Xiang on another mission, he considered two scenarios. 1. Blackwater killed Wang Lu, and 2. Wang Lu still had the means to deal with Blackwater. If it was the second case, then with Yuan Xiang's fear of death, he might have surrendered. As long as one misled Yuan Xiang's perception of the FA seal again, one could make her think that the FA seal had been removed. It was just that Ding Qiu didn't expect Wang Lu's true qi to be so powerful, and he could barely control the FA seal at that moment. With all his might, he was able to allow a sliver of connection to be established with great difficulty, allowing Yuan Xiang to shield his perception of the golem's heart seal, but it was also slow to control, leaving Yuan Xiang's ghostly body gone and nearly dead, eventually reduced to a chicken. The good thing was that he had gained Wang Lu's trust, and Wang Lu practiced without avoiding him, but now it looks like it's ing practicing? Could it be that Wang Lu hadn't let down his guard against Yuan Xiang? Ding Qiu, who was suspicious by nature, had decided to solve his opponent first after realizing that Chu Feng had been killed by a bizarre force, but he had consulted a lot of information and ancient books, and even sent people to the Qingyan sect to secretly investigate, but he had never found a similar power. The Wang family of Daxia was also just an ordinary military family. Wang Lu had only entered the Green Cloud sect for 3 years. The more Ding Qiu investigated, the more confused he became, which made him not dare to easily face Wang Lu directly. On the other side, after Wang Lu finished practicing, he started practicing archery again. The result was still 100 arrows, and not a single one could be hit. This scene scared Ding Qiu so much that he immediately cut off the surveillance screen. Such a strong disciple of Qing Yun. Even a normal bow and arrow hit 0 out of 100 shots, and there was only a chicken around. And who is he shooting at? Could it be that he found me? Thinking about it, Ding Qiu decided to move his position first. Wang Lu waited for a whole day in the mansion, but he didn't wait for the cult's people to come. According to the original chicken, the puppet cult is all about preferring night to day. Because of the bond with the ghost, it is at night that it is able to maximize its strength, but it is not impossible to act during the day. The so-called ghost body and half of it is human. Wang Lu was worried that people from this puppet religion would come during the day, so he didn't even go out during the day. 1 month in a row, the king's house is safe, and Wang Luck is bored. However, Wang Lu was in no hurry. His strength was increasing every day anyway. Even archery has improved. you can already hit 2 or 3 arrows out of 100. And those 2 or 3 arrows are not luck shots, but real shots based on skill. Even those off-target arrows, the error isn't so exaggerated anymore. Wang Lu reported his progress to his old man, but it turned out that Wang Xan was so busy that he said he would only come to him if he hit 50 or more out of 100 arrows. As for what Wang Xan was busy with, Wang Lu had overheard. From time to time, he asked some unknown friends to meet in the middle of the night. The discussion is surprisingly important national issues. Listening to the boring Wang Lu several times to listen to fall asleep. As for the original chicken, it's more boring than King 6 every day. Not only is it boring, it's also constantly on edge. Wang Lu practiced kung fu, practiced archery, ate and pooped, and sometimes had to meet the girl his mother brought back, running back and forth, often forgetting the original chicken. The original flavor chicken only had to desperately catch up with Wang Lu, fearing that it would fall alone and be captured and eaten. Sometimes some big roosters in heat come to harass her, and all she can do is swing her ass around and be a desperate, widowed chicken. During this time, the original flavor chicken also finally discovered Wang Lu's secret. This was because every few days, Wang Lu would excuse himself to return to the sect and then disappear for a few hours. It was impossible for a person to become stronger without practicing, and the original flavor chicken followed Wang Lu every day, except for these few hours when he returned to the clan. Therefore, she believed that Wang Lu's true cultivation and becoming stronger must have happened during this time, and in such a short period of time, he was able to make him continuously stronger. I'm afraid that Wang Lu is also walking on the path of Kaisut, also known as trickster cultivation. Moreover, the thing that Wang Lu had picked and served was certainly not simple. Could it be some heavenly treasure? The original chicken stouts were naturally Ding Xiu's stouts as well. Time rushes by. Wang Lu has been a patrol leader for a year, and has also dashed around the royal residence for a year. If it wasn't for the presence of the original chicken, he would have forgotten about the puppet cult. Ever since the collection of the original chicken, the puppet cult seemed to have disappeared. Not only did they not come to Wang Lu, but there were no traces of their rebellion in the capital. Today was the day that Wang Lu transformed again, and as soon as he woke up, he felt a difference in his body. Chapter 42, Stripped to the Bone. The dark tide surged. As soon as he woke up, Wang Lu felt a difference in his body. Looking at the copper mirror, Wang Lu opened the small black bottle. The black water is poured out and cupped in your hands. Wang Lu went to wrap it with his chin. The beard was gone, and only then did he carefully put the black water back into the bottle. No tingling in your jaw or hands? In the past, when I used black water to remove hair, my skin felt more or less tingly after using it, and as a result, that feeling disappeared today as well. I'm sure I've metamorphosed again. I'm also not sure how many years this hair removal black water will last. Wang Lu put on his jacket and opened the door to his room. In the small yard, the morning sun was very bright and the original chicken was napping in the sun. Over the course of a year, the original chicken is becoming more and more of an old hen. Wang Lu walked to the courtyard and stretched himself against the sunrise. Bones clicked throughout his body, each muscle bulging in turn. The laziness ended, and Wang Lu had gotten a clear picture of how much he had grown. From yesterday to today, the strength increased by 1,000,000 pounds, or 500 tons. The power increase is multiplied by 10 again. After forging his body for 4 years, Wang Lu now had more than 20,000 tons of normal force. If he embraced that demon named by Jingjing again now, Wang Lu believed that even if it transformed, it would not be able to break free. Strength is only one aspect that is convenient to understand. Overall physically, Wang Lu felt a new metamorphosis. Wang Lu closed his eyes, and the countless voices in the surroundings were taken into his ears. Listening closely, the sounds that can be clearly stowed away are getting further and further away. There were the sounds of stalls hawking, the footsteps of soldiers patrolling, and babies crying. As long as Wang Lu wanted to, he could immediately, in his mind, single out a certain voice. This range is about 1 kilometer now. Wang Lu then opened his eyes and directly jumped up to the highest part of the mansion. Looking into the distance, even the pores of a person 1,000 meters away are clearly visible. Farther out, there's 4K quality. 2. At this rate of growth, won't I be able to be a clairvoyant and a smooth ear in the future? Light travels in straight lines, though, and it's easy to have an obstructed view. Sound, on the other hand, travels in waves, making it easier to eavesdrop and more practical at this stage. Wang Lu returned to the courtyard, glanced at the original chicken, and instantly stopped in his tracks. Then slowly walked over to the original chicken and stared at it intently. The original chicken was napping when suddenly the chicken feathers exploded and then jumped up. After seeing that the person in front of it was Wang Lu, it then relaxed. Giggled, "What are you looking at me for? Don't talk, I'll take a closer look at you." In Wang Lu's eyes, there was a faint chi on the original flavor chicken. The gas was so faint that you couldn't even see it unless you looked closely. Why are there still dirty things on you? Wang Lu didn't recognize what this was, but he could clearly feel that it was on the inside. You can see? The original chicken was instantly shocked. Obviously yesterday, Wang Lu didn't have the slightest perception, but today he was able to see through it with his naked eyes. Cut the crap. What the hell is on you? The original chicken explained. It's resentment. What? You killed someone under my nose? Wang Lu's eyes showed a fierce light and his face was murderous. Giggle, how could I possibly kill someone? You know me. I've almost been slaughtered several times. When Wang Lu thought about it, it was true. It's hard to be careless when you spend a lot of time with one chicken and one person. Sometimes the original chicken had a close call when it couldn't keep up with Wang Lu or when it was caught by Chit-Tat to play. Once all the knives wiped the neck, Wang Lu heard the familiar chicken screams, only to go back with instantaneous speed to save it. To this day it has a gash on its neck. For a chicken with this kind of strength, 100 or 10-year-old grandfather couldn't even kill it, right? When the original flavor chicken saw Wang Lu calm down a bit, he was slightly relieved, then slowly explained. It's the resentment of poultry and livestock. LOL. I figured wasting my time wasn't a good idea, so I thought about recultivating my ghostly body, but absorbing poultry and livestock. Wang Lu remembered. No wonder this guy had to run to the back kitchen every time the mansion cooked. A few times they were even caught in the cage by the cooks, and Wang Lu personally went to collect the chickens before the cooks were willing to release them. However, Wang Lu still has doubts. Poultry and livestock also have souls? Then why don't all the people of the puppet cult use poultry and livestock? Original chicken. Cluck 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 cluck. All beings have souls, but only human souls are complete. That is, 3 souls and 7 spirits. All other living beings are more or less crippled, like the fowl who only has 1 soul and 3 souls. If you take the mutilated souls of poultry and livestock, which are not compatible with your own soul, it is easy for your soul to be scattered. I wouldn't have resorted to this method if I didn't have to. After listening to original flavor chicken's explanation, Wang Lu was instantly relieved, then laughed. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking. Original chicken gave Wang Lu a blank stare. Cluck cluck cluck, you old six. I don't believe it. After a year together, the relationship between original chicken and Wang Lu had a feeling of being both friends and servants, especially since Wang Lu had saved it from the chopper several times, which made the original flavor chicken much closer to Wang Lu. As it became familiar with Wang Lu, it realized that Wang Lu was usually very easygoing, so gradually he began to play little jokes with Wang Lu. Only just now, Wang Lu's eyes looking at it suddenly took on a murderous aura, which scared it enough. 10 miles southwest of the outer city of the capital, there is a city god temple. Under its temple, there are several dark rooms, which are the puppet sex subchambers. Ding Xiu was dressed in a black robe and sat in the first place, making it impossible to see his face. Here are the hall masters under him. 7 hall masters died a year ago, and are now being filled by several new faces. The matter under discussion today is still Wang Lu. For a year, the people of the puppet cult had been searching for Wang Lu's whereabouts when he left the capital, but unfortunately, Wang Lu's speed was so fast that no one in their church could keep up. Ding Xiu's perception was the same as that of the original flavor chicken. They both thought that Wang Lu must also be a trickster cultivator, and that he possessed a heavenly material-like source of picking and serving. He didn't report this matter to Lord Left Envoy because Ding Xiu also had his own little thoughts. In this year's time, Ding Xiu had already confirmed that Wang Lu had not discovered the FA seal on Yuan Xiang's body, because if he found out that he was being watched, Wang Lu would definitely restrain his behavior. However, Ding Xiu found that Wang Lu often let himself go in front of the original chicken. There was no trace of the Green Cloud sex immortal's righteous ways. As the protector of the cult, Ding Xiu had long since detached himself from the lowly tastes, so some of the images made by Wang Lu that were not easy for children did not interest him at all. As for Wang Lu's daily funny forging, perhaps it is just a kind of warm-up exercise to stretch the muscles and bones. Protector. It's been a year and we've never been able to find Wang Lu's heavenly materials. Why don't I go and meet him myself? A new hallmaster stood out. A young man, but with a pale, shadowy face. You? The 6 hallmasters went to the royal palace last year and died in an instant. Hallmaster Yuan is holding the supreme treasure, black water, and there's no return. What makes you think you can? A hallmaster immediately disliked him back. The man smiled coldly. That Wang Lu is indeed powerful, but what about his family? As you've all seen this year, he's a sentimentalist, so why not capitalize on that weakness? At that moment a hall master rose and responded. You're the smart one. Wang's family is a second-ranking hussar general, and he is in a high position in the court. But anyone who gets involved with his family, the red dust fire is so strong that it reaches 3 feet high, so who dares to touch it? The young hall master licked his lips and said, I dare you. At that moment, Ding Xiu snapped. Threats can be used as a backup method, but ultimately we'll have to play hardball with him. Don't forget, the black water is still in his hands. If we can't snatch it back, we can't afford the anger of Lord Left Envoy. We'll have to wait a little longer. Protector, what are we waiting for? Ding Qiu mused. Wait for the chaos. The forces of all parties are secretly surging. There will be great things happening in the world. And his Wang family's dependence on Daxia is also under the world's great trend. When the world is in chaos, I'll go into the Daxia palace to fetch an object. And with this object in my hand, I'll be able to do everything right. Chapter 43 Talented Archery. Open Archery. The King's Mansion. After feeling his disembodied body, Wang Lu immediately checked the system panel. Host, Wang Lu. Life expectancy, 22 years, 36 years. Stable lifespan cap without a single increase. Whenever he was about to drift off when he got stronger, a glance at the system panel always calmed him down. The road to immortality is a long way off, and there is still work to be done. Wang Lu hurriedly did today's forging exercise and then went to practice archery. Wang Xian said that it helped develop his concentration, but Wang Lu was already able to hit 10 out of 100 arrows. But his control of his true chi was still a mess. 10 out of 100 arrows. This progress was already very good for Wang Lu, but it was still far from the requirement of 50 out of 100 arrows that Wang Xian had said. Do the math, and wait for the 100 arrows to hit 50, and the yellow flowers will be cold. After Wang Lu finished shooting this group of 100 arrows and realized that today's physique metamorphosis had no effect on archery skills, Wang Lu, who couldn't wait, rushed off to find Wang Xian. Father, my archery skills are up to par. Wang Xian was currently standing in front of a sandbox and pondering. When someone interrupted him, Wang Xian was about to get angry, but when he saw that it was Wang Lu, he held back. 50 out of 100 arrows? Sure, why don't I go perform for you now? Wang Lu was full of confidence, because he had eaten up Wang Xian's busy schedule lately. He shouldn't have the time to go to the martial arts arena to see his scanty archery skills. Alright then, now you go back and continue practicing arrows. This time use your true chi as an arrow. The speed of the shot must not exceed the speed of a normal arrow. If you can also hit 50 out of 100 arrows, then you will be able to control the true chi in your body. Nothing? Wang Lu had thought that Wang Xian would pass on some kind of subtle and brilliant method to him, but it turned out to be this? Okay, go figure it out yourself. I'm still busy. Wang Lu was kicked out of the room and had no choice but to go back and try to figure it out on his own. Replace the arrow with your true chi, but how can a bow propel your own true chi? Instead of using a bow, you could just fire it yourself with your hand. Wang Lu's one hand was in the shape of a gun, aiming at the target, and the real chi at the tip of his index finger shot out. The true chi flew out in a straight line, then unsurprisingly missed. No, it's too fast and there's no point of aim. So Wang Lu picked up the bow and directly hitched his hand to draw it, and at the moment of releasing the bow, his fingers shot out true chi. Because of the need to control the speed of the true chi does not start fast. Wind direction, drag, and free fall are all influences that come into play. So unsurprisingly it missed again, but Wang Lu slammed himself on the head and came to a realization. It turned out to be this principle. This year's archery epiphanies were not much, but in this moment, after replacing the arrows with true chi, these epiphanies were finally smoothly transformed into epiphanies on the use of true chi. If the true chi can't be controlled after it leaves the body, then anticipate its variable factors before it leaves the body and give it that initial data. I'm enlightened. Wang Lu ran toward Wang Xian again with great gusto. Nuts. Giggle. The original flavor chicken saw that it directly did not chase. This Wang Lu did not know what kind of nerve again. Every time Wang Lu went crazy, the speed will be very fast. It simply cannot catch up. Father, I understand. Wang Lu once again pushed the door in, not waiting for Wang Xian to get angry. Immediately said his epiphany, and then also complained. Father, why didn't you say it earlier? Wouldn't it be 1 year's less detour if you just gave me the essence? Wang Xian gave Wang Lu a blank look. With your qualifications, can you understand if I give it to you directly? With a strength as great as yours, I could pull in any soldier and hit 50 out of 100 arrows in just 3 days of practice. Wang Lu, father, what else do you know besides striking me? And kick you. Wang Xian kicked Wang Lu out twice and warned Wang Lu not to come back in. Wang Lu skimmed his mouth, and muttered, good does not compare. Then talent. Your son, my strong point is to open up. Really no emotional value at all. Without obtaining his father's praise, Wang Lu returned to his own small courtyard and called for a group of household servants and maids. Prepare to shoot arrows for them. This time, Wang Lu didn't even aim and directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. At the same time as firing, the mind moved, forcing out the entire red little dragon in his body. The little dragon felt uncomfortable after leaving Wang Lu's body and wanted to return to Wang Lu's body. But the red true chi little dragon is connected to Wang Lu's mind. And Wang Lu directly threatened, if you don't fight with that arrow and hit that target, you are not allowed to come back. So the arrow reoriented itself in the air, and after an arc that defied Newton's laws, hit the target. The target shattered instantly. The little dragon also instantly flew back into Wang Lu's body. The whole process was quick, like lightning. The maids and the housemaid only saw the arrow with red light and shot the target. They couldn't see the little dragon in the red true chi at all. Oh, wow. Young master is awesome. Young master is so handsome. Such archery skills. I'm afraid they're already on par with the great general. Young master, the target has been re-erected. Let's admire your valor once more. This group of maids and householders, accompanying Wang Lu to grow up, also learned a lot of vocabulary invented by Wang Lu. At the moment their emotional value gave full. Even the dog that was kept barked a few times. Wang Lu finally laughed happily and shot a few more arrows consecutively by cheating. And of course they all hit 100 times. The subordinates boasted Wang Lu to the skies. Unfortunately, this year's famine has only just gotten better. There is no extra grain to make wine. And Wang Xian has placed a ban on alcohol in his residence. Otherwise, it's really a pleasant life to drink wine at this moment. The original flavor chicken on the side. Seeing Wang Lu happy as a child, it really couldn't understand. He has cultivated immortality and still cares so much about the praises of the secular people. This kind of mentality is put in another way. The Taoist heart is not solid. Can he really succeed in cultivating immortality? But, then again, how come this old six is suddenly so accurate with his arrows? Chapter 44, Chanting Poetry. I'll be a scribe for once. Hanging out and enjoying the emotional value is only a momentary pleasure. If you want to be skilled in using true chi so that you can use it to control magic weapons in the future, you still have to concentrate on practicing. The days that followed resumed their usual repetition. It's a little monotonous, but the 500 tons of lift per day is real and felt. There were still 13 years left before the 35-year-old limit. And anyway, the promotion was getting faster all the time, so Wang Lu didn't have to be in a hurry. On this day, Wang Xian suddenly called to Wang Lu, saying that an important guest would come to his home in 2 days, and Wang Xian wanted Wang Lu to meet him. This made Wang Lu very curious. Normally Wang Xian's interpersonal interactions never called on Wang Lu. Why the sudden change today? It's not going to be a blind date, is it? What nonsense. Male. This guest has a noble status. Our Wang family must make good relations with him. He heard that I have a son in the Qingyan sect, so he wanted to see you. Okay. I'll be well dressed and polite when the time comes. Wang Lu is also not a social terrorist, and it doesn't matter about meeting one side. Who knows? Wang Xian pulled Wang Lu and said, this guest is very knowledgeable. He knows astronomy and geography, and is even better at dancing. When the time comes, I'll get a gentleman to prepare a poem for you in advance. So when the time comes, you behave yourself and recite a poem. Wang Lu was instantly speechless. I am a descendant of the Wang family's generals, and now I've gone on to cultivate immortality. So what's the point of pretending to be civilized? Wang Xian shook his head and said with a serious expression, this person is extremely important to my Wang family, but whenever there is the slightest opportunity, we must throw ourselves at him. I know your level. It's too hard to learn anything else. You should have no problem memorizing a poem. It's certainly no problem to memorize poems. But how important is this man? When I was a child, I didn't even have to memorize poems for my saintly interviews. Is he more important than the saint? Wang Xian didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Wang Lu was instantly shocked. Father, you're going to lose your head for nodding your head. In short, you must be able to recite a poem on the spot. Wang Xian spoke decisively. Wang Lu nodded and said, all right, but there's no need to find a gentleman. I'll play on my own. Wang Lu had never thought of the world of immortal cultivation as a copyist, but now he really came to copy a song. Just you? Wang Xian was completely unconvinced. Although Wang Lu had been forced to read books since he was a child, he was a complete scum and was barely literate. Father, don't you believe me? I was with cultured senior brothers in Qingyan sect, and I was inculcated quite a bit. Don't believe me? Just come up with a question. Wang Xian said doubtfully. Those literati of theirs love to express their feelings through scenery. So you'll come up with a poem about scenery. Wang Lu thought about it and smiled slightly. This poem may have to stun Wang Xian's jaw, so he confidently opened his mouth and said, the sun shines on the incense burner and produces purple smoke. Who would have thought that after the first verse, Wang Xian would be expressionless? Wang Lok continued the second sentence. Look at the waterfall hanging in front of the river. Wang Xian began to frown slightly. Flying down 3,000 feet, Wang Xian surprisingly began to shake his head. The Milky Way is suspected to be falling from the sky. Wang Xian frowned and commented, what did you write? It's written by your senior brother. It's true that it's a bit smooth, but the content is too bad. Wang Luck? Wang Lu was directly speechless. Such an awesome Tang poem was actually too poor in content. The poet Li Bai must not be angry when he hears about it. Father, what do you think the difference is? Wang Xin had a good memory and started evaluating straight away. How can it be purple smoke when there is clearly white smoke coming from the incense burner? The waterfall is bright water. How do you hang Qianchuan? And have you measured 3,000 feet? And have you counted the falling 9 heavens? Isn't that nonsense? After hearing Wang Xin's comment, Wang Lu took a deep breath. Wang Lu didn't know if it was because Wang Xin's level was poor, or if the level of poetry in this world was still stuck on realism and rigor. But since it was going to be rigorous, Wang Lu was immediately able to change it. Father, I've been thinking about it for a while, and I'd like to change the poem to this if you think it's okay. The sun shines on the incense burner as if it were purple smoke. From afar, the waterfall seems to hang over the former river, flying down about 3,000 feet. It is suspected that the Milky Way is falling from the sky. Pop, pop, snap. Wonderful. That's it. I never thought that my son had a talent for this. Wang Xin actually applauded after hearing this. 2 days later, a group of people came to the mansion, and the person at the head was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, holding a feather fan. Wang Xin received them all afternoon, but Wang Lu didn't participate. It wasn't until it was time for dinner that Wang Lu took his seat. Wang Lu was surprised to find that there was wine on the table tonight. You should know that Wang Xin himself gave the order. Alcohol is forbidden in the royal residence. Just what was this man's status? And what was his relationship with his old man, that he would make his own old man break his principles? Wang Lu sized up the middle-aged man. The man was wearing a peculiar costume that did not resemble the Dasha style. This person had an obvious air of being in a high position, and in Wang Lu's eyes, there was even a faint layer of mist on him. This fog does not belong to yin and yang, does not distinguish between good and evil, and is very strange. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wang Xin finally turned the topic to Wang Lu. Mr. Mirror, this 6th son of mine, named Wang Lu, although his talent is average, but his will to seek immortality is firm. Now he is an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, highly valued by the sect, and now he is still some kind of captain. It's the patrol leader. Wang Lu immediately got up and bowed politely to Mr. Mirror. This was followed by a pre-prepared compliment. That Mr. Mirror looked at Wang Lu at the side table. Although he was slightly drunk, the essence in his eyes did not diminish at all, but for some reason, he suddenly froze a bit when he looked at Wang Lu. After Wang Lu politely finished, the other party surprisingly didn't pick up the conversation, and Wang Lu couldn't sit or stand. How about just memorizing the poem? Wouldn't it be a bit of a turn, a bit hard? Wang Lu kept giving Wang Xin a wink, and Wang Xin finally reacted and got up to report the curtain. My son heard that Sir loves poetry, so he composed a poem in private, and I'd like to ask for your guidance. Now that's a silky smooth way to memorize a poem. Wang Lu opened his mouth to recite a poem, turning his head while doing so. The sun shines on the incense burner as if it were purple smoke. From afar, the waterfall seems to hang over the former river, flying down about 3,000 feet. It is suspected that the Milky Way is falling from the sky. The poem is adapted a bit, and although it's a bit cheesy, it fits quite well with the persona of Wang Xin, the son of a martial artist. Wang Lu thought about it later and also thought that this was quite good. At most, he would be ridiculed by those who knew what they were doing, and he would never discuss literature with Wang Lu again, lest he get into trouble. There were quite a few educated people in the mansion, and as expected, these wide-eyed stares, and some even kept pressing the corners of their mouths. Just then, that Mr. Mirror suddenly pointed at Wang Lu with excitement and shouted, "It's not simple, it's not simple." The learned man was in a daze. Wang Xin, however, rightfully applauded. The heart is also quite proud. His own learning is not good, but the tasting ability is first class, can resonate with Mr. Mirror, at least better than his own house of diners literati. Wang Lu had been prepared to be criticized and instructed by Mr. Mirror. Who would have thought that the other party's level would be exactly the same as his father's? Wang Lu could only smile awkwardly. Made up as I go along. Nonsense, sir. Chapter 45, Mr. Mirror, Ziwei Xing. Made up as I go along. Nonsense, sir. Wang Lu had just made a polite remark when that Mr. Mirror spoke. No, I'm not talking about the poem. I'm talking about you. You're not easy. Wang Lu was a little embarrassed. Is this Mr. Mirror so good at talking? Shouldn't I be the one to compliment him? He. Sir, you're too discerning. Wang Lu couldn't help but narcissize himself. Wang Xin immediately found out that something is wrong. Praising the poem is still understandable. Praising people makes no sense. The child he gave birth to himself does not understand it. If it weren't for a strange encounter, it would still be a handful. So he asked suspiciously, "What makes you say that, sir?" When Mr. Mirror saw Wang Lu's narcissistic expression, a trace of suspicion arose between his eyebrows. Then he left his seat and came to Wang Lu to take a closer look. Containing the aura of a true dragon. It is the posture of a great emperor. Sir, over, past. No matter how thick Wang Lu's face was, he couldn't withstand this kind of praise, but his big white teeth kept showing and he smiled happily. In contrast was Wang Xin, whose face instantly darkened when he heard the words Great Emperor's stance. A wave of nervousness surfaced, and Wang Xin asked in a deep voice, "Sir, you can't be mistaken. Mr. Mirror, give me his birth date?" Although Wang Xin couldn't remember, he didn't hide it, and immediately asked Wu Yu to fetch Wan Lu's birthstone card. After Mr. Mirror took it and looked at it, he was puzzled. Strange, the 8 characters and facial features are completely ordinary again. Wang Xin was relieved to hear this. Wang Lu, however, was a bit depressed. Was there such a handsome ordinary person? Mr. Mirror looked at Wang Lu's beggarly expression and spoke bluntly. Even if the throne of the emperor were placed before you, your destiny would not be authorized by heaven. In this world, the imperial power is authorized by heaven. How exactly is it authorized? Wang Lu was not clear. Mr. Mirror continued. It's as if you yourself are the dragon vein, but the dragon vein is born between heaven and earth, carrying the earth's chi and luck, and will never succumb to being inside a living being. The more Mr. Mirror thought about it, the more confused he became, and he directly reached out and grabbed Wang Lu's wrist. I came to see your body. Wang Lu also reacted at this time. This man might be talking about the small red dragon inside his body. Could that be the dragon vein? However, as his own means, Wang Lu certainly did not want to be easily seen through. So Wang Lu's chrysanthemums loosened and he let out a fart. A thought, commanded to go underground for a while. Wang Lu's sphincter was so powerful that the little dragon was so fast that it instantly burrowed into the ground along his pants leg. Nobody cares about a fart. Mr. Mirror frowned, but continued to check Wang Lu's body. Wang Lu suddenly had an abnormal sensation as he felt his body being stripped naked. It felt like there was no longer any semblance of a secret in front of Mr. Mirror. What kind of magical ability is this? Bad. Will his strong body be discovered? How could Pops, a mere mortal, know such a person? He himself was just physically tougher, so he shouldn't be captured and used as a guinea pig, or some kind of cauldron. Just when Wang Lu was worried, Mr. Mirror let go of Wang Lu's hand, and the doubt on his face became heavier. Why are you so common? How did you enter the outer sect of the Green Cloud sect? Under Mr. Mirror's perception, Wang Lu's body did not contain any special foreign objects other than the food he had just eaten, and the feces and urine he had yet to expel. The body structure was also very normal, so normal that it wasn't even as good as a stronger ordinary person, and there was no trace of enhancement in its flesh. Mr. Mirror did not follow the path of cultivation, but he did understand this method of cultivation. Body forging, chi refining, foundation building, Dan formation, yuaning, God transformation. Every step is a footprint, and Wang Lu's body hadn't even reached the forging realm at all. When Wang Lu heard this, he immediately put his heart down. This guy couldn't even read his own body. Goldfinger mighty, but that's fine. The secret is kept. Sir, actually, I entered the Green Cloud sect because my father helped me through the back door. After all, it was a scandalous matter. Wang Lu's voice was low. Mr. Mirror looked at Wang Xin in dismay. Wang Xin knows Mr. Mirror's erudition, knows that he blew his own power to wear help. Ashamed and lowered his head. Going through the back door? Has the Green Cloud sect degenerated to such a level? He could understand if the qualifications were poorer to enter the sect, but to be so poor as to have no qualifications at all and still be able to cultivate immortality and even become an outer disciple was a bit outrageous. At once, Mr. Mirror's interest in Wang Lu was greatly reduced. Rubbing his temples, he looked at Wang Lu again. Where was there any true dragon chi left? Only a mediocre chi. Is it possible that you're drunk? General Wang. I'm sorry, I've had too much to drink. Mr. Mirror then returned to his seat, and seeing Wang Lu still standing, he encouraged, nice poem. Then he stopped paying attention to Wang Lu. In the second half of the dinner, there was nothing left for Wang Lu to do. Wang Lu silently retreated after eating. Mr. Mirror and his group didn't even look at him. After Mr. Mirror and his group left, Wang Xin found Wang Lu, who was preparing to sleep, and lamented, Son, you missed an opportunity. Father, what exactly is this person's identity? Why did you say I missed my chance? Wang Xin shook his head. Father is going to do something big. You'll know in a couple days. Wang Lu nodded. A stunt? Alright, I'll sleep then. Wang Xin had just exited the room when he heard grunts from inside. Wang Xin then also shook his head helplessly. In the place of any of Wang Lu's older siblings, he either guessed what Wang Xin was going to do, or he definitely broke the casserole and asked to the end. Wang Xin had thought to come tonight to give the child a breeze in advance, but it turned out that Wang Lu didn't even ask one more question and went to sleep. Just as well. Have a good night's sleep. The next day, everything was fine. At night, there was a star in the sky that kept twinkling. Within the Daxia, anyone who knew something about astrology was shocked, because the star is named Violet. Chapter 46 Rebellion. Stealing the Seal. As the sunlight flooded the capital, countless soldiers poured into the capital. Wang Lu was still dreaming when he suddenly opened his eyes. Without even getting dressed, he immediately rushed out of the room and to the high ground. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 soldiers entering the capital. Each one of them was aggressive, with armor and swords. Is this a military parade? But how come a part of it is coming towards the royal palace? Without waiting for Wang Lu to hear what was going on, the royal residence, too, was busy. Dozens of household servants and guards escorted the old and young women onto the carriage and evacuated the royal residence at a rapid pace. Wang Lu had just jumped down from the roof when Li Jia had already come to him holding his battlesuit. Young master, please put on your armor. Wang Lu was confused. Granting what armor? Wang Xin also rushed to the side at this time and said directly, Son, put on your armor and follow your father to kill the palace. Is someone rebelling? Wang Lu realized something, but then thought of another problem. But Dixia has an agreement with Qingyun sect that cultivators are not allowed to participate in the wars of the imperial dynasty. Wang Xin shouted loudly. What else is the Treaty of Daxia? The emperor's old man is dim-witted, and it's the Daxia that I'm rebelling against. What? My father rebelled. But he hadn't even been in charge of the military for years, so even if he had trained these 10,000 men from somewhere, he shouldn't have the strength to do so. Wang Luk was a little worried about the rollover, but still, sparingly, he put on his battlesuit, taking the original chicken with him by the way. The group of soldiers who had flocked to the king's mansion directly knelt on one knee upon seeing Wang Xin. Wang Xin raised his arms. The dog emperor is dim-witted, making the world a catastrophe, and his failure to save the people has caused the starving corpses to fill the land. After a passionate speech, not only this group of soldiers, even Wang Lu's blood surged. In case the rebellion succeeds, won't he be a prince? As a major general, and future successor, Wang Lu felt that he should also make a statement. So just as Wang Xin finished speaking, Wang Lu followed suit and roared, Donate your life to the cause of your country and die as if you were returning home. Just after yelling, Wang Xin kicked Wang Lu's ass. Don't write poems if you don't know how to write poems. What treating death as a homecoming? It's them who are going to die. Then he drew his sword. Generals, follow me to kill the palace and welcome the king of Tang to the capital. What? King Tang? Wang Lu was dumbfounded. After half a day, it was not the old man who was the emperor. There was a Tang king behind him, but after calming down, it is also true that external assistance is needed. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of troops outside of Daxia. When they came to the gates of the palace, the advance guard had already killed their way into the palace. Wang Xin whispered in Wang Lu's ear, Follow Li Jia and bring your third sister home safely. Wang Lu was going to ask his brother-in-law to save him, but Wang Xin had already led his troops in. Li, young master, follow me. The palace is unimaginably large. Following Li Jia, there were extremely luxurious palaces all the way. Occasionally, there were guards who blocked the way, but they were all killed by Li Jia. As he passed by a jade wigwam that was dozens of meters high, Wang Lu looked dumbfounded. The Jade Mountain is a hole, on which dragons and phoenixes are carved, and the water and fairies fly in a lifelike manner. Wang Lu couldn't help but want to take a picture. He just didn't have a cell phone. After seeing Wang Lu's gaze, Li Jia casually said, This is Blood Jade Mountain. Blood? It's all green and white. Where would it get blood? This jade was found in Jiangnan. It took 10 years, destroying fields and building canals, breaking bridges and opening roads, and 100,000 people died before it was transported to the capital. And the people called this jade Blood Jade Mountain. Asterisk. What a dog emperor. Hearing such a ridiculous thing, Wang Lu was enraged. At that moment, 2 eunuchs rushed in, daring to trespass. Without waiting for the eunuch to flare his arms, Li Jia directly killed him. Who would have thought that these 2 eunuchs, their martial arts attainments were extremely high. A few decades of child's kung fu had actually reached half a step of innate. Li Jia fought with them, and within 3 moves, he immediately fell behind. At that moment, Wang Lu drew his sword. Neither the 2 eunuchs nor Li Jia saw Wang Lu make any movements, but all of a sudden, the heads of the 2 eunuchs fell straight off. Young master, you killed it? Wang Lu sheathed his sword and said, handsome? Handsome or not, I didn't see it, but indeed the sword is fast. Li Jia was also a straight man and said what he had to say. Well, next time I'll slow down a bit. Originally, Li Jia was still a bit worried that he couldn't save the third young lady and hoped that Wang Xian would send more manpower. As a result, Wang Xian only sent a sixth young master with him. But now it seems that cultivating immortality is worthy of being cultivated, and the battle power is far higher than practicing martial arts. Young master, although you haven't cut off the red dust fire yet, and other people's fire can't burn you, I heard that killing people also has karma, which will affect your future immortal path. So if you don't have to, it's better for me to take the shot. Wang Lu was a bit touched when he heard Li Jia's words. Old Li, you care more about me than my father. However, I'm not taking the unusual path that doesn't affect the immortal path. In Wang Xian's mind, Wang Lu never had any immortal path in the first place. He just went to mingle and happened to have a strange encounter to become stronger. In that case, let's speed up. Young master, soon, Wang Lu and Li Jia arrived at Chonghua Palace. My third sister, Wang Sanhua, is here as a consort for someone else's prince. In broad daylight, he was definitely not in the bedchamber, and Li Jia didn't know where Wang Sanhua was. But after the scope was narrowed down, Wang Lu immediately listened carefully with his smooth ears. A familiar voice was soon heard. Come with me, my sister is over there. The other side. Wang Xian led a large force and fought his way to Qinqing Palace. In the middle of the day, the current saint is still sleeping, because he was a daily nightly sleeper. He naturally slept long during the day. Wang Xian's rebellion came very suddenly this time, and there were quite a few insiders inside the palace. Those eunuchs who were worried about disturbing the emperor's sleep also saw the retreat of the forbidden guards, which forced them to go and wake up the emperor. Bold Wang Xian, how dare you rebel? Aren't you afraid of being put to death? Wang Xian, covered in blood and carrying a lance in his hand, laughed. I've killed my way here, so what's the point of wasting words? Wang Xian has spent half of his life in the military, and his attainments in marksmanship have been perfected. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon, straight into the last of the forbidden defenses. However, the commander of the Praetorian Guard was no soft touch. Both were equally at the innate perfection realm, and the two fought in a neck-and-neck battle. At that moment, a black shadow instantly arrived in the distance, pointing straight at the commander of the Forbidden Army and piercing through his body. The commander of the Forbidden Army was momentarily distracted, and then was caught by Wang Xian in a break and pierced through with a shot. What the hell is it that dares to come here and cause trouble? Wang Xian shouted after killing the man, but there was no response. The soldiers under his command didn't notice anything unusual, though, and all swarmed up and fought with the forbidden soldiers. Inside the palace, the emperor of Daxia, whose body was empty, was scared out of his wits when he saw the commander of the forbidden army being killed through the doorway. Someone to protect me. Aren't there 3 more of the 4 generals? And where are they? Your Majesty. General Li has gone to the south to collect grain. General Qian has gone to the north to suppress the mobs. And General Zhou he has been sent by you to the south of the river to seek beauty. The eunuch's words caused the emperor to instantly go limp. In the shadows of the corner of the palace stood a black-robed man, who was none other than Ding Qiu. At the moment he's not in very good shape. The battle outside just now was just a high martial duel for ordinary people, but in the eyes of someone like Ding Qiu, it was a sea of fire. He also risked injury to affect the situation of the fight. Ding Qiu's eyes were fixed on the emperor of the Great Summer Kingdom, revealing a smile when he sensed that the red dust fire, which was like a fiery flame, was beginning to weaken. Only Ding Qiu gradually blended into the darkness and turned into a shadow. The shadow flew swiftly along the wall, under a dragon table. Within moments, a black hand stuck out of thin air on the tabletop. The black hand grabbed the jade seal and pulled it into the black shadow, then disappeared. Chapter 47 Kingslayer. Wang Lux sighed. He and Li Kailai rushed into a compound. A woman holding a long whip dances while the spectators are screaming. Sis! Wang Lu gave a loud shout. The woman stopped and smiled back, like a spring breeze. Ah Di, you're here. This person was none other than Wang Lu's third sister, Wang Sanhua. The looks were inherited from her mom, Wang Lu's second mother, but the character was completely inherited from her old man, Wang Xian. Sis, what are you doing? How can such a thing be done in broad daylight? In the open, Wang Sanhua threw the whip and hit towards Wang Lu. Fortunately Wang Lu ran fast and dodged the whip. Little brat grown up, who taught you this nonsense? Wang Lu and Wang Sanhua haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years, and the last time they met, Wang Lu was still a flabbergasted child in her eyes. Ha ha, self-taught. Wang Sanhua put away the long whip and said, but the hands are good. Father said you went to Qingyan Mountain to learn some skills. I still don't believe it. It seems that it really didn't lie to me. Wang Sanhua then pushed open the door to her room, grabbed her suitcase, and walked out. Wang Lu glanced inside. 2 maids were squatting in the corner shivering, and there was a eunuch unconscious on the ground. Go! Wang Sanhua had already known about today's action in advance, and had already prepared for it, and didn't have a trace of attachment to this place. Sis, don't you want to take your brother-in-law? Here, where's your brother-in-law? Wang Lu looked at the unrecognizable dancer-watcher. So he is the prince of Daxia. Really miserable ah. Wang Lu remembered the scene of being bullied by his sister when he was a child, and suddenly he winced himself. I've been putting up with this bastard for a long time. Not killing him is considered mercy. Shortly after the 3 left, fires began to appear in the palace. The fire kept spreading, carrying thick black smoke. Qianqing Palace. Wang Xian kicked the door open. The soldiers swarmed in, and behind Wang Xian was a field of bodies of forbidden guards. Though the court was corrupt, none of these hundreds of forbidden guards escaped and all died in battle. Perhaps the last loyal souls belonging to Daxia are them. At this moment, the emperor at this moment cannot escape, woefully trying to escape through the window, but weak legs, fell to the ground. Wang Xian walked step by step towards the emperor. The emperor that he once bowed 3 times and dared not look directly at, was now like a dog. Wang Xian, I'll give you whatever you want. Don't kill me. I can do without the throne. Just leave me alive. The emperor began to beg for mercy. Wang Xian smiled coldly. Did you read the last posting I put up 2 years ago? The emperor looked at Wang Xian in confusion. Wang Xian said, that was the last chance you had that you could save Daxia, and now, it's too late. When he finished speaking, a large knife was placed on the emperor's neck. However, the knife wielder was not Wang Xian, but a big man with a cross-faced face. General, remember your promise. Zhang Tinyo, don't worry. After Wang Xian finished speaking, Zhang Tinyo's face turned vicious as he swung his large sword. The emperor's head should fall to the ground. The Daxia dynasty, which had lasted for more than 200 years, came to an end at this moment. Vaguely, in the sky, a dragon's wail was faintly heard. What had been a clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. The sky clouded over. Zhang Tinyo didn't receive any attacks, but he suddenly turned red. Within a few moments bean-sized sweat began to flow. In just a few breaths of time, Zhang Tinyo unexpectedly began to spontaneously combust. He kept struggling but couldn't extinguish the weird fire. It's true what Mr. Mirror said. Wang Xian no longer hesitated and threw out his lance, piercing Zhang Tinyo to death with a single shot, giving him closure. Those who kill the king, messing with the way of kings and subjects, are not allowed by the heavenly Tao, and will be burned by the fire of karma, and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. The entire red dust and fire of the palace gathered toward the kingslayer. The originally invisible red dust fire directly burned out the illusory form of the flame. As an average person, Zhang Tinyo could not possibly withstand it. Wang Xian pounded his chest with one fist and watched his body turn into ashes. All hands on deck. Wang Xian gave orders again at this time. Set the palace on fire. Wang Xian trained his own soldiers to know only the word obedience. Even though the palace was filled with exotic treasures and just about anything was worth a fortune, not a single person hesitated to immediately go around setting fires. Wang Xian wasn't idle either, leading 2 or 3 people to search the neighborhood. But after half a day of searching, I simply didn't find the only thing I wanted. General, I don't see the jade seal. This dim king himself certainly will not personally use the jade seal. Usually as the eunuch on behalf of the seal. The eunuch would certainly have put it back where it belonged after using it. But it was surprising that the jade seal could not be found now. Did you give it away to this dim-witted king? Or play with it and lose it? While Wang Xian was thinking, the fire was already up and spreading out. The temperature inside the Qianqing Palace continued to climb. It wasn't that Wang Xian was in a hurry to light a fire, but time was running out. A sudden gust of cloudy wind came, not from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and west, but from underground. So soon, Wang Xian's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone get the hell out of there." When everyone exited the Qianqing Palace, "Get on the ground and don't look up." After Wang Xian shouted, he himself followed suit and fell to the ground, not daring to raise his head. In a few moments, the temperature of the original fire burning up immediately plummeted. There were even soldiers who were already shivering. It wasn't long before there was a sound of chains in his ears. Wang Xian's heart immediately felt pressure, as if it was being pinched by a large hand, and his face immediately paled. On his back, Wang Xian even felt the aura of death. Death is like the wind, like a mane. Wang Xian didn't dare to make any movements, so he could only close his eyes, dismiss distracting thoughts, and hold on. as the strength of the innate realm was so unbearable under this pressure. The other soldiers were even worse, and there were even quite a few soldiers who directly fainted. One of the soldiers, whose neck was too stiff from the cold, couldn't help but twist his neck, and his remaining eyes glanced inside the Qianqing palace. It was as if the soldier had seen some great horror, and all the fear in his head instantly erupted. In just the blink of an eye, the soldier's pupils were lax. Chapter 48, Cowhead and Horseface. King Tang enters the capital. The flames that were originally spreading slowed down all of a sudden. Wang Lu raised his head and looked at the dark clouds gathering, his brows furrowed. In my previous life on Earth, when I encountered such a situation, I would just go inside and hide from the rain. But this world is different. Ghosts and monsters mess with the gods, and the rules of heaven and earth are completely different. This vision must have something to do with what happened in the palace. Could it be that there is an old demon who cultivates immortality hidden in the palace? Or that rebellion is to be punished by the heavens? Wang Lu knew that his strength was not enough, and those who could invoke heavenly signs were bound to be uncomplicated. At that moment, a sudden gust of cloudy wind swept through the palace. Wang Lu had the feeling of facing a ghostly creature at night, so he immediately jumped onto the roof and looked around. Soon, the gaze meter locked onto a direction where the Een was heaviest and seemed to be where Pops had taken his soldiers. At this time, Wang Lu suddenly felt a vibration at his waist. Looking down, the original chicken was shivering. Original chicken? Is it that cold? The eyes of the original flavor chicken were different from those of a human, and Wang Lu couldn't see the feelings in its eyes, but it stared straight in the direction of the heaviest Een Chi and stammered, "Ghost, ghost, ghost, ghost. You're a ghost thing, and you're afraid of ghosts? It's a ghost. Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters?" It was the first time Wang Lu had heard of a real ghost messenger when he came to this world. Wouldn't there still be hell? "Sis, I'm going over to Pops." "Young master. Master said that he told you to just save the young lady, and that you are not allowed to go to his place." Li Jia dissuaded at this time. Even Wang Sanhua sensed the weirdness of the palace, and in a rare moment of seriousness of expression, he said to Wang Lu, "Xiao Lu, father won't joke about such things. You'd better listen to father and don't go over there." "Sis, you know I've been disobedient since I was a kid. Don't worry, I have a measure." After saying that, Wang Lu directly jumped away. It was a trip he had to make. The appearance of the Ghostbusters meant a lot of things, and he had to go and find out a little bit about them to position himself well. If you don't have enough time to show your cards early and violently cultivate the immortal, then you'll be in trouble. The palace wasn't too big for someone who could fly, and with just a few leaps, he arrived on another rooftop outside the Qianqing palace. The scene in front of him surprised Wang Lu. All the people in front of the Qianqing palace, including Wang Xin, all prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces facing the earth, without even opening their eyes. Wang Lu's eyesight lifted. Inside the Qianqing palace, next to the headless body of the emperor, stood two huge black mists. The moment he saw the black mist, Wang Lu also felt a pressure, but it's still small potatoes for Wang Lu. Wang Lu fixed his eyes to take a closer look, and through the light of the fire, he saw two giant creatures in the black mist. The moment he saw it clearly, Wang Lu sucked in a breath of cool air. A bull-headed man with a chain over his shoulder, a horse-headed man with a hooked rope around his waist, two Ghostbusters dressed in official uniforms. One hooked out the emperor's humanoid soul with a hook and rope, and the other bound it with chains. Then, it slowly sank into the ground. Bullhead, Horseface. As the head of Bullhead and Horseface was about to disappear into the ground, all of a sudden, Bullhead looked back. Eyes met Wang Lu. In an instant, Wang Lu felt 10,000 pounds of force surging towards his knees. Wang Lu's face reddened and he stood stiffly. It wasn't until the two Ghostbusters had completely disappeared that Wang Lu's legs went limp and he half-kneeled. What a powerful Ghostbuster! Just a look that almost brought himself to his knees. It is not that Wang Lu is stubborn in good face. It does not matter if he kneels down. The key is that he is standing on the back of the room, and his legs are planted when he kneels down. Wang Lu purely didn't want to come to a dog, which is why he pushed up a little harder. I'm not going to offend the Ghostbusters. With hindsight, Wang Lu was a little bit scared. At this time, Wang Xin felt the gloomy wind disappear, took 2 deep breaths, and stood up as well. After getting up, Wang Xin still felt a chill on his back, and turned around to see that Wang Lu, the kid, was looking at himself from a distance. "Bastard, didn't I forbid you to come to my place?" Wang Xin yelled, expelling the cold air in his body as well. "Dad, I didn't see you being ugly just now." With that, Wang Lu slipped away. Wang Xin had wanted to curse a few times, but it was a loss of authority in front of his own soldiers, so the order was immediately given to extinguish the fire and arrest the men. It seems contradictory to light a fire 1 minute and put it out the next, but really, it's a life-saving move. According to Mr. Mirror, Ghostbusters are not perceived by regular people if they come to Earth at night, but if they come to Earth during the daytime, they will carry the een and cold of hell with them, and ordinary people are afraid that they can't stand it. And with the fall of the Emperor, the Ghostbusters are bound to show up, so we have to add fire to the fire and heat it up early, after the Qianqing Palace side of the matter is dealt with. This regicide rebellion is only half completed. There were also some experts from the royalist faction within the palace, and even many of the imperial princes kept innate martial artists around them. The only one who was worse off was the third prince, who was tied up and beaten by Wang Sanhua in advance. When Wang Xian's army arrived, he even had a feeling of relief. The chaos in the palace was just the beginning, followed by chaos within the capital. The civil and military officials, those who killed, those who surrendered, and those who wanted to run, only to find that all 4 city gates were sealed by Wang Xian's soldiers. After Wang Lu brought the third sister to a safe place, he was out of tasks. Sis, take care of this chicken for me. Although the original chicken had kept its eyes tightly closed, it had fainted after approaching Bullhead and Horseface just now. Roku, what are you doing? I go to punish the wicked. I'll go with you. Wang Sanhua was finally able to release his natural instincts after leaving the palace, and at this moment, he was already rubbing his fists in excitement. No way. You go outside the city to protect the ants. Wang Lu's target for punishment was Xiang Xiaobai, so of course he couldn't take Sis with him. Afterward, Wang Lu ordered a few people and headed straight towards his home. You corrupt official. Today I am on behalf of Daxia. Bah! I copied your house for the people. The Xiang family also raised a bunch of guards and fighters, but in front of Wang Lu, they were like paper mache. After Wang Lu demolished all the defense towers, he started to point the crystal. So much gear was quickly exposed. In a deep room, Wang Lu caught Xiang Xiaobai out. You asshole, get off me. Your Wang family are all dirty. Wang Lu tied Xiang Xiaobai up 5 times, then smeared her face with mud. Watching Xiang Xiaobai break down and cry, Wang Lu laughed. What a relief, let go of my daughter. At this time, the Xiang family's master rushed in from outside, but was held down by the guards brought by Wang Lu. I've surrendered. My Xiang family supports General Wang's ascension to the position. You can't do this to me, Wang Lu asked in surprise. Surrendering so soon? What if the 3 great generals returned to the capital with their armies and set things right? Master Xiang was instantly dumbfounded that there was actually a rebel who asked this. You hesitated. You wallflower. Without waiting for Master Xiang to speak, Wang Lu directly had people tie him up together. Young master, what to do with it? Open the door to the mansion and let the people in for some soup. Wang Lu didn't have many men with him, so he could only rob some precious things. As for Xiang Xiaobai, of course he was brought back to the royal residence. Looking at Xiang Xiaobai who was still screaming and cursing, Wang Lu threatened. What are you screaming for? I'll let you warm my bed tonight. I'm not taking a shower yet. The mayhem lasted all day. It wasn't until the night that order was re-established in the capital. Only then did Wang Xian's family members return to the royal residence. When Wang Xian saw that Wang Lu had taken Xiang Xiaobai captive, he scolded him. The Xiang family did drop. In order to stabilize the situation in the capital for the time being, Wang Xian promised that as long as he surrendered, he would not pursue the past. So I'll send her back? Wu Yu jumped out at this point. You're stupid. Send it back tomorrow. Wang Xian had no objections to this, and his oldest sister was opposed, but her objections were ineffective. Day 2. The entire royal family, even including Wang Qi, just the right clothes, came to the eastern gate of the capital. Behind him followed the 100 officials who had surrendered. A short while later, the sound of horses' hooves was heard in the distance. Tens of thousands of people came marching ahead. The person at the head of the group was a middle-aged man, dressed in a dragon-piercing embroidered suit, with an imposing appearance. On his left was Mr. Mirror, who had come to the royal residence as a guest not long ago. Wang Xian waited for the other party to get closer and then raised the brocade box in his hand, which contained the head of the Daxia Emperor, and then the chant, Welcome King Tang to the capital. Chapter 49, South Juniper. When King Tang entered the capital, his men immediately took over the capital as well. Wang Xian surrendered his military power. He is a military man, and does not know how to manage the administrative aspects of the matter. Waiting for the king of the Tang dynasty to be enthroned on the line, the capital was busy. The people didn't care about who was emperor. Instead they cared about being able to eat and live their lives. The first thing the king of Tang did when he came to the capital was to liberalize the granary in the palace to provide relief to the world. Father, will a man like you, who was stabbed by his master, end up not being trusted by the Tang king and be liquidated afterward? Wang Xian gave Wang Lu a blow to the head and scolded. How do you talk? I call this conforming to the people's wishes. Look at the faces of the people in the city. Which one doesn't have a smile on his face? As for our Wang family, don't worry, Mr. Mirror will never go back on his word when he promises. A month later, news came from all over the world that all parts of Daxia had been conquered by King Tang's forces. The entire Daxia territory, all changed flags. 3 days later, it was the first court assembly after King Tang's entry into the capital. Wang Lu did not want to participate, but Wang Xian said that King Tang said that their Wang family had made a great achievement, and they wanted the whole family to enter the temple together to face the saint. There was no other way. Wang Lu only had to drain the true qi from his body and ordered it to lurk and not even be allowed to come back during the day. That's why I went to the palace with my father. Taiji Hall. The place has been restored as good as new. After all, the place where Wang Xian had set the fire in the first place was far away from here, and not much had been destroyed here. The civil and military officials had pretty much come. A large portion of them were officials from the original Daxia, and a small portion of the rest were the ones brought by the king of Tang. Wang Xian took Wang Lu and stood on the right side leaning forward. Not long after, King Tang arrived. After changing into a dragon robe, the Tang king's imperial aura was natural and intimidating. It was a stark contrast to the previous sickly emperor of Daxia. When King Tang sat down, the 100 officials saluted. After leveling off, King Tang stood up. With a glance, 2 eunuchs fetched a giant map. In 3 years' time, I have driven Xiongnu in the north, settled Wei in the west, and destroyed Xia in the south, and now I have finally unified the central plains and fulfilled my Gaozu's wishes. Will such great endeavors be without the contributions of your beloved ministers? Especially General Wang. The Tang king was very good at talking and gushing over it, but Wang Lu's attention was completely drawn to the map held by the eunuch. On the map, it was a very abbreviated continental plate. Most of the positions were not standardized in anything. Only some mountains and rivers were drawn. The only map labeled in detail is that of the Great Tang of the Central Plains. None of this matters. The most important thing is that in the top left corner of the map, 4 words are written. South Juniper. Wang Lu was a bit confused. He had always thought this was a normal metaphysical world. The result is anything but ordinary. King Tang wouldn't be Li Shimen. If that was the case, then the Tang dynasty that existed in South Juniperusia must not be the Tang dynasty in history, but the one in the world of the journey to the west. That's a lot to take in. Kind of disrupts Wang Lu's plans, because the battles in the western world are terrifying, not to mention the high and mighty saints, the various great demons on the earth, and the various divine officers of the heavenly court were all extremely terrifying existences. Just like the bullhead and horse face that he encountered a month ago, they were just minions in front of the Monkey King, but with just a look from them, they made Wang Lu's legs feel a great pressure. No, I still have to do it. You should never venture out before you have the strength, especially if you are involved in the main line of the Western tour, in case you are targeted by a big brother. General Wang, would you like to accompany me to Chang'an? I am willing. What? Pops just agreed to move? Wang Lu suddenly reacted. Chang'an can't go there. At least he can't. All the great gods in the sky are staring at it. Even Guanyin is going there to cost the old monk. At this time, Wang Lu suddenly felt a pinch on his waist. His Majesty calls you. Wang Lu immediately stepped forward. King Tang looked at the energetic young man in front of him and said with a smile, Wang Lu, I heard the state master say that you're good at writing poems and making fugues. I want to hear your latest masterpiece. Ha! It turns out that Mr. Mirror is the national teacher. Wang Lu was a bit stuck for a moment. He thought that he was just here to go through the motions today, but he didn't think that he would have to recite poetry. Even Wang Xian was surprised. Last time he had prepared in advance, but this time he really hadn't. In that case, there's only one song for the ages. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, a mount, a line of egrets on the blue sky. Wait, I think I memorized the string. What's the next line? Wang Lu saw everyone staring at him, so he had no choice but to memorize it blindly. It rhymed anyway. Ask where the tavern is. The light boat has crossed 10,000 mountains. After hearing Wang Lu's poem, even Li Shimen pondered for half a day. Each line sounds good, but together they don't feel the mood of the poem at all, and what it's trying to say. At this point, Li Shimen finally understood why the state master said that there was no need to dislodge the king's family, and that the king's family could be reused. Although Wang Xian is a bit wise, but after all, he is a military man, and his age is not small. And the sons of the Wang family, the best ones died in the immortal way. There is only one Wang Lu left, a mediocre one. Although he is a disciple of the Qingyun sect, he is still going through the back door. Looking at Wang Lu's embroidered pillow-like appearance, Li Shimen even appreciated his confidence a bit. The average person at this level is too embarrassed to open his mouth and compose a poem. Well, nice poem. Li Shimin gave a comment exactly like Mr. Mirrors. Many sons and daughters of my great Tang officials have also sought the way at Mount Changyun, but they have rarely contacted their families in recent years. Do you know why? Last time, the Xiang family concealed Xiang Xiajia's death, and Wang Xin later learned about it. Wang Xin had secretly inquired about it, and many of his fellow colleagues' children who were working as handymen in the Qingyun sect were disconnected. Even the outer doors. I've never heard of anyone sending home a book. Not only one Xiang family, but most families, all tacitly chose to conceal it. If the truth was told at this moment, it would inevitably offend many people in the courtroom. Wang Xin stared at Wang Lu, sweating anxiously and constantly eyeing hints. But with Wang Lu's intelligence, he wouldn't think that much and just blurted it out. The Green Cloud sect ran into something and a lot of people died. So maybe they died. When these words came out, the whole court was shocked. Of course, some of it is real shock, some of it is fake shock, and some of it is following everyone else's lead. At this moment, Wang Xin immediately felt a number of hostile gazes as well. Li Shimon's face, however, did not have any surprise, but instead nodded his head with great satisfaction and said, "So it is. Wang Xin has been an official for many years, although he is a military general, but the ability to detect words and colors has long been exercised." Seeing the expression on Li Shimon's face, thoughts immediately turned around. So it turns out that my son's answer was the correct one. Wang Luck returned to the team. Wang Xin whispered to him, "Good answer. It has to be father and son, one on the 3rd floor and one on the 5th.